Section 0 to The Golden Bough, A Study in Magic and Religion. Part 7. Bolder the Beautiful, Volume 1, by Sir James George Frazer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. The Golden Bough, A Study in Magic and Religion, 3rd edition, Part 7. Bolder the Beautiful, The Fire Festivals of Europe, and the Doctrine of the External Soul, by James George Frazer, Doctorate of Civil Law, Legum Doctor, Doctor of Literature, Fellow of Trinity College, Cambridge, Professor of Social Anthropology in the University of Liverpool, in 2 volumes, Volume 1. Preface. In this concluding part of The Golden Bough, I have discussed the problem which gives its title to the whole work. If I am right, the golden bough over which the king of the wood, Diana's priest in Aricia, kept watch and ward was no other than a branch of mistletoe growing on an oak within the sacred grove, and as the plucking of the bough was a necessary prelude to the slaughter of the priest, I have been led to institute a parallel between the king of the wood at Nemi and the Norse god Balder, who was worshipped in a sacred grove beside the beautiful Sogne fiord of Norway, and was said to have perished by a stroke of mistletoe, which alone of all things on earth or in heaven could wound him. On the theory here suggested, both Balder and the King of the Wood personified, in a sense, the sacred oak of our Aryan forefathers, and both had deposited their lives or souls for safety in the parasite which sometimes, though rarely, is found growing on an oak, and by the very rarity of its appearance excites the wonder and stimulates the devotion of ignorant men. Though I am now less than ever disposed to lay weight on the analogy between the Italian priest and the Norse god, I have allowed it to stand because it furnishes me with a pretext for discussing not only the general question of the external soul in popular superstition, but also the fire festivals of Europe, since fire played a part both in the myth of Balder and the ritual of the Arician grove. Thus Balder the Beautiful in my hands is little more than a stalking horse to carry 2 heavy pack-loads of facts, and what is true of Balder applies equally to the priest of Nemi himself, the nominal hero of the long tragedy of human folly and suffering which has unrolled itself before the readers of these volumes, and on which the curtain is now about to fall. He too, for all the quaint garb he wears and the gravity with which he stalks across the stage, is merely a puppet, and it is time to unmask him before laying him up in a box. To drop metaphor, while nominally investigating a particular problem of ancient mythology, I have really been discussing questions of more general interest which concern the gradual evolution of human thought from savagery to civilization. The inquiry is beset with difficulties of many kinds, for the record of man's mental development is even more imperfect than the record of his physical development, and it is harder to read, not only by reason of the incomparably more subtle and complex nature of the subject, but because the reader's eyes are apt to be dimmed by thick mists of passion and prejudice, which cloud in a far less degree the fields of comparative anatomy and geology. My contribution to the history of the human mind consists of little more than a rough and purely provisional classification of facts gathered almost entirely from printed sources. If there is one general conclusion which seems to emerge from the mass of particulars, I venture to think that it is the essential similarity of the working of the less developed human mind among all races, which corresponds to the essential similarity in their bodily frame revealed by comparative anatomy. But while this general mental similarity may, I believe, be taken as established, we must always be on our guard against tracing to it a multitude of particular resemblances, which may be, and often are, due to simple diffusion, since nothing is more certain than that the various races of men have borrowed from each other many of their arts and crafts, their ideas, customs, and institutions. To sift out the elements of culture which a race has independently evolved, and to distinguish them accurately from those which it has derived from other races, is a task of extreme difficulty and delicacy, which promises to occupy students of man for a long time to come. Indeed, so complex are the facts, and so imperfect in most cases is the historical record, that it may be doubtful whether in regard to many of the lower races we shall ever arrive at more than probable conjectures. Since the last edition of the Golden Bough was published some 13 years ago, I have seen reason to change my views on several matters discussed in this concluding part of the work, and though I have called attention to these changes in the text, it may be well for the sake of clearness to recapitulate them here. In the first place, the arguments of Dr. Edward Westermarck have satisfied me that the solid theory of the European fire festivals, which I accepted from W. Mannhardt, is very slightly, if at all, supported by the evidence and is probably erroneous. The true explanation of the festivals I now believe to be the one advocated by Dr. Westermarck himself, namely that they are purificatory in intention, the fire being designed not, as I formerly held, to reinforce the sun's light and heat by sympathetic magic, but merely to burn or repel the noxious things, whether conceived as material or spiritual, which threaten the life of man, of animals, and of plants. This aspect of the fire festivals had not wholly escaped me in former editions. I pointed it out explicitly, but biased perhaps by the great authority of Mannhardt, I treated it as secondary and subordinate instead of primary and dominant. Out of deference to Mannhardt, for whose work I entertain the highest respect, and because the evidence for the purificatory theory of the fires is perhaps not quite conclusive, I have in this edition repeated and even reinforced the arguments for the solid theory of the festivals, so that the reader may see for himself what can be said on both sides of the question, and may draw his own conclusion. But for my part, I cannot but think that the arguments for the purificatory theory far outweigh the arguments for the solid theory. Dr. Westermarck based his criticisms largely on his own observations of the Mohammedan fire festivals of Morocco, which present a remarkable resemblance to those of Christian Europe, though there seems no reason to assume that herein Africa has borrowed from Europe or Europe from Africa. So far as Europe is concerned, the evidence tends strongly to show that the grand evil which the festivals aimed at combating was witchcraft, and that they were conceived to attain their end by actually burning the witches, whether visible or invisible, in the flames. If that was so, the wide prevalence and the immense popularity of the fire festivals provides us with a measure for estimating the extent of the hold which the belief in witchcraft had on the European mind before the rise of Christianity, or rather of rationalism. For Christianity, both Catholic and Protestant, accepted the old belief and enforced it in the old way by the faggot and the stake. It was not until human reason at last awoke after the long slumber of the Middle Ages that this dreadful obsession gradually passed away like a dark cloud from the intellectual horizon of Europe. Yet we should deceive ourselves if we imagined that the belief in witchcraft is even now dead in the mass of the people. On the contrary, there is ample evidence to show that it only hibernates under the chilling influence of rationalism, and that it would start into active life if that influence were ever seriously relaxed. The truth seems to be that, to this day, the peasant remains a pagan and savage at heart. His civilization is merely a thin veneer which the hard knocks of life soon abrade, exposing the solid core of paganism and savagery below. The danger created by a bottomless layer of ignorance and superstition under the crust of civilized society is lessened, not only by the natural torpidity and inertia of the bucolic mind, but also by the progressive decrease of the rural as compared with the urban population in modern states. For I believe it will be found that the artisans who congregate in towns are far less retentive of primitive modes of thought than their rustic brethren. In every age, cities have been the centres, and as it were, the lighthouses from which ideas radiate into the surrounding darkness, kindled by the friction of mind with mind in the crowded haunts of men, and it is natural that at these beacons of intellectual light all should partake in some measure of the general illumination. No doubt the mental ferment and unrest of great cities have their dark as well as their bright side, but among the evils to be apprehended from them the chances of a pagan revival need hardly be reckoned. Another point on which I have changed my mind is the nature of the great Aryan god whom the Romans called Jupiter and the Greeks Zeus. Whereas I formerly argued that he was primarily a personification of the sacred oak, and only in the second place a personification of the thundering sky, I now invert the order of his divine functions and believe that he was a sky god before he came to be associated with the oak. In fact, I revert to the traditional view of Jupiter, recant my heresy, and am gathered like a lost sheep into the fold of mythological orthodoxy. The good shepherd who has brought me back is my friend Mr. W. Ward Fowler. He has removed the stone of which I stumbled in the wilderness by explaining in a simple, natural way how a god of the thundering sky might easily come to be afterwards associated with the oak. The explanation turns on the great frequency with which, as statistics prove, the oak is struck by lightning beyond any other tree of the wood in Europe. To our rude forefathers who dwelt in the gloomy depths of the primeval forest, it might well seem that the riven and blackened oaks must indeed be favourites of the sky god, who so often descended on them from the murky cloud in a flash of lightning and a crash of thunder. This change of view as to the great Aryan god necessarily affects my interpretation of the king of the wood, the priest of Diana at Aricia, if I may take that discarded puppet out of the box again for a moment. On my theory, the priest represented Jupiter in the flesh, and accordingly, if Jupiter was primarily a sky god, his priest cannot have been a mere incarnation of the sacred oak, but must, like the deity whose commission he bore, have been invested in the imagination of his worshippers with the power of overcasting the heaven with clouds and eliciting storms of thunder and rain from the celestial vault. The attribution of weather-making powers to kings or priests is very common in primitive society, and is indeed one of the principal levers by which such personages raise themselves to a position of superiority above their fellows. There is therefore no improbability in the supposition that as a representative of Jupiter, the priest of Diana enjoyed this reputation, though positive evidence of it appears to be lacking. Lastly, in the present edition, I have shown some grounds for thinking that the Golden Bough itself, or in common parlance with the mistletoe on the oak, was supposed to have dropped from the sky upon the tree in a flash of lightning, and therefore to contain within itself the seed of celestial fire, a sort of smouldering thunderbolt. This view of the priest and of the bough which he guarded at the peril of his life has the advantage of accounting for the importance which the sanctuary of Nemi acquired, and the treasure which it amassed through the offerings of the faithful. For the shrine would seem to have been to ancient what Loreto has been to modern Italy, a place of pilgrimage, where princes and nobles as well as commoners poured wealth into the coffers of Diana in her green recess among the Alban hills, just as in modern times kings and queens fight with each other in enriching the Black Virgin, who from her holy house on the hillside at Loreto looks out on the blue Adriatic and the purple Apennines. Such pious prodigality becomes more intelligible if the greatest of the gods was indeed believed to dwell in human shape with his wife among the woods of Nemi. These are the principal points on which I have altered my opinion since the last edition of my book was published. The mere admission of such changes may suffice to indicate the doubt and uncertainty which attend inquiries of this nature. The whole fabric of ancient mythology is so foreign to our modern ways of thought, and the evidence concerning it is for the most part so fragmentary, obscure, and conflicting, that in our attempts to piece together and interpret it, we can hardly hope to reach conclusions that will completely satisfy either ourselves or others. In this, as in other branches of study, is the fate of theories to be washed away like children's castles of sand by the rising tide of knowledge, and I am not so presumptuous as to expect or desire for mine an exemption from the common lot. I hold them all very lightly, and have used them chiefly as convenient pegs, which they hang my collection of facts. For I believe that, while theories are transitory, a record of facts has a permanent value, and that as a chronicle of ancient customs and beliefs, my book may retain its utility when my theories are as obsolete as the customs and beliefs themselves deserve to be. I cannot dismiss without some natural regret a task which has occupied and amused me at intervals for many years, but the regret is tempered by thankfulness and hope. I am thankful that I have been able to conclude at least one chapter of the work I projected a long time ago, I am hopeful that I may not now be taking a final leave of my indulgent readers, but that, as I am sensible of little abatement in my body's strength, and of none in my ardour of study, they will bear with me yet a while if I should attempt to entertain them with fresh subjects of laughter, and tears drawn from the comedy and the tragedy of man's endless quest after happiness and truth. James George Frazer, Cambridge, 17th of October, 1913. End of Preface. Section 1 of The Golden Bough, Part 7, Boulder the Beautiful, Volume 1, by James Frazer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Harvey. Chapter 1, Between Heaven and Earth. 1. Not to touch the earth. The Priest of Aricia and the Golden Bough. We have travelled far since we turned our backs on Nemi, and set forth in quest of the secret of the Golden Bough. With the present volume, we enter on the last stage of our long journey. The reader who has had the patience to follow the inquiry thus far may remember that at the outset 2 questions were proposed for answer. Why had the priest of Aricia to slay his predecessor, and why, before doing so, had he to pluck the Golden Bough? Of these 2 questions, the first has now been answered. The priest of Aricia, if I am right, was one of those sacred kings or human divinities on whose life, the welfare of the community, and even the course of nature in general, are believed to be intimately dependent. It does not appear that the subjects or worshippers of such a spiritual potentate formed to themselves any very clear notion of the exact relationship in which they stand to him. Probably their ideas on the point are vague and fluctuating, and we should err if we attempted to define the relationship with logical precision. All that the people know, or rather imagine, is that somehow they themselves, their cattle, and their crops are mysteriously bound up with their divine king, so that according as he is well or ill, the community is healthy or sickly, the flocks and herds thrive or languish with disease, and the fields yield an abundant or a scanty harvest. The worst evil which they can conceive is of the natural death of their ruler, whether he succumb to sickness or old age. For in the opinion of his followers, such a death would entail the most disastrous consequences on themselves and their possessions. Fatal epidemics would sweep away man and beast. The earth would refuse her increase. Nay, the very frame of nature itself might be dissolved. To guard against these catastrophes, it is necessary to put the king to death while he is still in the full bloom of his divine manhood, in order that his sacred life, transmitted in unabated force to his successor, may renew its youth, and thus by successive transmissions, through a perpetual line of vigorous incarnations, may remain eternally fresh and young, a pledge and security that men and animals shall in like manner renew their youth by a perpetual succession of generations, and that seed time in harvest, and summer in winter, and rain and sunshine shall never fail. That, if my conjecture is right, was why the priest of Aricia, the king of the wood at Nemi, had regularly to perish by the sword of his successor. What was the Golden Bough? But we have still to ask, what was the Golden Bough? And why had each candidate for the Arician priesthood to pluck it before he could slay the priest? These questions I will now try to answer. Sacred kings and priests forbidden to touch the ground with their feet. It will be well to begin by noticing 2 of those rules or taboos by which, as we have seen, the life of divine kings or priests is regulated. The first of the rules to which I desire to call the reader's attention is that the divine personage may not touch the ground with his foot. This rule was observed by the Supreme Pontiff of the Zapotecs in Mexico. He profaned his sanctity if he so much as touched the ground with his foot. Montezuma, Emperor of Mexico, never set foot on the ground. He was always carried on the shoulders of noblemen, and if he lighted anywhere, they laid rich tapestry for him to walk upon. For the Mikado of Japan, to touch the ground with his foot was a shameful degradation. Indeed, in the 16th century, it was enough to deprive him of his office. Outside his palace, he was carried on men's shoulders. Within it he walked on exquisitely wrought mats. The king and queen of Tahiti might not touch the ground anywhere but within their hereditary domains. for the ground on which they trod became sacred. In travelling from place to place, they were carried on the shoulders of sacred men. They were always accompanied by several pains of these sanctified attendants, and when it became necessary to change their bearers, the king and queen vaulted on to the shoulders of their new bearers without letting their feet touch the ground. It was an evil omen if the king of Dusuma touched the ground, and he had to perform an expiatory ceremony. Within his palace, the king of Persia walked on carpets on which no one else might tread. Outside of it, he was never seen on foot, but only in a chariot or on horseback. In old days, the king of Siam never set foot upon the earth, but was carried on a throne of gold from place to place. Formerly, neither the kings of Uganda, nor their mothers, nor their queens, might walk on foot outside the spacious enclosures in which they lived. Whenever they went forth, they were carried on the shoulders of men of the Buffalo clan, several of whom accompanied any of these royal personages on a journey and took it in turn to bear the burden. The king sat astride the bearer's neck, with a leg over each shoulder and his feet tucked under the bearer's arms. When one of these royal carriers grew tired, he shot the king on the shoulders of a second man without allowing the royal feet to touch the ground. In this way they went at a great pace and travelled long distances in a day when the king was on a journey. The bearers had a special hut in the king's enclosure in order to be at hand the moment they were wanted. Among the Bakuba, or rather Bushongo, a nation in the southern region of the Congo, down to a few years ago, persons of the royal blood were forbidden to touch the ground. They must sit on a hide, a chair, or the back of a slave who crouched on hands and feet. Their feet rested on the feet of others. When they travelled, they were carried on the backs of men, but the king journeyed in a litter supported on shafts. Among the Igbo people about Awka, in southern Nigeria, the priest of the earth had to observe many taboos. For example, he may not see a corpse, and if he meets one on the road, he must hide his eyes with his whistlet. He must abstain from many foods, such as eggs, birds of all sorts, mutton, dog, bushbuck, and so forth. He may neither wear nor touch a mask, and no masked man may enter his house. If a dog enters his house, it is killed and thrown out. As priest of the earth, he may not sit on the bare ground, nor eat things that have fallen on the ground, nor may earth be thrown at him. According to ancient Brahmanic ritual, a king at his inauguration trod on a tiger's skin and a golden plate. He was shod with shoes of boar's skin, and so long as he lived thereafter, he might not stand on the earth with his bare feet. Certain persons on certain occasions forbidden to touch the ground with their feet. But besides persons who are permanently sacred or tabooed, and are therefore permanently forbidden to touch the ground with their feet, there are others who enjoy the character of sanctity or taboo only on certain occasions, and to whom accordingly the prohibition in question only applies at the definite seasons during which they exhale the odour of sanctity. Thus among the Kayans or Bahuas of central Borneo, while the priestesses are engaged in the performance of certain rites, they may not step on the ground, and boards are laid for them to tread on. At a funeral ceremony observed by night among the Makemis, a Tibetan tribe near the northern frontier of Assam, a priest fantastically bedecked with tiger's teeth, many-coloured plumes, bells and shells, executed a wild dance for the purpose of exorcising the evil spirits. Then all fires were extinguished, and a new light was struck by a man suspended by his feet from a beam in the ceiling. He did not touch the ground, we are told, in order to indicate that the light came from heaven. Again, newly born infants are strongly tabooed. Accordingly, in Loango, they are not allowed to touch the earth. Among the Iluvans of Malabar, the bridegroom on his wedding day is bathed by 7 young men and then carried or walks on planks from the bathing place to the marriage booth. He may not touch the ground with his feet. With the Dayaks of Landak and Tajan, 2 districts of Dutch Borneo, is a custom that for a certain time after marriage neither bride nor bridegroom may tread on the earth. Warriors, again, on the warpath are surrounded, so to say, by an atmosphere of taboo. Hence some Indians in North America might not sit on the bare ground the whole time they were out on a warlike expedition. In Laos, the hunting of elephants gives rise to many taboos. One of them is that the chief hunter may not touch the earth with his foot. Accordingly, when he alights from his elephant, the others spread a carpet of leaves for him to step upon. German wiseacres recommend that when the witches were led to the block or the stake, they should not be allowed to touch the bare earth, and a reason suggested for the rule was that if they touched the earth, they might make themselves invisible and so escape. The sagacious author of the striped petticoat philosophy in the 18th century ridicules the idea as mere silly talk. He admits indeed that the women are conveyed to the place of execution in carts, but he denies that there is any deep significance in the cart, and he is prepared to maintain this view by a chemical analysis of the timber of which the cart was built. To clinch his argument, he appeals to plain matter of fact and his own personal experience. Not a single instance, he assures us with apparent satisfaction, can be produced of the witch who escaped the axe or the fire in this fashion. I have myself, says he, in my youth seen divers witches burned, some at Arnstadt, some at Ilmenau, some at Schwenda, a noble village between Arnstadt and Ilmenau, and some of them were pardoned and beheaded before being burned. They were laid on the earth in the place of execution and beheaded like any other poor sinner, whereas if they could have escaped by touching the earth, not one of them would have failed to do so. Sacred or tabooed persons apparently thought to be charged with a mysterious virtue like a fluid, which will run to waste or explode if it touches the ground. Apparently holiness, magical virtue, taboo, or whatever we may call that mysterious quality which is supposed to pervade sacred or tabooed persons, is conceived by the primitive philosopher as a physical substance or fluid, with which the sacred man is charged, just as the Leyden jar is charged with electricity, and exactly as the electricity in the jar can be discharged by contact with a good conductor, so the holiness or magical virtue in the man can be discharged and drained away by contact with the earth, which on this theory serves as an excellent conductor for the magical fluid. Hence, in order to preserve the charge from running to waste, the sacred or tabooed personage must be carefully prevented from touching the ground. In electrical language, he must be insulated, if he is not to be emptied of the precious substance or fluid with which he, as a vial, is filled to the brim. And in many cases, apparently, the insulation of the tabooed person is recommended as a precaution, not merely for his own sake, but for the sake of others. For since the virtue of holiness or taboo is, so to say, a powerful explosive which the smallest touch may detonate, it is necessary in the interest of the general safety to keep it within narrow bounds, lest breaking out it should blast, blight, and destroy whatever it comes into contact with. Things as well as persons can be charged with the mysterious quality of holiness or taboo, and when so charged they must be kept from contact with the ground. But things as well as persons are often charged with the mysterious quality of holiness or taboo, hence it frequently becomes necessary, for similar reasons, to guard them also from coming into contact with the ground, lest they should in like manner be drained of their valuable properties and be reduced to mere commonplace material objects, empty husks from which the good grain has been eliminated. Thus, for example, the most sacred object of the Arunta tribe in Central Australia is, or rather used to be, a pole about 20 feet high, which is completely smeared with human blood, crowned with an imitation of a human head, and set up on the ground, where the final initiatory ceremonies of young men are performed. A young gum tree is chosen to form the pole, and it must be cut down, transported in such a way that it does not touch the earth till it is erected in its place on the holy ground. Apparently the pole represents some famous ancestor of the olden time. Festival of the Wild Mango Tree in British New Guinea. Again, at a great dancing festival celebrated by the natives of Bartle Bay in British New Guinea, a wild mango tree plays a prominent part. The tree must be self-sown, that is, really wild and so young that it has never flowered. It is chosen in the jungle some 5 or 6 weeks before the festival, and a circle is cleared round its trunk. For that time the master of the ceremonies and some 8 or 20 other men who have aided him in choosing the tree and in clearing the jungle become strictly holy or tabooed. They sleep by themselves in a house into which no one else may intrude. They may not wash or drink water, nor even allow it accidentally to touch their bodies. They are forbidden to eat boiled food and the fruit of mango trees. They may drink only the milk of a young cocoa nut which has been baked, and they may eat certain fruits and vegetables such as pawpaws, Aricia papaya, and sugar cane, but only on condition that they have been baked. All refuse of their food is kept in baskets in their sleeping house, and may not be removed from it till the festival is over. At the time when the men begin to observe these rules of abstinence, some 6 to 10 women, members of the same clan as the master of the ceremonies, enter on a light period of mortification, avoiding the company of the other sex and refraining from water, all boiled food, and the fruit of the mango tree. These fasting men and women are the principal dancers at the festival. The dancing takes place on a special platform in a temporary village which has been erected for the purpose. When the platform is about to be set up, the fasting men rub the stepping posts and then suck their hands for the purpose of extracting the ghost of any dead man that might chance to be in the post and might be injured by the weight of the platform pressing down on him. Having carefully extracted these poor souls, the men carry them away tenderly and set them free in the forest or the long grass. The wild mango tree not allowed to touch the ground. On the day before the festival, one of the fasting men cuts down the chosen mango tree in the jungle with a stone adze, which is never afterwards put to any other use. An iron tool may not be used for the purpose, though iron tools are now common enough in the district. In cutting down the mango, they place nets on the ground to catch any leaves or twigs that might fall from the tree as it is being felled, and they surround the trunk with new mats to receive the chips which fly out under the adze of the woodman, for the chips may not drop on the earth. Once the tree is down, it is carried to the centre of the temporary village, the greatest care being taken to prevent it from coming into contact with the ground. But when it is brought into the village, the houses are connected with the top of the mango by means of long vines decorated with streamers. In the afternoon, the fasting men and women begin to dance, the men bedizened with gay feathers, armlets, streamlets, and anklets, the women flaunting in party-coloured petticoats and sprigs of cotton leaves, which wave from their waistbands as they dance. The dancing stops at sundown, and when the full moon rises over the shoulder of this eastern hill, for the date of the festival seems to be determined with reference to the time of the moon, 2 chiefs mount at the gables of 2 houses on the eastern side of the square, and their dusky figures standing sharply out against the moonlight pray to the evil spirits to go away and not to hurt the people. Next morning, pigs are killed by being speared as slowly as possible in order that they may squeal long and loud, for the people believe that the mango trees hear the squealing and are pleased at the sound and bear plenty of fruit, whereas if they heard no squeals, they would bear no fruit. However, the trees have to content themselves with the squeals. The flesh of the pigs is eaten by the people. This ends the festival. Final disposition of the wild mango tree. Next day, the mango is taken down from the platform, wrapped in new mats and carried by the fasting men to their sleeping house, where it is hung from the roof. But after an interval, it may be of many months, the tree is brought forth again. As to the reason for its reappearance in public, opinions are divided, but some say that the tree itself orders the master of the ceremonies to bring it forth, appearing to him in his dreams and saying, "Let me smell the smoking fat of pigs. So will your pigs be healthy and your crops will grow." Be that as it may, out it comes, conducted by the fasting men in their dancing costume, and with it come in the solemn procession, all the pots, spoons, cups, and so forth, used by the fasting men during their period of holiness or taboo. Also all the refuse of their food which has been collected for months, and all the fallen leaves and chips of the mango in their bundles and mats. These holy relics are carried in front, and the mango tree itself brings up the rear of the procession. All these sacred objects have been handed out of the house. The men who are present rush up, wipe off the hallowed dust which has accumulated on them, and smear it over their own bodies, no doubt in order to steep themselves in that blessed influence. Thus the tree is carried as before to the centre of the temporary village, care being again taken not to let it touch the ground. Then one of the fasting men takes from a basket a number of young green mangoes, cuts them in pieces, and places them with his own hands in the mouths of his fellows. The other fasting men, who chew the pieces small, and turning round, split the morsels in the direction of the setting sun, in order that the sun should carry the mango bits over the whole country, and everyone should know. A portion of the mango tree is then broken off, and in the evening it is burnt along with the bundles of leaves, chips, and refuse of food, which have been stored up. What remains of the tree is taken to the house of the master of the ceremonies and hung over the fireplace. It will be brought out again at intervals and burnt bit by bit till all is consumed, whereupon a new mango will be cut down and treated in like manner. The ashes of the holy fire on each occasion are gathered by the people and preserved in the house of the master of the ceremonies. The ceremony apparently intended to fertilize the mango trees. The meaning of these ceremonies is not explained by the authorities who describe them, but we may conjecture that they are intended to fertilize the mango trees and cause them to bear a good crop of fruit. The central feature of the whole ritual is a wild mango tree, so young that it has never flowered. The men who cut it down and carry it into the village and dance at the festival are forbidden to eat mangoes. Pigs are killed in order that their dying squeals may move the mango trees to bear fruit. At the end of the ceremonies, pieces of young green mangoes are solemnly placed in the mouths of the fasting men, and are by them spurted out towards the setting sun, in order that the luminary may carry the fragments to every part of the country. And finally, when, after a longer or shorter interval, the tree is wholly consumed, its place is supplied by another. All these circumstances are explained simply and naturally by the supposition that the young mango tree is taken as a representative of mangoes generally, that the dances are intended to quicken it, and that it is preserved, like a maypole of old in England, as a sort of general fund of vegetable life, till the fund being exhausted by the destruction of the tree, it is renewed by the importation of a fresh young tree from the forest. We can therefore understand why, as a storehouse of vital energy, the tree should be carefully kept from contact with the ground, lest the pent-up and concentrated energy should escape and, dribbling away into the earth, be dissipated to no purpose. Sacred objects of various sorts not allowed to touch the ground. To take other instances of what we may call the conservation of energy in magic or religion by insulating sacred bodies from the ground, the natives of New Britain have a secret society called the Duck, the members of which masquerade in petticoats of leaves and tall headdresses of wickerwork shaped like candle extinguishers, which descend to the shoulders of the wearers, completely concealing their faces. Thus disguised, they dance about to the awe and terror, real or assumed, of the women and uninitiated, who take or pretend to take them for spirits. When lads have been initiated into the secrets of this august society, the adepts cut down some very large and heavy bamboos, one for each lad, and the novices carry them carefully wrapped up in leaves to the sacred ground, where they arrive very tired and weary, for they may not let the bamboos touch the ground, nor the sun shine on them. Outside the fence of the enclosure, every lad deposits his bamboo on a couple of forked sticks and covers it up with nut leaves. Among the Carrier Indians of northwestern America, who burned their dead, the ashes of a chief used to be placed in a box and set on the top of a pole beside his hut. The box was never allowed to touch the ground. In the Omaha tribe of North American Indians, the sacred clam shell of the Elk clan was wrapped up from sight in a mat, placed on a stand, and never suffered to come in contact with the earth. The Cherokees and kindred Indian tribes of the United States used to have certain sacred boxes or arks, which they regularly took with them to war. Such a holy ark consisted of a square wooden box, which contained certain consecrated vessels made by beloved superannuated women, and of which various antiquated forms, as would have puzzled Adam to have given significant names to each. The leader of a war party and his attendant bore the ark by turns, but they never set it on the ground, nor would they themselves sit on the bare earth while they were carrying it against the enemy. Where stones were plentiful, they rested the ark on them, but where no stones to be found, they deposited it on short logs. The Indian ark is deemed so sacred and dangerous to be touched, either by their own sanctified warriors or the spoiling enemy, that they durst not touch it upon any account. It is not to be meddled with by any except the war chieftain and his waiter, under the penalty of incurring great evil. Nor would the most inveterate enemy touch it in the woods for the very same reason. After their return home, they used to hang the ark on the leader's red-painted war pole. At Sipi, near Simla, in northern India, an annual fair is held at which men purchase wives. A square box with a dome top figures prominently at the fair. It is fixed on 2 poles to be carried on men's shoulders, and long, heavily plaited petticoats hang from it nearly to the ground. 3 sides of the box are adorned with the head and shoulders of a female figure, and the 4th side with a black yak's tail. 4 men bear the poles, each carrying an axe in his right hand. They dance round with a swinging rhythmical step to the music of drums and a pipe. The dance goes on for hours and is thought to avert ill luck from the fair. It is said that the box is brought to Simla from a place 60 miles off by relays of men who may not stop nor set the box on the ground the whole way. In Scotland, when water was carried from sacred wells to sick people, the water vessel might not touch the earth. In some parts of Aberdeenshire, the last bunch of standing corn, which is commonly viewed as very sacred, being the last refuge of the corn spirit retreating before the reapers, is not suffered to touch the ground. The master or greed man sits down and receives each handful of corn as it is cut on his lap. Sacred food not allowed to touch the earth. Again, sacred food may not, under certain circumstances, be brought into contact with the earth. Some of the Aborigines of Victoria used to regard the fat of the emu as sacred, believing that it had once been the fat of the black man. In taking it from the bird or giving it to another, they handled it reverently. Anyone who threw away the fat or flesh of the emu was held accursed. The late Mr. Thomas observed on one occasion, at Neri Werin, a remarkable exhibition of the effects of this superstition. An aboriginal child, one attending the school, having eaten part of the flesh of an emu, threw away the skin. The skin fell to the ground, and this being observed by his parents, they showed by their gestures every token of horror. They looked upon their child as one utterly lost. His desecration of the bird was regarded as a sin for which there was no atonement. The Romanians of Transylvania believe that every fresh-baked loaf of wheaten bread is sacred, and should a piece inadvertently fall to the ground, it is hastily picked up, carefully wiped and kissed, and if soiled, thrown into the fire, partially as an offering to the dead, and partially because it were a heavy sin to throw away or tread upon any particle of it. At certain festivals in south-eastern Borneo, the food which is consumed in the common house may not touch the ground. Hence, a little before the festivals takes place, footbridges made of thin poles are constructed from the private dwellings to the common house. When Hall was living with the Eskimos and grew tired of eating walrus, one of the women brought the head and neck of a reindeer for him to eat. This venison had to be completely wrapped up before it was brought into the house, and once in the house, it could only be placed on the platform which served as a bed. To have placed it on the floor or on the platform behind the fire lamp, among the walrus, muskox, and polar bear meat, which occupy a goodly portion of both these places, would have horrified the whole town, as according to the actual belief of the Inuits, not another walrus could be secured this year, and there would ever be trouble in catching any more. But in this case, the real scruple appears to have been felt not so much at placing the venison on the ground as to bringing it into contact with walrus meat. Magical implements and remedies, thought to lose their virtue by contact with the ground. Sometimes magical implements and remedies are supposed to lose their virtue by contact with the ground, the volatile essence with which they are impregnated being no doubt drained off into the earth. Thus in the Boulia district of Queensland, the magical bone which the native sorcerer points at his victim as a means of killing him is never by any chance allowed to touch the earth. The wives of Rajas in Makassar, a district of southern Celebes, pride themselves on their luxuriant tresses and are at great pains to oil and preserve them. Should the hair begin to grow thin, the lady resorts to many devices to stay the ravages of time. Among other things, she applies to her locks a fat extracted from crocodiles and venomous snakes. The unguent is believed to be very efficacious, but during its application the woman's feet may not come into contact with the ground, or all the benefit of the nostrum would be lost. Some people in antiquity believed that a woman in hard labour would be delivered if a spear, which had been wrenched from a man's body without touching the ground, were thrown over the house where the sufferer lay. Again, according to certain ancient writers, arrows which had been extracted from a body without coming into contact with the earth and laid under sleepers acted as a love charm. Among the peasantry of the north-east of Scotland, the prehistoric weapons called celts went by the name of thunderbolts, and were coveted as the sure bringers of success, always provided that they were not allowed to fall to the ground. Serpent's eggs or snake-egg stones. In ancient Gaul, certain glass or paste beads attained great celebrity as amulets under the name of serpent's eggs. It was believed that serpents, coiling together in a wriggling mass, generated them from their slaver and shot them into the air from their hissing jaws. If a man was bold and dexterous enough to catch one of these eggs in his cloak before it touched the ground, he rode off on horseback with it at full speed, pursued by the whole pack of serpents, till he was saved by the interposition of a river which the snakes could not pass. The proof of the egg being genuine was that if it were thrown into a stream, it would float up against the current even though it were hooped in gold. The Druids held these beads in high esteem. According to them, the precious objects could only be obtained on a certain day of the moon, and the peculiar virtue that rested in them was to secure success in lawsuits and free access to kings. Pliny knew of a Gaulish knight who was executed by the Emperor Claudius for wearing one of these amulets. Under the name of snake stones, Glainedre, or adder stones, the beads are still known in those parts of our own country where the Celtic population has lingered, with its immemorial superstitions, down to the present or recent times. And the old story of the origin of the beads from the slaver of serpents was believed by the modern peasantry of Cornwall, Wales, and Scotland, as by the Druids of ancient Gaul. In Cornwall, the time when the serpents united to fashion the beads was commonly said to be at or about Midsummer Eve. In Wales, it was usually thought to be spring, especially the eve of May Day, and even within recent years, persons in the Principality have affirmed that they witnessed the great vernal congress of the snakes and saw the magic stone in the midst of the froth. The Welsh peasants believe the beads to possess medicinal virtues of many sorts, and to be particularly efficacious for all maladies of the eyes. In Wales and Ireland, the beads sometimes went by the name of the magician's or druid's glass, Glini na Dorede, and Glain nan Dwdli. Specimens of them may be seen in museums. Some have been found in British barrows. They are of glass of various colours, green, blue, pink, red, brown, and so forth, some plain and some ribbed. Some are streaked with brilliant hues. The beads are perforated, and in the highlands of Scotland the whole is explained by saying that when the bead has just been conflated by the serpents jointly, one of the reptiles sticks his tail through the still viscous glass. An Englishman who visited Scotland in 1699 found many of these beads in use throughout the country. They were hung from children's necks to protect them from whooping cough and other ailments. Snake stones were, moreover, a charm to ensure prosperity in general and to repel evil spirits. When one of these priceless treasures was not on active service, the owner kept it in an iron box to guard it against fairies, who, as is well known, cannot abide iron. Medicinal plants, water, etc., not allowed to touch the earth. Pliny mentions several medicinal plants, which if they were to retain their healing virtue, ought not to be allowed to touch the earth. The curious medicinal treatise of Marcellus, a native of Bordeaux, in the 4th century of our era, abounds with prescriptions of this sort, and we can well believe the writer when he assures us that he borrowed many of his quaint remedies from the lips of common folk and peasants rather than from the books of the learned. Thus he tells us that certain white stones found in the stomachs of young swallows assuage the most persistent headache, always provided that their virtue be not impaired by contact with the ground. Another of his cures for the same malady is a wreath of fleabane placed on the head, but it must not touch the earth. On the same condition, a decoction of the root of elecampane in wine kills worms. A fern found growing on a tree relieves a stomach ache, and the pastern bone of a hare is an infallible remedy for colic provided first, it to be found in the dung of a wolf, second, that it does not touch the ground, and third, that it is not touched by a woman. Another cure for colic is effected by a certain hocus pocus with a scrap of wool from the forehead of a firstborn lamb. If only the lamb, instead of being allowed to fall to the ground, has been caught by hand as it dropped from its dam. In Andra, a district of Morocco, the people attribute many magical virtues to rainwater, which has fallen on the 27th day of April, old style. Accordingly, they collect it and use it for a variety of purposes. Mixed with tar and sprinkled on the doorposts, it prevents snakes and scorpions from entering the house. Sprinkled on heaps of threshed corn, it protects them from the evil eye. Mixed with an egg, henna, and seeds of cress, it is an invaluable medicine for sick cows. Poured over a plate on which a passage of the Koran has been written, it strengthens the memory of schoolboys who drink it. And if you mix it with cow dung and red earth, and paint rings with the mixture around the trunks of your fig trees at sunset on Midsummer Day, you may depend on it that the trees will bear an excellent crop, and will not shed their fruit untimely on the ground. But in order to preserve these remarkable properties, it is absolutely essential that the water should on no account be allowed to touch the ground. Some say too that it should not be exposed to the sun nor breathed upon by anybody. Again, the Moors ascribe great magical efficacy to what they call the Sultan of the Oleander, which is a stalk of oleander with a cluster of 4 pairs of leaves springing from it. They think that the magical virtue is greatest if the stalk has been cut immediately before midsummer. But when the plant is brought into the house, the branches may not touch the ground, lest they should lose their marvellous qualities. In the olden days, before a Lithuanian or Prussian farmer went forth to plough for the first time in spring, he called on a wizard to perform a certain ceremony for the good of the crops. The sage seized a mug of beer with his teeth, quaffed the liquor, and then tossed the mug over his head. This signified that the corn in that year should grow taller than a man. But the mug might not fall to the ground. It had to be caught by somebody stationed at the wizard's back. For if it fell to the ground, the consequence naturally would be that the corn also would be laid low on the earth. 2. Not to see the sun. Sacred persons not allowed to see the sun. The second rule to be here noted is that the sun may not shine upon the divine person. This rule was observed both by the Mikado and by the Pontiff of the Zapotecs. The latter was looked upon as a god whom the earth was not worthy to hold, nor the sun to shine upon. The Japanese would not allow that the Mikado should expose his sacred person to the open air, and the sun was not thought worthy to shine on his head. The Indians of Granada and South America kept those who were to be rulers or commanders, whether men or women, locked up for several years when they were children, some of them 7 years, and this so close that they were not to see the sun. For if they should happen to see it, they forfeited their lordship, eating certain sorts of food appointed, and those who were their keepers at certain times went into their retreat or prison and scourged them severely. Thus, for example, the heir to the throne of Bogota, who was not the son but the sister's son of the king, had to undergo a rigorous training from his infancy. He lived in complete retirement in a temple where he might not see the sun, nor eat salt, nor converse with a woman. He was surrounded by guards who observed his conduct and noted all his actions. If he broke a single one of the rules laid down for him, he was deemed infamous and forfeited all his rights to the throne. So too, the heir to the kingdom of Sogamoso, before succeeding to the crown, had to fast for 7 years in the temple, being shut up in the dark and not allowed to see the sun or light. The prince who was to become Inca of Peru had to fast for a month without seeing light. On the day when the Brahmin student of the VII took a bath, to signify that the time of his studentship was at an end, he entered a cowshed before sunrise, hung over the door a skin with the hair inside, and sat there. On that day the sun should not shine upon him. Tabooed persons not allowed to see the sun. Again, women after childbirth and their offspring are more or less tabooed all the world over. Hence in Korea, the rays of the sun are rigidly excluded from both mother and child for a period of 21 or 100 days, according to their rank after the birth has taken place. Among some of the tribes on the northwest coast of New Guinea, a woman may not leave the house for months after childbirth. When she does go out, she must cover her head with a hood or mat, for if the sun were to shine upon her, it is thought that one of her male relations would die. Again, mourners are everywhere taboo. Accordingly, in mourning, the Ainos of Japan wear peculiar caps in order that the sun may not shine upon their heads. During a solemn fast of 3 days, the Indians of Costa Rica eat no salt, speak as little as possible, light no fires, and stay strictly indoors. Or if they go out during the day, they carefully cover themselves from the light of the sun, believing that exposure to the sun's rays would turn them black. Certain persons forbidden to see fire. On Yule night it has been customary in parts of Sweden from time immemorial to go on pilgrimage, whereby people learn many secret things and know what is to happen in the coming year. As a preparation for this pilgrimage, some secret themselves for 3 days, previously in a dark cellar, so as to be shut out altogether from the light of heaven. Others retire at an early hour of the preceding morning to some out-of-the-way place, such as a hay-loft, where they bury themselves in the hay, and they may neither see nor hear any living creature, and here they remain, in silence and fasting, until after sundown, whilst there are those who think it sufficient if they rigidly abstain from food on the day before commencing their wanderings. During this period of probation, a man ought not to see fire, but should this have happened, he must strike a light with flint and steel, whereby the evil that would otherwise have ensued would be obviated. During the 16 days that a Pima Indian is undergoing purification for killing an Apache, he may not see a blazing fire. The story of Prince Sunless. Acarnanian peasants tell of a handsome prince called Sunless, who would die if he saw the sun, so he lived in an underground palace on the site of an ancient One day. But at night he came forth and crossed the river to visit a famous enchantress who dwelt in a castle on the further bank. She was loth to part with him every night long before the sun was up. As he turned a deaf ear to all her entreaties to linger, she hit upon the device of cutting the throats of all the cocks in the neighbourhood. So the prince, whose ear had learned to expect the shrill clarion of the birds as a signal of the growing light, tarried too long, and hardly had he reached the ford when the sun rose over the Aetolian mountains, and its fatal beams fell on him before he could regain his dark abode. End of section 1. Section 2 of The Golden Bough, Part 7, Boulder the Beautiful, Volume 1, by James Frazer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Harvey. Chapter 2, The Seclusion of Girls at Puberty, Part 1. 1. Seclusion of Girls at Puberty in Africa. Girls at puberty forbidden to touch the ground and to see the sun. Now it is remarkable that the foregoing 2 rules, not to touch the ground and not to see the sun, are observed either separately or conjointly by girls at puberty in many parts of the world. Thus amongst the Negroes of Leanco, girls at puberty are confined in separate huts, and they may not touch the ground with any part of their bare body. Among the Zulus and kindred tribes of South Africa, when the first signs of puberty show themselves, while a girl is walking, gathering wood, or working in the field, she runs to the river and hides herself among the reeds for the day, so as not to be seen by men. She covers her head carefully with her blanket, that the sun may not shine on it, and shrivel her up into a withered skeleton, as would result from exposure to the sun's beams. After dark she returns to her home and is secluded in a hut for some time. During her seclusion, which lasts for about a fortnight, neither she nor the girls who wait upon her may drink any milk, lest the cattle should die, and should she be overtaken by the first flow which she is in the fields, she must, after hiding in the bush, scrupulously avoid all pathways in returning home. Seclusion of girls at puberty among the Akamba. A reason for this avoidance is assigned by the Akamba of British East Africa, whose girls under similar circumstances observe the same rule. A girl's first menstruation is a very critical period of her life according to Akamba beliefs. If this condition appears when she is away from the village, say at work in the fields, she returns at once to her village, but is careful to walk through the grass and not a path. For if she followed a path, and a stranger accidentally trod on a spot of blood, and then cohabited with a member of the opposite sex before the girl was better again, it is believed that she would never bear a child. She remains at home till the symptoms have ceased, and during this time she may be fed by none but her mother. When the flux is over, her father and mother are bound to cohabit with each other, else it is believed that the girl would be barren all her life. Seclusion of girls at puberty among the Baganda. Similarly, among the Baganda, when a girl menstruated for the first time, she was secluded and not allowed to handle food, and at the end of her seclusion the kinsman with whom she was staying, for among the Baganda young people did not reside with their parents, was obliged to jump over his wife, which, with the Baganda, is regarded as equivalent to having intercourse with her. Should the girl happen to be living near her parents at the moment when she attained puberty, she was expected on her recovery to inform them of the fact, whether her father jumped over her mother. Where this custom omitted, the Baganda, like the Akamba, thought that the girl would never have children or that they would die in infancy. Thus the pretense of sexual intercourse between the parents or other relatives of the girl was a magical ceremony to ensure her fertility. It is significant that among the Baganda the first menstruation was often called a marriage, and the girl was spoken of as a bride. These terms so applied point to a belief like that of the Siamese, that a girl's first menstruation results from her defloration by one of a host of aerial spirits, and that the wound thus inflicted is repeated afterwards every month by the same ghostly agency. For a like reason, probably, the Baganda imagine that a woman who does not menstruate exerts a malign influence on gardens and makes them barren, if she works in them. For not being herself fertilized by a spirit, how can she fertilize the garden? Seclusion of girls at puberty among the tribes of the Tanganyika Plateau. Among the Amambwe, Wimambwanga, Alungu, and other tribes of the Great Plateau to the west of Lake Tanganyika, when a young girl knows that she has attained puberty, she forthwith leaves her mother's hut and hides herself in the long grass near the village, covering her face with a cloth and weeping bitterly. Towards sunset, one of the older women, who, as a directress of the ceremonies, is called Nachimbusa, follows her, places a cooking pot by the crossroads, and boils therein a concoction of various herbs, with which she anoints the neophyte. At nightfall, the girl is carried on the woman's back to her mother's hut. When the customary period of a few days has elapsed, she is allowed to cook again, after first whitewashing the floor of the hut. But by the following month, the preparations for her initiation are complete. The novice must remain in her hut throughout the whole period of initiation, and is carefully guarded by the old women, who accompany her wherever she leaves her quarters, veiling her head with a native cloth. The ceremonies last for at least 1 month. During this period of seclusion, drumming and songs are kept up within the mother's hut by the village women, and no male, except, it is said, the father of twins, is allowed to enter. The directress of the rites and the older women instruct the young girl as to the elementary facts of life, the duties of marriage, and the rules of conduct, decorum, and hospitality to be observed by a married woman. Amongst other things, the damsel must submit to a series of tests, such as leaping over fences, thrusting her head into a collar made of thorns, and so on. The lessons which she receives are illustrated by mud figures of animals and of the common objects of domestic life. Moreover, the directress of studies embellishes the walls of her hut with rude pictures, each with its special significance and song, which must be understood and learned by the girl. In the foregoing account, the rule that a damsel at puberty may neither see the sun nor touch the ground seems implied by the statement that on the first discovery of her condition she hides in long grass and is carried home after sunset on the back of an old woman. Seclusion of girls at puberty among the tribes of British Central Africa. Among the Nyanja-speaking tribes of Central and Goliland, in British Central Africa, when a young girl finds that she has become a woman, she stands silent by the pathway leading to the village, her face wrapped in her calico. An old woman, finding her there, takes her off to a stream to bathe. After that, the girl is secluded for 6 days in the old woman's hut. She eats her porridge out of an old basket, and a relish, in which no salt is put, form a potsherd. The basket is afterwards thrown away. On the 7th day the aged matrons gather together, go with the girl to a stream, and throw her into the water. In returning they sing songs, and the old woman, who directs the proceedings, carries a maiden on her back. Then they spread a mat and fetch her husband, and set the two down on the mat, and shave his head. When it is dark, the old women escort the girl to her husband's hut. There the nadiwo relish is cooking on the fire. During the night the woman rises and puts some salt in the pot. Next morning before dawn, while all is dark and the villagers have not yet opened their doors, the young married woman goes off and gives some of the relish to her mother and the old woman who was mistress of the ceremony. This relish she sets down at the doors of their houses and goes away. And in the morning, when the sun has risen and all is light in the village, the two women open their doors, and there they find the relish with the salt in it, and they take of it and rub it on their feet and under their armpits. And if there are little children in the house, they eat of it. And if the young wife has a kinsman who is absent from the village, some of the relish is put on a splinter of bamboo and kept against his return, and when he comes, he, too, may rub his feet with it. But if the woman finds that her husband is impotent, she does not rise betimes and go out in the dark to lay the relish at the door of her mother and the old woman. And in the morning, when the sun is up and all the village is light, the old women open their doors and see no relish there, and they know what has happened, and so they go wilily to work. For they persuade the husband to consult the diviner, that he may discover how to cure his impotence, and while he is closeted with the wizard, they fetch another man, who finishes the ceremony with the young wife, in order that the relish may be given out, and that people may rub their feet with it. But if it happens that when a girl comes to maturity, she is not yet betrothed to any man, and therefore has no husband to go to, the matrons tell her that she must go to a lover instead, and this is the custom which they call chinkango. So in the evening she takes her cooking pot and relish and hies away to the quarters of the young bachelors, and they very civilly sleep somewhere else that night. And in the morning the girl goes back to the kuka hut. Abstinence from salt associated with a rule of chastity in many tribes. From the foregoing account it appears that among these tribes no sooner has a girl attained to womanhood than she is expected and indeed required to give proof of her newly acquired powers by cohabiting with a man, whether a husband or another. And the abstinence from salt during the girl's seclusion is all the more remarkable because, as soon as the seclusion is over, she has to use salt for a particular purpose, to which the people evidently attach very great importance, since in the event of her husband proving impotent, she is even compelled, apparently, to commit adultery in order that the salted relish may be given out as usual. In this connection it deserves to be noted that among the Wagogo of German East Africa, women at their monthly periods may not sleep with their husbands and may not put salt in food. A similar rule is observed by the Nyanja-speaking tribes of Central and Goliland, with whose puberty customs we are here concerned. Among them, we are told, some superstition exists with regard to the use of salt. A woman during her monthly sickness must on no account put salt into any food she is cooking, lest she give her husband or children a disease called simple chitsoko soko, but cause the child to put it in, or as the song goes, Natira mashira ni bondo chifukwa no kapanda no mana, and pours in the salt by placing it on her knee, because there is no child handy. Should a party of villagers have gone to make salt, all sexual intercourse is forbidden among the people of the village, until the people who have gone to make the salt from grass return. When they do come back, they must make their entry into the village at night, and no one must see them. Then one of the elders of the village sleeps with his wife. She then cooks some relish, into which she puts some of the salt. This relish is handed round to the people who went to make the salt, who rub it on their feet and under their armpits. Hence it would seem that in the mind of these people, abstinence from salt is somehow associated with the idea of chastity. The same association meets us in the customs of many peoples in various parts of the world. For example, ancient Hindu ritual prescribed that for 3 nights after a husband has brought his bride home, the two should sleep on the ground, remain chaste, and eat no salt. Among the Baganda, when a man was making a net, he had to refrain from eating salt and meat, and from living with his wife. These restrictions he observed until the net took its first catch of fish. Similarly, so long as a fisherman's nets or traps were in the water, he must live apart from his wife, and neither he nor she nor their children might eat salt or meat. Evidence of the same sort could be multiplied, but without going into it further, we may say that for some reason which is not obvious to us, primitive man connects salt with the intercourse of the sexes, and therefore forbids the use of that condiment in a variety of circumstances in which he deems continence necessary or desirable. As there is nothing which the savage regards as a greater bar between the sexes than the state of menstruation, he naturally prohibits the use of salt to women and girls at their monthly periods. Seclusion of girls at puberty among the tribes about Lake Nyassa and on the Zambezi. With the Awa Nakonde, a tribe at the northern end of Lake Nyassa, it is a rule that after her first menstruation a girl must be kept apart, with a few companions of her own sex, in a darkened house. The floor is covered with dry banana leaves, but no fire may be lit in the house, which is called the house of the Awasungu, that is, of maidens who have no hearts. When a girl reaches puberty, the Waifomi of Eastern Africa hold a festival at which they make a noise, with a peculiar kind of rattle. After that the girl remains for a year in the large common hut, tembe, where she occupies a special compartment screened off from the men's quarters. She may not cut her hair or touch food, but is fed by other women. At night, however, she quits the hut and dances with young men. Among the Barotse or Marotse of the upper Zambezi, when a girl arrives at the age of puberty, she is sent into the fields, where a hut is constructed far from the village. There with 2 or 3 companions, she spends a month returning home late and starting before dawn, in order not to be seen by the men. The women of the village visit her, bringing food and honey, and singing and dancing to amuse her. At the end of a month her husband comes and fetches her. It is only after this ceremony that women have the right to smear themselves with ochre. We may suspect that the chief reason why the girl during her seclusion may visit her home only by night is a fear, not so much lest she should be seen by men, as that she might be seen by the sun. Among the Waifomi, as we have just learned, the young woman in similar circumstances is even free to dance with men, provided always that the dance is danced at night. The ceremonies among the Barotse or Marotse are somewhat more elaborate for a girl of the royal family. She is shut up for 3 months in a place which is kept secret from the public. Only the women of her family know where it is. There she sits alone in the darkness of the hut, waiting on by female slaves, who is strictly forbidden to speak and may communicate with her and with each other only by signs. During all this time, though she does nothing, she eats much, and when at last she comes forth, her appearance is quite changed, so fat has she grown. She is then led by night to the river, and bathed in presence of all the women of the village. Next day she flaunts before the public in her gayest attire, her head bedecked with ornaments, and her face mottled with red paint, so everybody knows what has happened. Seclusion of girls at puberty among the Tonga of Delongoa Bay. Among the northern clans of the Tonga tribe in southeastern Africa, about the Delagoa Bay, when a girl thinks that the time of her nubility is near, she chooses an adoptive mother, perhaps in a neighbouring village. When the symptoms appear, she flies away from her own village and repairs to that of her adopted mother to weep near her. After that she is secluded with several other girls in the same condition for a month. They are shut up in a hut, and whenever they come outside they must wear a dirty greasy cloth over their faces as a veil. Every morning they are led to a pool and plunged in the water up to their necks. Initiated girls or women accompany them, singing obscene songs and driving away with sticks any man who meets them. For no man may see a girl during this time of seclusion. If he saw her, it is said that he would be struck blind. On their return from the river, the girls are again imprisoned in the hut, where they remain wet and shivering for they may not go near the fire to warm themselves. During their seclusion they listen to lascivious songs sung by grown women and are instructed in sexual matters. At the end of the month, the adopted mother brings the girl home to her true mother and presents her with a pot of beer. Seclusion of girls at puberty among the Kaffir tribes of South Africa. Among the Kaffir tribes of South Africa, the period of a girl's seclusion at puberty varies with the rank of her father. If he is a rich man, it may last 12 days. If he is a chief, it may last 24 days. And when it is over, the girl rubs herself over with red earth, and strews finely powdered red earth on the ground before she leaves the hut where she has been shut up. Finally, though she was forbidden to drink milk all the days of her separation, she washes out her mouth with milk, and is from that moment regarded as a full-grown woman. Afterwards, in the dusk of the evening, she carries away all the objects with which she came into contact in the hut during her seclusion, and buries them secretly in a sequestered spot. When the girl is a chief's daughter, the ceremonies of liberation from the hut are more elaborate than usual. She is led forth from the hut by a son of her father's counsellor, who, wearing the wings of a blue crane, the badge of bravery on his head, escorts her to the cattle kraal, where cows are slaughtered and dancing takes place. Large skins full of milk are sent to the spot from neighbouring villages, and after the dances are over, the girl drinks milk for the first time since the day she entered into retreat. But the first mouthful is drunk by the girl's aunt or another female relative who has had charge of her during her seclusion, and a little of it is poured on the fireplace. Among the Zulus, when the girl was a princess royal, the end of her time of separation was celebrated by a sort of Saturnalia. Law and order were for the time being in abeyance. Every man, woman, and child might appropriate any article of property. The king abstained from interfering, and during this reign of misrule he was robbed of anything he valued. He could only recover it by paying a fine. Among the Basutos, when girls at puberty are bathed as usual by the matrons in a river, they are hidden separately in the turns and bends of the stream, and told to cover their heads, as they will be visited by a large serpent. Their limbs are then plastered with clay, little masks of straw are put on their faces, and thus arrayed they daily follow each other in procession, singing melancholy airs to the fields, there to learn the labours of husbandry in which a great part of their adult life will be passed. We may suppose, though we are not told, that the straw masks with which they wear in these processions are intended to hide their faces from the gaze of men and the rays of the sun. Seclusion of girls at puberty on the Lower Congo. Among the tribes in the lower valley of the Congo, such as the Bavili, when a girl arrives at puberty, she has to pass 2 or 3 months in seclusion in a small hut built for the purpose. The hair of her head is shaved off, and every day the whole of her body is smeared with red paint, takula, made from a powdered wood mixed with water. Some of her companions reside in the hut with her and prepare the paint for her use. A woman is appointed to take charge of the hut and to keep off intruders. At the end of her confinement, she is taken to water by the women of her family and bathed. The paint is rubbed off her body, her arms and legs are loaded with brass rings, and she is led in solemn procession under an umbrella to her husband's house. If these ceremonies were not performed, the people believed that the girl would be barren or would give birth to monsters, that the rain would cease to fall, the earth to bear fruit, and the fishing to be successful. Such serious importance do these savages ascribe to the performance of rites, which to us seems so childish. 2. Seclusion of girls at puberty in New Ireland, New Guinea, and Indonesia. Seclusion of girls at puberty in New Ireland. In New Ireland, girls are confined for 4 or 5 years in small cages, being kept in the dark and not allowed to set foot on the ground. The custom has been thus described by an eyewitness. I heard from a teacher about some strange custom connected with some of the young girls here, so I asked the chief to take me to the house where they were. The house was about 25 feet in length, and stood in a reed and bamboo enclosure, across the entrance to which a bundle of dried grass was suspended to show that it was strictly taboo. Inside the house were 3 conical structures about 7 or 8 feet in height, and about 10 or 12 feet in circumference at the bottom, and for about 4 feet from the ground. at which point they tapered off to a point at the top. These cages were made of the broad leaves of the pandanus tree, sewn quite close together, so that no light and little or no air could enter. On one side of each is an opening which is closed by a double door of plaited coconut tree and pandanus tree leaves. About 3 feet from the ground there is a stage of bamboos which forms the door. In each of these cages we were told there was a young woman confined, each of whom had to remain for at least 4 or 5 years without ever being allowed to go outside the house. I could scarcely credit the story when I heard it. The whole thing seemed too horrible to be true. I spoke to the chief and told him that I wished to see the inside of the cages and also to see the girls, that I might make them a present of a few beads. He told me that it was taboo, forbidden for any men but their own relations to look at them, but I suppose the promised beads acted as an inducement, and so he sent away for some old lady who had charge, and who alone is allowed to open the doors. While we were waiting, we could hear the girls talking to the chief in a querulous way, as if objecting to something or expressing their fears. The old woman came at length, and certainly she did not seem a very pleasant jailer or guardian, nor did she seem to favour the request of the chief to allow us to see the girls, as she regarded us with anything but pleasant looks. However, she had to undo the door when the chief told her to do so, and then the girls peeped out at us, and when told to do so they held out their hands for the beads. I, however, purposely sat at some distance away and merely held out the beads to them, and I wished to draw them quite outside, that I might inspect the inside of the cages. This desire of mine gave rise to another difficulty, as these girls were not allowed to put their feet on the ground all the time they were confined in these places. However, they wished to get the beads, and so the old lady had to go outside and collect a lot of pieces of wood and bamboo, which she placed on the ground, and then going to one of the girls, she helped her down and held her hand as she stepped from one piece of wood to another until she came near enough to get the beads I held out to her. I then went to inspect the inside of the cage out which she had come, but could scarcely put my head inside of it. The atmosphere was so hot and stifling. It was clean and contained nothing but a few short lengths of bamboo for holding water. There was only room for the girl to sit or lie down in a crouched position on the bamboo platform, and when the doors are shut it must be nearly or quite dark inside. The girls are never allowed to come out except once a day, to bathe in a dish or wooden bowl placed close to each cage. They say that they perspire profusely. They are placed in these stifling cages when quite young, and must remain there until they are young women, when they are taken out, and have each a great marriage feast provided for them. One of them was about 14 or 15 years old, and the chief told us that she had been there for 5 years, but would soon be taken out now. The other 2 were about 8 and 10 years old, and they had to stay there for several years longer. A more recent observer has described the custom as it observed on the western coast of New Ireland. He says, "A buck is the name of a little house, not larger than an ordinary hen coop, in which a little girl is shut up, sometimes for weeks only, and at other times for months." Briefly stated, the custom is this. Girls on attaining puberty or betrothal are enclosed in one of these little coops for a considerable time. They must remain there night and day. We saw 2 of these girls in 2 coops. The girls were not more than 10 years old, still they were lying in a doubled-up position, as their little houses would not admit of them lying in any other way. These 2 coops were inside a large house, but the chief, in consideration of a present of a couple of tomahawks, ordered the ends to be torn out of the house to admit the light, so that we might photograph the buck. The occupant was allowed to put her face through an opening to be photographed, in consideration of another present. As a consequence of the long-enforced idleness in the shade, the girls grow fat, and their dusky complexion bleaches to a more pallid hue. Both their corpulence and their pallor are regarded as beauties. Seclusion of girls at puberty in New Guinea and Borneo. In Puberty, a district of British New Guinea, daughters of chiefs when they are about 12 or 13 years of age are kept indoors for 2 or 3 years, never been allowed under any pretence to descend from the house, and the house is so shaded that the sun cannot shine on them. Among the Abim and Bakua, two neighbouring and kindred tribes on the coast of German New Guinea. A girl at puberty is secluded for some 5 or 6 weeks in an inner part of the house, but she may not sit on the floor, lest her uncleanness should cleave to it. So a log of wood is placed for her to squat on. Moreover, she may not touch the ground with her feet. Hence, if she is obliged to quit the house for a short time, she is muffled up in mats and walks on 2 halves of a coconut shell, which are fastened like sandals to her feet by creeping plants. During her seclusion, she is in charge of her aunts or other female relatives. At the end of the time she bathes, her person is loaded with ornaments, her face is grotesquely painted with red stripes on a white ground, and thus adorned she is brought forth in public to be admired by everybody. She is now marriageable. Among the Ot Danoms of Borneo, girls at the age of 8 or 10 years are shut up in a little room or cell of the house, and cut off from all intercourse with the world for a long time. The cell, like the rest of the house, is raised on piles above the ground, and is lit by a single small window opening on a lonely place, so that the girl is in almost total darkness. She may not leave the room on any pretext whatever, not even for the most necessary purposes. None of her family may see her all the time she is shut up, but a single slave woman is appointed to wait on her. During her lonely confinement, which often lasts 7 years, the girl occupies herself in weaving mats or with other handiwork. Her bodily growth is stunted by the long want of exercise, and when, on attaining womanhood, she is brought out, her complexion is pale and wax-like. She is now shown the sun, the earth, the water, the trees, and the flowers, as if she were newly born. Then a great feast is made, a slave is killed, and the girl is smeared with his blood. Seclusion of girls at puberty at Seram and Yap. In Seram, girls at puberty are formerly shut up by themselves in a hut which was kept dark. In Yap, one of the Caroline Islands, should a girl be overtaken by her first menstruation on the public road, she may not sit down on the earth, but must beg for a coconut shell to put under her. She is shut up for several days in a small hut at distance from her parents' house, and afterwards she is bound to sleep for 100 days in one of the special houses which are provided for the use of menstruous women. 3. Seclusion of girls at puberty in the Torres Straits Islands in northern Australia. Seclusion of girls at puberty in Mayborg, Torres Straits. In the island of Mayborg, Torres Straits, when the signs of puberty appear on a girl, a circle of bushes is made in a dark corner of the house. Here, decked with shoulder belts, armlets, leglets just below the knees, and anklets, wearing a chaplet on her head, and shell ornaments in her ears, on her chest, and on her back, she squats in the midst of the bushes, which are piled so high round about her that only her head is visible. In this state of seclusion she must remain for 3 months. All this time the sun may not shine upon her, but at night she is allowed to slip out of the hut, and the bushes that hedge her in are then changed. She may not feed herself or handle food, but is fed by 1 or 2 old women, her maternal aunts, who are especially appointed to look after her. One of these women cooks food for her at a special fire in the forest. The girl is forbidden to eat turtle or turtle eggs during the season when the turtles are breeding, but no vegetative food is refused her. No man, not even her own father, may come into the house while her seclusion lasts, for if her father saw her at this time, he would certainly have bad luck in his fishing, and would probably smash his canoe the very next time he went out in it. At the end of 3 months she is carried down to a freshwater creek by her tenants, hanging onto their shoulders in such a way that her feet do not touch the ground, while the women of the tribe form a ring round her, and thus escort her to the beach. Arriving at the shore, she is stripped of her ornaments, and the bearers stagger with her into the creek, where they immerse her, and all the other women join in splashing water over both the girl and her bearers. When they come out of the water, one of the 2 attendants makes a heap of grass for her charge to squat upon. The other runs to the reef, catches a small crab, tears off its claws, and hastens back with them to the creek. Here in the meantime a fire is being kindled, and the claws are roasted at it. The girl is then fed by her attendants with the roasted claws, After that, she is freshly decorated and the whole party marches back to the village in a single rank, the girl walking in the centre between her two old aunts, who hold her by the wrists. The husbands of her aunts now receive her and lead her into the house of one of them, where all partake of food, and the girl is allowed once more to feed herself in the usual manner. A dance follows in which the girl takes a prominent part, dancing between the husbands of the two aunts who had charge of her in her retirement. Seclusion of girls in puberty in northern Australia. Among the Yarikana tribe of Cape York Peninsula in northern Queensland, a girl at puberty is said to live by herself for a month or 6 weeks. No man may see her, though any woman may. She stays in a hut or shelter specially made for her, on the floor of which she lies supine. She may not see the sun, and towards sunset she must keep her eyes shut until the sun has gone down, otherwise it is thought that her nose will be diseased. During her seclusion, she may eat nothing that lives in salt water, or a snake would kill her. An old woman waits upon her, and supplies her with roots, yams, and water. Some tribes are wont to bury their girls at such seasons more or less deeply in the ground, perhaps in order to hide them from the light of the sun. Thus the Aricia tribe in the Northern Territory of South Australia used to cover a girl up with dirt for 3 days at her first monthly period. In similar circumstances, the Otati tribe on the east coast of Cape York Peninsula made an excavation in the ground where the girl squats. A bower is then built over the hole, and sand is thrown on the young woman till she is covered up to the hips. In this condition she remains for the first day, but comes out at night. So long as the period lasts, she stays in the bower during the daytime, but is not again covered with sand. Afterwards her body is painted red and white from the head to the hips, and she returns to the camp, where she squats first on the right side, then onto the left side, and then on the lap of her future husband, who has been previously selected for her. Among the natives of the Pennefather River in the Cape York Peninsula, Queensland, when a girl menstruates for the first time, her mother takes her away from the camp to some secluded spot where she digs a circular hole in the sandy soil under the shade of a tree. In this hole the girl squats with crossed legs and is covered with sand from the waist downwards. A digging stick is planted firmly in the sand on each side of her, and the place is surrounded by a fence of bushes, except in front, where her mother kindles a fire. Here the girl stays all day, sitting with her arms crossed and the palms of her hands resting on the sand. She may not move her arms except to take food from her mother or to scratch herself, and in scratching herself, she may not touch herself with her own hands, but must use for the purpose a splinter of wood, which, when it is not in use, is stuck in her hair. She may speak to nobody but her mother. Indeed, nobody else would think of coming near her. At evening she lays hold of the 2 digging sticks, and by their help frees herself from the superincumbent weight of sand, and returns to the camp. Next morning she is again buried in the sand under the shade of the tree, and remains there again till evening. This she does daily for 5 days. On her return at evening on the 5th day, her mother decorates her with a waistband, a forehead band, and a necklet of pearl shell, ties green parrot feathers round her arms and wrists and across her chest, and smears her body back and front, from the waist upwards, with spotches of red, white, and yellow paint. She has in like manner to be buried in the sand at her 2nd and 3rd menstruations, but at the 4th she is allowed to remain in camp, only signifying a condition by wearing a basket of empty shells on her back. Among the Kea backs of the Prosperine River, on the east coast of Queensland, a girl at puberty has to sit or lie down in a shallow pit away from the camp. A rough haft of bushes is erected over her to protect her from the inclemency of the weather. There she stays for about a week, waited on by her mother and sister, the only persons to whom she may speak. She is allowed to drink water, but may not touch it with her hands, and she may scratch herself a little with a mussel shell. This seclusion is repeated at her 2nd and 3rd monthly periods, but when the 3rd is over she is brought to her husband bedecked with savage finery. Eagle hawk or cockatoo feathers are stuck in her hair, a shell hangs over her forehead, grass bugles encircle her neck, and an apron of opossum skin her waist. Strings are tied to her arms and wrists, and her whole body is mottled with patterns drawn in red, white, and yellow pigments and charcoal. Seclusion of girls at puberty in the islands of Torres Straits. Among the Uyamqui tribe in Red Island, the girl lies at full length in a shallow trench dug in the foreshore, and sand is lightly thrown over her legs and body up to the breasts, which appear not to be covered. A rough shelter of boughs is then built over her, and thus she remains lying for a few hours. Then she and her attendant go into the bush and look for food, which they cook at a fire close to the shelter. They sleep under the boughs, the girl remaining secluded from the camp, but apparently not being again buried. At the end of the symptoms, she stands over hot stones, and water is poured over her, till, trickling from her body on the stones, it is converted into steam, and envelopes her in a cloud of vapour. Then she is painted with red and white stripes, and returns to the camp. If her future husband has already been chosen, she goes to him, and they eat some food together, which the girl has previously brought from the bush. In Prince of Wales Island, Torres Strait, the treatment of the patient is similar, but lasts for about 2 months. During the day she lies covered up with sand in a shallow hole on the beach, over which a hut is built. At night she may get out of the hole, but she may not leave the hut. Her paternal aunt looks after her, and both of them must abstain from eating turtle, dugong, and the heads of fish. Were they to eat the heads of fish, no more fish would be caught. During the time of the girl's seclusion, the aunt who waits upon her has the right to enter any house and take from it anything she likes without payment, provided she does so before the sun rises. While the time of her retirement has come to an end, the girl bathes in the sea while the morning star is rising, and after performing various other ceremonies is readmitted to society. In Saibai, another island of Torres Straits, at her first monthly sickness, a girl lives secluded in the forest for about a fortnight, during which no man may see her. Even the women who have spoken to her in the forest must wash in salt water before they speak to a man. 2 girls wait upon and feed the damsel, putting the food into her mouth, for she is not allowed to touch it with her own hands. Nor may she eat dugong and turtle. At the end of a fortnight, the girl and her attendants bathe in salt water while the tide is running out. Afterwards they are cleaned, may again speak to men without ceremony, and move freely about the village. In Yam and Tutu, a girl at puberty retires for a month to the forest, where no man may, nor even her own mother, may look upon her. She is waited on by women who stand to her in a certain relationship, Mawai, apparently her paternal aunts. She is blackened all over with charcoal, and wears a long petticoat reaching below her knees. During her seclusion, the married women of the village often assemble in the forest and dance, and the girl's aunts relieve the tedium of the proceedings by thrashing her from time to time as a useful preparation for matrimony. At the end of a month, the whole party go into the sea, and the charcoal is washed off the girl. After that, she is decorated, her body blackened again, her hair reddened with ochre, and in the evening she is brought back to her father's house, where she is received with weeping and lamentation because she has been so long away. 4. Seclusion of girls at puberty among the Indians of North America. Seclusion of girls at puberty among the Indians of California. Among the Indians of California, a girl at her first menstruation was thought to be possessed of a particular degree of supernatural power, and this was not always regarded as entirely defiling or malevolent. Often, however, there was a strong feeling of the power of evil inherent in her condition. Not only was she secluded from her family and the community, but an attempt was made to seclude the world from her. One of the injunctions most strongly laid upon her was not to look about her. She kept her head bowed and was forbidden to see the world and the sun. Some tribes covered her with a blanket. Many of the customs in this connection resembled those in the North Pacific coast, most strongly, such as the prohibition to the girl to touch or scratch her head with her hand, a special implement being furnished her for the purpose. Sometimes she could eat only when fed, and, in other cases, fasted altogether. Some form of public ceremony, often accompanied by a dance and sometimes by a form of ideal for the girl, was practiced nearly everywhere. Such ceremonies were well developed in Southern California, where a number of actions symbolical of the girl's maturity and subsequent life were performed. Thus, among the Maydu Indians of California, a girl at puberty remained shut up in a small separate hut. For 5 days she might not eat flesh or fish, nor feed herself, but was fed by her mother or other old woman. She had a basket, plate, and cup for her own use, and a stick with which to scratch her head, for she might not scratch it with her fingers. At the end of 5 days, she took a warm bath, and while she still remained in the hut and plied the scratching stick on her head, was privileged to feed herself with her own hands. After 5 days more, she bathed in the river, after which her parents gave a great feast in her honor. At the feast, the girl was dressed in her best, and anybody might ask her parents for anything he pleased, and they had to give it, even if it was the hand of the daughter in marriage. During the period of her seclusion in the hut, the girl was allowed to go by night to her parents' house and listen to songs sung by her friends and relations who assembled for the purpose. Among the songs were some that related to the different roots and seeds which, in these tribes, it is the business of women to gather for food. While the singers sang, she sat by herself in a corner of the house, muffled up completely in mats and skins. No man or boy might come near her. Among the Hupa, another Indian tribe of California, when a girl had reached maturity, her male relatives danced all night for 9 successive nights, while the girl remained apart, eating no meat and blindfolded. But on the 10th night she entered the house and took part in the last dance. Among the Wintan, another Californian tribe, a girl at puberty was banished from the camp and lived alone in a distant booth, fasting rigidly from animal food. It was death to any person to touch or even approach her. Seclusion of girls at puberty among the Indians of Washington State. In the interior of Washington State, about Colville, the customs of the Indians in relation to the treatment of females are singular. On the first appearance of the menses, they are furnished with provisions, and sent to the woods to remain concealed for 2 days, for they have a superstition that if a man should be seen or met with during that time, death will be the consequence. At the end of the 2nd day, the woman is permitted to return to the lodge, when she is placed in a hut just large enough for her to lie in at full length, in which she is compelled to remain for 20 days, cut off from all communication with her friends, and is obliged to hide her face at the appearance of a man. Provisions are supplied her daily. After this, she is required to perform repeated ablutions before she can resume her place in the family. At every return, the women go into seclusion for 2 or more days. Among the Chinook Indians who inhabited the coast of Washington State, from Shoalwater Bay as far as Gray's Harbor, when a chief's daughter attained to puberty, she was hidden for 5 days from the view of the people. She might not look at them, nor at the sky, nor might she pick berries. It was believed that if she were to look at the sky, the weather would be bad, that if she picked berries it would rain, and that when she hung her towel of cedar bark on a spruce tree, the tree withered up at once. She went out of the house by a separate door and bathed in a creek far from the village. She fasted for some days, and for many days more she might not eat fresh food. Seclusion of girls at puberty among the Nootka Indians of Vancouver Island. Amongst the At or Nootka Indians of Vancouver Island, when girls reach puberty they are placed in a sort of gallery in the house, and are there surrounded completely with mats, so that neither the sun nor any fire can be seen. In this cage they remain for several days. Water is given them, but no food. The longer a girl remains in this retirement, the greater honor is it to the parents, but she is disgraced for life if it is known that she has seen fire or the sun during this initiatory ordeal. Pictures of the mythical thunderbird are painted on the screens behind which she hides. During her seclusion, she may neither move nor lie down, but must always sit in a squatting posture. She may not touch her hair with her hands, but is allowed to scratch her head with a comb or a piece of bone provided for the purpose. To scratch her body is also forbidden, as it is believed that every scratch would leave a scar. For 8 months after reaching maturity, she may not eat any fresh food, particularly salmon. Moreover, she must eat by herself, and use a cup and dish of her own. Seclusion of girls at puberty among the Haida Indians of the Queen Charlotte Islands. Among the Haida Indians of the Queen Charlotte Islands, girls at puberty were secluded behind screens in the house for about 20 days. In some parts of the islands, separate fires were provided for the girls, and they went out and in by a separate door at the back of the house. If a girl at such a time was obliged to go out by the front door, all the weapons, gambling sticks, medicine, and other articles had to be removed from the house till her return, for otherwise it was thought that they would be unlucky. And if there were a good hunter in the house, he also had to go out at the same time, on pain of losing his good luck if he remained. During several months or even half a year, the girl was bound to wear a peculiar cloak or hood made of cedar bark, nearly conical in shape and reaching down below the breast, but open before the face. After the 20 days were over, the girl took a bath. None of the water might be spilled. It had all to be taken back to the woods, else the girl would not live long. On the west coast of the islands, the damsel might eat nothing but black cod for 4 years, for the people believed that other kinds of fish would become scarce if she partook of them. At Clew, the young woman at such times was forbidden to look at the sea, and for 40 days she might not gaze at the fire. For a whole year she might not walk on the beach below high water mark, because then the tide would come in, covering part of the food supply, and there would be bad weather. For 5 years she might not eat salmon, or the fish would be scarce. And when her family went to a salmon creek, she landed from the canoe at the mouth of the creek, and came to the smokehouse from behind. For were she to see a salmon leap, all the salmon might leave the creek. Among the Haidas of Masset, it was believed that if the girl looked at the sky, the weather would be bad, and that if she stepped over a salmon creek, all the salmon would disappear. Seclusion of girls at puberty among the Tlingit Indians of Alaska. Amongst the Tlingit, or Kulush Indians of Alaska, when a girl showed signs of womanhood, she used to be confined in a little hut or cage, which was completely blocked up with the exception of a small air hole. In this dark and filthy abode she had to remain a year, without fire, exercise, or associates. Only her mother and a female slave might supply her with nourishment. Her food was put in at the little window. She had to drink out of the wing bone of a white-headed eagle. The time of her seclusion was afterwards reduced in some places to 6 or 3 months or even less. She had to wear a sort of hat with long flaps, that her gaze might not pollute the sky, for she was thought unfit for the sun to shine upon, and was imagined that her look would destroy the luck of a hunter, fisher, or gambler, turn things to stone, and do other mischief. At the end of her confinement the old clothes were burnt, new ones were made, and a feast was given, at which a slit was cut in her upper lip parallel to the mouth, and a piece of wood or shell was inserted to keep the aperture open. Seclusion of girls at puberty among the Siuslaw and Bella Coola Indians of British Columbia. In the Siuslaw tribe of British Columbia, a girl at puberty wears a large hat of skin, which comes down over her face and screens it from the sun. It is believed that if she were to expose her face to the sun or to the sky, rain would fall. That protects her face also against the fire, which ought not to strike her skin. To shield her hands, she wears mittens. In her mouth she carries the tooth of an animal to prevent her own teeth from becoming hollow. For a whole year she may not see blood unless her face is blackened, otherwise she would grow blind. For 2 years she wears the hat and lives in a hut by herself, although she is allowed to see other people. At the end of 2 years a man takes the hat from her head and throws it away. In the Bilquilla or Bella Coola tribe of British Columbia, when a girl attains puberty, she must stay in the shed, which serves as a bedroom, and she has a separate fireplace. She is not allowed to descend to the main part of the house, and may not sit by the fire of the family. For 4 days she is bound to remain motionless in a sitting posture. She fasts during the day, but is allowed a little food and drink very early in the morning. After the 4 days' seclusion, she may leave her room, but only through a separate opening cut in the floor, for the houses are raised on piles. She may not yet come into the chief room. In leaving the house she wears a large hat which protects her face against the rays of the sun. It is believed that if the sun were to shine on her face, her eyes would suffer. She may pick berries on the hills, but may not come near the river or sea for a whole year. Were she to eat fresh salmon, she would lose her senses, or her mouth would be changed to a long beak. Seclusion of girls at puberty among the Tinne Indians of British Columbia. Among the Tinne Indians about Stewart Lake, Babine Lake, and Frazer Lake in British Columbia, girls verging on maturity, that is when their breasts begin to form, take swan's feathers mixed with human hair and plait bands, which they tie around their wrists and ankles to secure long life. At this time they are careful that the dishes out of which they eat are used by no other person and wholly devoted to their own use. During this period they eat nothing but dogfish, and starvation only will drive them to eat either fresh fish or meat. When their first periodical sickness comes on, they are fed by their mothers or nearest female relations by themselves, and on no account will they touch their food with their own hands. They are at this time also careful not to touch their heads with their hands, and keep a small stick to scratch their heads with. They remain outside the lodge all the time they are in this state, in a hut made for the purpose. During all this period they wear a skull cap made of skin to fit very tight. This is never taken off until their first monthly sickness ceases. They also wear a strip of black paint about 1 inch wide across their eyes, and wear a fringe of shells, bones, etc., hanging down from their foreheads to below their eyes, and this is never taken off till the second monthly period rises and ceases, when their nearest male relatives makes a feast, after which she is considered a fully matured woman, but she has to refrain from eating anything fresh for 1 year after first monthly sickness. She may, however, eat partridge, but it must be cooked in the crop of the bird to render it harmless. I would have thought it impossible to perform this feat, and I have not seen it done. The crop is blown out, and a small bent willow put round the mouth. It is then filled with water, and the meat being first minced up, put in also, then put on the fire and boiled till cooked. The reason for hanging fringes before their eyes is to hinder any bad medicine man from harming them during this critical period. They are very careful not to drink whilst facing a medicine man, and do so only when their backs are turned to him. All these habits are left off when the girl is a recognized woman, with the exception of their going out of the lodge and remaining in a hut every time their periodical sickness comes on. This is a rigidly observed law with both single and married women. Seclusion of girls at puberty among the Tinne Indians of Alaska. Among the hare-skinned Tinne, a girl at puberty was secluded for 5 days in a hut made specially for the purpose. She might only drink out of a tube made from a swan's bone, and for a month she must not break a hare's bones, nor taste blood, nor eat the heart or fat of animals, nor birds' eggs. Among the Tinne Indians of the Middle Yukon Valley in Alaska, the period of the girl's seclusion lasts exactly a lunar month, for the day of the moon on which the symptoms first occur is noted, and she is sequestered until the same day of the next moon. If the season is winter, a corner of the house is curtained off for her use by a blanket or a sheet of canvas. If it is summer, a small tent is erected for her near the common one. Here she lives and sleeps. She wears a long robe and a large hood, which she must pull down over her eyes whenever she leaves the hut, and she must keep it down till she returns. She may not speak to a man, nor see his face, much less touch his clothes or anything that belongs to him, for if she did so, though no harm would come to her, he would grow unmanly. She has her own dishes for eating out of, and may use no other. At Kaltang she must suck the water through a swan's bone without applying her lips to the cup. She may eat no fresh meat or fish except the flesh of the porcupine. She may not undress, but sleeps with all her clothes on, even her mittens. In her socks she wears, next to the skin, the horny soles cut from the feet of a porcupine, in order that, for the rest of her life, her shoes may never wear out. Round her waist she wears a cord to which are tied the heads of females of a porcupine, because all the animals known to the Tinne of the porcupine suffers least in parturition. It simply drops its young and continues to walk or skip about as if nothing happened. Hence it is easy to see that a girl who wears these portions of a porcupine about her waist will be delivered just as easily as the animal. To make quite sure of this, if anybody happens to kill a porcupine big with young, while the girl is undergoing her period of separation. The fetus is given to her, and she lets it slide down between her shirt and her body so as to fall on the ground like an infant. Here the imitation of childbirth is a piece of homeopathic or imitative magic designed to facilitate the effect which it simulates. Seclusion of girls at puberty among the Thompson Indians of British Columbia. Among the Thompson Indians of British Columbia, when a girl attained puberty, she was at once separated from all the people. A conical hut of fir branches and bark was erected at some little distance from the other houses, and in it the girl had to squat on her heels during the day. Often a deep circular hole was dug in the hut, and the girl squatted in the hole, with her head projecting above the surface of the ground. She might quit the hut for various purposes in the early morning, but had always to be back at sunrise. On the first appearance of the symptoms, her face was painted red all over, and the paint was renewed every morning during her term of seclusion. A heavy blanket swathed her body from top to toe, and during the first 4 days she wore a conical cap made of small fir branches, which reached below the breast but left an opening for the face. In her hair was fastened an implement made of deer bone, with which she scratched herself. For the first 4 days she might neither wash nor eat, but a little water was given her in a birch bark cup painted red, and she sucked up the liquid through a tube made out of the leg of a crane, a swan, or a goose, for her lips might not touch the surface of the water. After the 4 days she was allowed, during the rest of the period of isolation, to eat, to wash, to lie down, to comb her hair, and to drink of streams and springs. But in drinking at these sources she was still to use her tube, otherwise the spring would dry up. While her seclusion lasted, she performed by night various ceremonies, which were supposed to exert a beneficial influence on her future life. For example, she ran as fast as she could, praying at the same time to the earth or nature that she might be fleet of foot and tireless of limb. She dug trenches in order that in after life she might be able to dig well and to work hard. These and other ceremonies she repeated for 4 nights or mornings in succession, 4 times each morning, and each time she supplicated the dawn of the day. Among the lower Thompson Indians she carried a staff for 1 night, and when the day was breaking, she leaned the staff against the stump of a tree and prayed to the dawn that she might be blessed with a good husband, who was symbolized by the staff. She also wandered some nights to lonely parts of the mountains, where she would dance, imploring the spirit to pity and protect her during her future life. Then the dance and prayer over, she would lie down on the spot and fall asleep. Again she carried 4 stones in her bosom to a spring, where she spat upon the stones and threw them one after the other into the water, praying that all disease might leave her, as these stones did. Also she ran 4 times in the early morning with 2 small stones in her bosom, and as she ran the stones slipped down between her bare body and her clothes and fell to the ground. At the same time she prayed to the dawn that when she should be with child, she might be delivered as easily as she was delivered of these stones. But whatever exercises she performed, or prayers she offered on the lonely mountains during the hours of darkness, or while the morning light was growing in the east, she must always be back in her little hut before the sun rose. There she often passed the tedious hours by picking the needles, one by one, from the cones on 2 large branches of fir, which hung from the roof of her hut, on purpose to provide her with occupation. And as she picked, she prayed to the fire branch that she might never be lazy, but always quick and active at work. During her seclusion, too, she had to make miniatures of all the articles that Indian women make, or used to make, such as baskets, mats, ropes, and thread. This she did in order that afterwards she might be able to make the real things properly. 4 large fir branches also were placed in front of the hut, so that when she went out or in, she had to step over them. The branches were renewed every morning, and the old ones thrown away into the water, while the girl prayed, "May I never bewitch any man, nor my fellow women. May it never happen." The first 4 times that she went out and in, she prayed to the fir branches, saying, "If I ever step into trouble or difficulties, or step unknowingly inside the magical spell of some person, may you help me, O fir branches, with your power." Every day she painted her face afresh, and she wore strings of parts of deer hoofs round her ankles and knees and tied to her waistband on either side, which rattled when she walked or ran. Even the shape of the hut in which she lived was adapted to her future rather than to her present needs and wishes. If she wished to be tall, the hut was tall. If she wished to be short, it was low, sometimes so low that there was not room in it for her to stand erect, and she would lay the palm of her hand on the top of her head and pray to the dawn that she might grow no taller. Her seclusion lasted 4 months. The Indians say that long ago it extended over a year, and that 14 days elapsed before the girl was permitted to wash for the first time. The dress which she wore during her time of separation was afterwards taken to the top of a hill and burned, and the rest of her clothes were hung up on trees. Seclusion of girls at puberty among the Lillooet Indians of British Columbia. Among the Lillooet Indians of British Columbia, neighbours of the Thompsons, the customs observed by girls at puberty were similar. The damsels were secluded for a period of not less than 1 year, nor more than 4 years, according to their own inclination and the wishes of their parents. Among the upper Lillooets, the hut in which the girl lodged was made of bushy fir trees set up like a conical tent, the inner branches being lopped off, while the outer branches were closely interwoven and padded to form a roof. Every month or half-month, the hut was shifted to another site, or a new one erected. By day the girl sat in the hut. For the first month she squatted by the hole dug in the middle of it, and she passed the time making miniature baskets of birch bark and other things, praying that she might be able to make the real things well in after years. At the dusk of the evening she left the hut and wandered about all night, but she returned before the sun rose. Before she quitted the hut at nightfall to roam abroad, she painted her face red and put on a mask of fir branches, and in her hand, as she walked, she carried a basket rattle to frighten ghosts and guard herself from evil. Among the lower Lillooets, the girl's mask was often made of goat skin, covering her head, neck, shoulders, and breast, and leaving only a narrow opening from the brow to the chin. During the nocturnal hours she performed many ceremonies. Thus she put 2 smooth stones in her bosom and ran, and as they fell down between her body and her clothes, she prayed, saying, "May I always have easy childbirths." Now one of these stones represented a future child, and the other represented the afterbirth. Also she dug trenches, praying that in the years to come she might be strong and tireless in digging roots. She picked leaves and needles from the fir trees, praying that her fingers might be nimble in picking berries, and she tore sheets of birch bark into shreds, dropping the shreds as she walked, and asked that her hands might never tire, and that she might make neat and fine work of birch bark. Moreover, she ran and walked much, that she might be light of foot. And every evening, when the shadows were falling, every morning when the day was breaking, she prayed to the dusk of the evening, or to the dawn of day, saying, "O dawn of day," or "O dusk," as it might be, "may I be able to dig roots fast and easily, and may I always find plenty." All her prayers were addressed to the dusk of the evening, or the dawn of day. She supplicated both, asking for long life, health, wealth, and happiness. Seclusion of girls at puberty among the Shuswap Indians of British Columbia. Among the Shuswap Indians of British Columbia, who are neighbours of the Thompsons and Lillooets, a girl on reaching maturity has to go through a great number of ceremonies. She must leave the village and live alone in a small hut on the mountains. She cooks her own food, and must not eat anything that bleeds. She is forbidden to touch her head, for which purpose she uses a comb with 3 points. Neither is she allowed to scratch her body except with a painted deer bone. She wears the bone and the comb suspended from her belt. She drinks out of a painted cup of birch bark, and neither more or less than the quantity it holds. Every night she walks about her hut and plants willow twigs, which she has painted, and to the ends of which she has attached pieces of cloth into the ground. It is believed that thus she will become rich in later life. In order to become strong, she should climb trees and try to break off their points. She plays with lihel sticks, that her future husbands might have good luck when gambling. During the day, the girl stays in her hut and occupies herself in making miniature bags, mats, and baskets, in sewing and embroidery, in manufacturing thread twine, and so forth. In short, she makes a beginning of all kinds of woman's work, in order that she may be a good housewife in after life. By night she roams the mountains and practices running, climbing, carrying burdens, and digging trenches, so that she may be expert at digging roots. If she has wandered far and daylight overtakes her, she hides herself behind a veil of fir branches, for no one except her instructor or nearest relatives should see her face during her period of seclusion. She wore a large robe painted red on the breast and sides, and her hair was done up in a knot at each ear. Seclusion of girls at puberty among the Delaware and Cheyenne Indians. Ceremonies of the same general type were probably observed by girls at puberty among all the Indian tribes of North America, but the record of them is far less full for the Central and Eastern tribes, perhaps because the settlers who first came into contact with the red man in these regions were too busy fighting him to find leisure, even if they had the desire to study his manners and customs. However, among the Delaware Indians, a tribe in the extreme east of the continent, we read that when a Delaware girl has her first monthly period, she must withdraw into a hut at some distance from the village. Her head is wrapped up for 12 days, so that she can see no body, and she must submit to frequent vomits and fasting, and abstain from all labour. After this she is washed and new clothed, but confined to a solitary life for 2 months, at the close of which she is declared marriageable. Again, among the Cheyennes, an Indian tribe of the Missouri Valley, a girl at her first menstruation is painted red all over her body and secluded in a special little lodge for 4 days. However, she may remain in her father's lodge provided that there are no charms, medicine, no sacred bundle, and no shield in it, or that these and all other objects invested with a sacred character have been removed. For 4 days she may not eat boiled meat. The flesh of which she partakes must be roasted over coals. Young men will not eat from the dish nor drink from the pot, which is being used by her, because they believe that, were they to do so, they would be wounded in the next fight. She may not handle nor even touch any weapon of war or any sacred object. If the camp moves, she may not ride a horse, but is mounted on a mare. Seclusion of girls at puberty among the Eskimos. Among the Eskimos also, into the extreme north of the continent, who belong to an entirely different race from the Indians, the attainment of puberty in the female sex is, or used to be, the occasion of similar observances. Thus among the Konegs, an Eskimo people of Alaska, a girl at puberty was placed in a small hut in which she had to remain on her hands and knees for 6 months, and the hut was enlarged a little so as to allow her to straighten her back, but in this posture she had to remain for 6 months more. All this time she was regarded as an unclean being with whom no one might hold intercourse. At the end of the year she was received back by her parents and a great feast held. Again among the Malamut, and southward from the lower Yukon and adjacent districts, when a girl reaches the age of puberty, she is considered unclean for 40 days and must therefore live by herself in a corner of the house, with her face to the wall, always keeping her hood over her head and her hair hung dishevelled over her eyes. But if it is summer, she commonly lives in a rough shelter outside the house. She may not go out by day, and only once by night, when everyone else is asleep. At the end of the period she bathes and is clothed in new garments, whereupon she may be taken in marriage. During her seclusion she is supposed to be enveloped in a peculiar atmosphere of such a sort that were a young man to come near enough for it to touch him, it would render him visible to every animal he might hunt, so that his luck as a hunter would be gone. End of section 2. Section 3 of the Golden Bough, Part 7, Boulder the Beautiful, Volume 1 by James Frazer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Harvey. Chapter 2, Seclusion of Girls at Puberty, Part 2. 5. Seclusion of girls at puberty among the Indians of South America. Seclusion of girls at puberty among the Guaranis, Chiricanos, and Lengua Indians of South America. When the symptoms of puberty appeared on a girl for the first time, the Guaranis of southern Brazil on the borders of Paraguay, used to sew her up in a hammock, leaving only a small opening in it to allow her to breathe. In this condition, wrapped up and shrouded like a corpse, she was kept for 2 or 3 days, or so long as the symptoms lasted, and during this time she had to observe a most rigorous fast. After that she was entrusted to a matron, who cut the girl's hair and enjoined her to abstain most strictly from eating flesh of any kind until her hair should be grown long enough to hide her ears. Meanwhile the diviners drew omens of her future character from the various birds or animals that flew past or crossed her path. If they saw a parrot, they would say she was a chatterbox. If an owl, she was lazy and useless for domestic labours, and so on. In similar circumstances, the Chiriguanos of southeastern Bolivia hoisted the girl in her hammock to the roof, where she stayed for a month. The second month the hammock was let halfway down from the roof, and in the third month old women, armed with sticks, entered the hut and ran about striking everything they met, saying they were hunting the snake that had wounded the girl. The Lengua Indians of the Paraguayan Chaco, under similar circumstances, hang the girl in her hammock from the roof of the house, but they leave her there only 3 days and nights, during which they give her nothing to eat but a little Paraguay tea or boiled maize. Only her mother or grandmother had access to her. Nobody else approaches or speaks to her. If she is obliged to leave the hammock for a little, her friends take great care to prevent her from touching the boirusu, which is an imaginary serpent that would swallow her up. She must also be very careful not to set foot on the droppings of fowls or animals, else she would suffer from sores on the throat and breast. On the third day they let her down from the hammock, cut her hair, and make her sit in a corner of the room, with her face turned to the wall. She may speak to nobody, and must abstain from flesh and fish. These rigorous observances she must practice for nearly a year. Many girls die or are injured for life in the consequence of the hardships they endure at this time. Their only occupations during their seclusion are spinning and weaving. Seclusion of girls at puberty among the Aricares of Bolivia. Among the Aricares, an Indian tribe of Bolivia, at the eastern foot of the Andes, when a girl perceives the signs of puberty, she informs her parents. The mother weeps and her father constructs a little hut of palm leaves near the house. In this cabin he shuts up his daughter so that she cannot see the light, and there she remains fasting rigorously for 4 days. Meantime the mother, assisted by the women of the neighbourhood, has brewed a large quantity of the native intoxicant called chica, and poured it into wooden troughs and palm leaves. On the morning of the 4th day, 3 hours before the dawn, the girl's father, having arrayed himself in his savage finery, summons all his neighbours with loud cries. The damsel is seated on a stone, and every guest in turn cuts off a lock of her hair, and running away hides it in the hollow trunk of a tree in the depths of the forest. When they have all done so and seated themselves again gravely in the circle, the girl offers to each of them a calabash full of very strong chica. Before the wassailing begins, the various fathers perform a curious operation on the arms of their sons, who are seated beside them. The operator takes a very sharp bone of an ape, rubs it with a pungent spice, and then pinching up the skin of his son's arm, he pierces it with the bone through and through, as a surgeon might induce a surgeon. This operation he repeats till the young man's arm is riddled with holes at regular intervals from the shoulder to the wrist. Almost all who partake in the festival are covered with these wounds, which the Indians call kulukut. Having thus prepared themselves to spend a happy day, they drink, play on flutes, sing and dance till evening. Rain, thunder, and lightning, should they befall, have no effect in damping the general enjoyment, or preventing the continuance till after the sun has set. The motive for perforating the arms of the young men is to make them skilful hunters. At each perforation, the sufferer is cheered by the promise of another sort of game or fish, which the surgical operation will infallibly procure for him. The same operation is performed on the arms and legs of the girls, in order that they may be brave and strong. Even the dogs are operated on, with the intention of making them run down the game better. For 5 or 6 months afterwards, the damsel must cover her head with bark and refrain from speaking to men. The Aricares think that if they do not submit a young girl to this severe ordeal, her children would afterwards perish by accidents of various kinds, such as the sting of a serpent, the bite of a jaguar, the fall of a tree, the wound of an arrow, or what not. Seclusion of girls at puberty among the Indians of the Grand Chaco. Among the Matacos, or Matagayos, an Indian tribe of the Grand Chaco, a girl at puberty has to remain in seclusion for some time. She lies covered up with branches or other things in a corner of the hut, seeing no one and speaking to no one, and during this time she may eat neither flesh nor fish. Meantime a man beats a drum in front of the house. Similarly, among the Tobas, another Indian tribe of the same region, when a chief's daughter has just attained to womanhood, she is shut up for 2 or 3 days in the house. All the men of the tribe scour the country to bring in game and fish for a feast, and a Mataco Indian is engaged to drum, sing, and dance in front of the house without cessation day and night till the festival is over. As the merrymaking lasts for 2 or 3 weeks, the exhaustion of the musician at the end of it may be readily conceived. Meat and drink are supplied to him on the spot where he pays laborious court to the muses. The proceedings wind up with a saturnalia and a drunken debauch. Seclusion of girls at puberty among the Indians of Brazil. Among the Yaguas, an Indian tribe of the upper Amazon, a girl at puberty is shut up for 3 months in a lonely hut in the forest, where her mother brings her food daily. When a girl of the Begonches tribe perceives in herself the first signs of womanhood, she is secluded by her mother in a corner of the hut, screened off with blankets, and is warned not to lift up her eyes on any man. Next day, very early in the morning, and again after sunset, she is taken out by 2 women and made to run till she is tired. In the interval, she is again secluded in her corner. On the following day, she lays 3 packets of wool beside the path near the house to signify that she is now a woman. Among the Pasas, Mohes, and other tribes of Brazil, the young woman in similar circumstances is hung in her hammock from the roof and has to fast there for a month, or as long as she can hold out. One of the early settlers in Brazil, about the middle of the 16th century, has described the severe ordeal which damsels at puberty had to undergo among the Indians of the southeast coast of that country, near what is now Rio de Janeiro. When a girl has reached this critical period of life, her hair was burned or shaved off close to her head. Then she was placed on a flat stone and cut with the tooth of an animal from the shoulders all down the back, till she ran with blood. Next the ashes of wild gourd were rubbed into the wounds. The girl was bound hand and foot, and hung in a hammock, being enveloped in it so closely that no one could see her. Here she had to stay for 3 days without eating or drinking. When the 3 days were over, she stepped out of the hammock upon the flat stone, for her feet might not touch the ground. If she had a call of nature, a female relation took the girl on her back and carried her out, taking with her a live coal to prevent evil influences from entering the girl's body. Being replaced in her hammock, she was now allowed to get some flour, boiled roots and water, but might not taste salt or flesh. Thus she continued to the end of the first monthly period, at the expiry of which she was gashed on the breast and belly as well as all down the back. During the 2nd month she still stayed in her hammock, but her rule of abstinence was less rigid, and she was allowed to spin. The 3rd month she was blackened with a certain pigment and began to go about as usual. Seclusion of girls at puberty among the Indians of Guyana. Among the Macuses of British Guiana, when a girl showed the first signs of puberty, she is hung in a hammock at the highest point of the hut. For the first few days she may not leave the hammock by day, but at night she must come down, light a fire, and spend the night beside it, else she would break out in sores on her neck, throat, and other parts of her body. So long as the symptoms are at their height, she must fast rigorously. When they have abated, she may come down and take up her abode in a little compartment that is made for her in the darkest corner of the hut. In the morning she may cook her food, but it must be at a separate fire and in a vessel of her own. After about 10 days, the magician comes and undoes the spell by muttering charms and breathing on her and on the more valuable of the things with which she has come in contact. The pots and drinking vessels which she used are broken and the fragments buried. custom of beating the girls and of causing them to be stung by ants. After her first bath, the girl must submit to be beaten by her mother with thin rods without uttering a cry. At the end of the second period, she is again beaten, but not afterwards. She is now clean and can mix again with people. Other Indians of Guyana, after keeping the girl in her hammock at the top of the hut for a month, expose her to certain large ants, whose bite is very painful. Sometimes, in addition to being stung with ants, the sufferer has to fast day and night so long as she remains slung up on high in her hammock, so that when she comes down, she is reduced to a skeleton. The intention of stinging her with ants is said to be to make her strong to bear the burden of maternity. Amongst the Uaps of Brazil, a girl at puberty is secluded in the house for a month, and allowed only a small quantity of bread and water. Then she is taken out in the midst of her relations and friends, each of whom gives her 4 or 5 blows with pieces of sipor, an elastic climber, till she falls senseless or dead. If she recovers, the operation is repeated 4 times at intervals of 6 hours, and it is considered an offence to the parents not to strike hard. Meantime, pots of meats and fish have been made ready. The sippos are dipped into them and then given to the girl to lick, who is now considered a marriageable woman. Custom in South America of causing young men to be stung with ants as an initiatory rite. The custom of stinging the girl at such times with ants, or beating her with rods, is intended, we may be sure, not as a punishment or a test of endurance, but as a purification, the object being to drive away the malignant influences with which a girl in this condition is believed to be beset and enveloped. Examples of purification by beating, by incisions on the flesh, and by stinging with ants have already come before us. In some Indian tribes of Brazil and Guyana, young men do not rank as warriors and may not marry till they have passed through a terrible ordeal, which consists of being stung by swarms of venomous ants whose bite is like fire. Thus among the Mohaires on the Tapajós River, a southern tributary of the Amazon, boys of 8 or 10 years are obliged to thrust their arms into sleeves stuffed with great ferocious ants, which the Indians call Tocantayera. Cryptocarus atratus F. When the young victim shrieks with pain, an excited mob of men dances round him, shouting and encouraging him till he falls exhausted to the ground. He is then committed to the care of old women, who treat his fearfully swollen arms with fresh juice of the manioc, and on his recovery he has to show his strength and skill in bending a bow. This cruel ordeal is commonly repeated again and again, till the lad has reached his 14th year and can bear the agony without betraying any sign of emotion. Then he is a man and can marry. A lad's age is reckoned by the number of times he has passed through the ordeal. An eyewitness has described how a young Mohe hero bore the torture with an endurance more than Spartan, dancing and singing with his arms cased in the terrible mittens, before every cabin of the great common house, till pallid, staggering, and with chattering teeth, he triumphantly laid the gloves before the old chief, and receives the congratulations of the men and the caresses of the women. Then, breaking away from friends and admirers, he threw himself into the river and remained in its cool, soothing water till midnight. Similarly, among the Ticunas of the upper Amazon, on the border of Peru, the young man who would take his place among the warriors must plunge his arm into a sort of basket full of venomous ants, and keep it there for several minutes without uttering a cry. He generally falls backwards and sometimes succumbs to the fever which ensues. Hence, as soon as the ordeal is over, the women are prodigal of their attentions to him, and rub the swollen arm with a particular kind of herb. Ordeals of this sort appear to be in vogue among the Indians of the Rio Negro as well as of the Amazon. Among the Rusayens, a tribe of Indians in the north of Brazil, on the borders of Guyana, young men who are candidates for marriage must submit to be stung all over their persons not only with ants but with wasps, which are applied to their naked bodies in curious instruments of trellis work, shaped like fantastic quadrupeds or birds. The patient invariably falls down in a swoon and is carried like dead to his hammock, where he is tightly lashed with cords. As they come to themselves, they writhe in agony, so that their hammocks rock violently to and fro, causing the hut to shake as if it were about to collapse. This dreadful ordeal is called by the Indians a maraki. Custom of causing men and women to be stung with ants to improve their character and health or to render them invulnerable. The same ordeal, under the same name, is also practiced by the Wayanas, an Indian tribe of French Guiana, but with them, we are told, it is no longer deemed an indispensable preliminary to marriage. It is rather a sort of national medicine administered chiefly to the youth of both sexes. Applied to men, the marake, as it is called, sharpens them, prevents them from being heavy and lazy, makes them active, brisk, industrious, imparts strength, and helps them to shoot well with a bow. Without it, the Indians would always be slack and rather sickly, would always have a little fever, and would lie perpetually in their hammocks. As for women, the marake keeps them from going to sleep, renders them active, alert, brisk, gives them strength and a liking for work, makes them good housekeepers, good workers at the stockade, good makers of kachiri. Everyone undergoes the marake at least twice in his life, sometimes thrice, and oftener if he likes. It may be had from the age of about 8 years and upward, and no one thinks it odd that a man of 40 should voluntarily submit to it. Similarly, the Indians of St. Juan Capistrano in California used to be branded on some part of their bodies, generally on the right arm, but sometimes on the leg also, not as a proof of manly fortitude, but because they believed that the custom added greater strength to the nerves and gave a better pulse for the management of the bow. Afterwards they were whipped with nettles, covered with ants, that they might become robust, and the infliction was always performed in summer, during the months of July and August, when the nettle was in its most fiery state. They gathered small bunches which they fastened together, and the poor deluded Indian was chastised by inflicting blows with them upon his naked limbs until unable to walk, and then he was carried to the nest of the nearest and most furious species of ants, and laid down among them, while some of his friends, with sticks, kept annoying the insects to make them still more violent. What torments did they not undergo? What pain, what hellish inflictions! Yet their faith gave them power to endure all without a murmur, and they remained as if dead. Having undergone these dreadful ordeals, they were considered as invulnerable, and believed that the arrows of their enemies could no longer harm them. Among the Allur, a tribe inhabiting the southwestern region of the Upper Nile, to bury a man in an ant-hill and leave him there for a while is a regular treatment for insanity. In such cases, the beating or stinging was originally a purification. At a later time, it is interpreted as a test of courage and endurance. In like manner, it is probable that beating or scourging, as a religious or ceremonial rite, was originally a mode of purification. It was meant to wipe off and drive away a dangerous contagion, whether personified as demoniacal or not, which was supposed to be adhering physically, though invisibly, to the body of the sufferer. The pain inflicted on the person beaten was no more the object of the beating than it is of a surgical operation with us. It was a necessary accident, that was all. At later times such customs were interpreted otherwise, and the pain from being an accident became the prime object of the ceremony, which was now regarded either as a test of endurance imposed upon persons at critical epochs of life, or as a mortification of the flesh, well pleasing to the god. But asceticism, under any shape or form, is never primitive. The savage, it is true, in certain circumstances, will voluntarily subject himself to pains and privations which appear to us wholly needless. But he never acts thus unless he believes that some solid temporal advantage is to be gained by so doing. Pain for the sake of pain, whether as a moral discipline in this life, or as a means of winning a glorious immortality hereafter, is not an object which he sets himself deliberately to pursue. This explanation confirmed with reference to the beating of girls at puberty among the South American Indians. If this view is correct, we can understand why so many Indian tribes of South America compel the youth of both sexes to submit to these painful and sometimes fatal ordeals. They imagine that in this way they rid the young folk of certain evils inherent in youth, especially at the critical age of puberty, and when they picture to themselves the evils in a personal form as dangerous spirits or demons. The ceremony of their expulsion may, in the strict sense, be termed an exorcism. This certainly appears to be the interpretation which the Banavas of Orinoco put upon the cruel scourgings which they inflict on girls at puberty. Treatment of a girl at puberty among the Banavas of the Orinoco. At her first menstruation, a Banava girl must pass several days and nights in her hammock, almost motionless, and getting nothing to eat and drink but water and a little manioc. When she lies there, the suitors for her hand apply to her father, and he who can afford to give most for her, or can prove himself the best man, is promised a damsel in marriage. The fast over, some old men enter the hut, bandage the girl's eyes, cover her head with a bonnet of which the fringes fall on her shoulders, and then lead her forth and tie her to a post set up in an open place. The head of the post is carved in the shape of a grotesque face. None but the old men may witness what follows. Were a woman caught peeping and prying, it would go ill with her. She would be marked out for the vengeance of the demon, who would make her expiate her crime at the very next moon by madness or death. Every participant in the ceremony comes armed with a scourge of cords or of fish skins. Some of them reinforce the virtue of the instrument by tying little sharp stones to the end of the thongs. Then, to the dismal and deafening notes of shell trumpets blown by 2 or 3 supernumeraries, the men circle round and round the post, every one applying his scourge as he passes to the girl's back, till it streams with blood. At last the musicians, winding tremendous blasts on their trumpets against the demon, advance and touch the post in which he is supposed to be incorporate. Then the blows cease to descend. The girl is untied, often in a fainting state, and carried away to have her wounds washed and simples applied to them. The youngest of the executioners, or rather of the exorcists, hasten to inform her betrothed husband of the happy issue of the exorcism. The spirit, he says, had cast thy beloved into a sleep as deep almost as that of death. But we have rescued her from his attacks, and laid her down in such and such a place. Go seek her. Then going from house to house through the village, he cries to the inmates, Come, let us burn the demon who would have taken possession of such and such a girl, our friend. The bridegroom at once carries his wounded and suffering bride to his own house, and all the people gather round the post for the pleasure of burning it and the demon together. A great pile of firewood has meanwhile been heaped up about it, and the women run round the pyre, cursing in shrill voices the wicked spirit who has wrought all this evil. The men join in with hoarser cries, and animate themselves for the business in hand by deep draughts of an intoxicant which has been provided for the occasion by the parents-in-law. Soon the bridegroom, having committed the bride to the care of his mother, appears on the scene brandishing a lighted torch. He addresses the demon with bitter mockery and reproaches, informs him that the fair creature on whom he, the demon, had nefarious designs, is now his, the bridegroom's blooming spouse, and shaking his torch at the grinning head of the post, he screams out, This is how the victims of thy persecution take vengeance on thee. With these words he puts a light to the pyre. At once the drums strike up, the trumpets blare, and men, women, and children begin to dance. In 2 long rows they dance, the men on one side, the women on the other, advancing until they almost touch, and then retiring again. After that the 2 rows join hands, and forming a huge circle, trip it round and round the blaze, till the post with its grotesque face is consumed in the flames, and nothing of the pyre remains but a heap of red and glowing embers. Symptoms of puberty in a girl regarded as wounds inflicted by a demon. The evil spirit has been destroyed, thus delivered from her persecutor. The young wife will be free from sickness, will not die in childbed, and will bear many children to her husband. From this account it appears that the Banavas attribute the symptoms of puberty in girls to the wounds inflicted on them by an amorous devil, who, however, can be not only exorcised, but burnt to ashes at the stake. 6. Seclusion of girls at puberty in India and Cambodia. Seclusion of girls at puberty among the Hindus. When a Hindu maiden reaches maturity, she is kept in a dark room for 4 days, and is forbidden to see the sun. She is regarded as unclean. No one may touch her. Her diet is restricted to boiled rice, milk, sugar, curd, and tamarind without salt. On the morning of the 5th day, she goes to a neighboring tank, accompanied by 5 women whose husbands are alive. Smeared with turmeric water, they all bathe and return home, throwing away the mat and other things that were in the room. The Rarhi Brahmins of Bengal compel a girl at puberty to live alone and do not allow her to see the face of any male. For 3 days she remains shut up in a dark room and has to undergo certain penances. Fish, flesh, and sweetmeats are forbidden her. She must live upon rice and ghee. Seclusion of girls at puberty in southern India. Among the Tayans of Malabar, a girl is thought to be polluted for 4 days from the beginning of her first menstruation. During this time she must keep on to the north side of the house, where she sleeps on a grass mat of a particular kind, in a room festooned with garlands of young coconut leaves. Another girl keeps her company and sleeps with her, but she may not touch any other person, tree, or plant. Further, she may not see the sky, and woe betide her if she catches sight of a crow or a cat. Her diet must be strictly vegetarian, without salt, tamarinds, or chilies. She is armed against evil spirits by a knife, which is placed on the mat or carried on her person. Among the Kapiliyans of Madura and Tinnevelly, a girl at her first monthly period remains under pollution for 13 days, either in a corner of the house, which is screened off for her use by her maternal uncle, or in a temporary hut, which is erected by the same relative on the common land of the village. On the 13th day she bathes in a tank, and on entering the house steps over a pestle and a cake. Near the entrance some food is placed, and a dog is allowed to partake of it, but his enjoyment is marred by suffering, for while he eats he receives a sound thrashing, and the louder he howls the better, for the larger will be the family to which the young woman will give birth. Should there be no howls, there will be no children. The temporary hut in which the girl passed for days of her seclusion is burnt down, and the pots which she used are smashed to shivers. Similarly, among the Parivarams of Madura, when a girl attains to puberty, she is kept for 16 days in a hut, which is guarded at night by her relations, and when her sequestration is over, the hut is burnt down, and the pots she used are broken into very small pieces, because they think that if rainwater gathered in any of them, the girl would be childless. The Puliyars of Travancore built a special hut in the jungle for the use of a girl at puberty. There she remains for 7 days. No one else may enter the hut, not even her mother. Women stand a little way off and lay down food for her. At the end of the time she is brought home, clad in a new or clean cloth, and friends are treated to betelnut, toddy, and arak. Among the Sinhalese, a girl at her first menstruation is confined to a room, where she may neither see nor be seen by any male. After being thus secluded for 2 weeks, she is taken out with her face covered and is bathed by women at the back of the house. Near the bathing place are kept branches of any milk-bearing tree, usually of the jack tree. In some cases, while the time of purification or uncleanness lasts, the maiden stays in a separate hut, which is afterwards burnt down. Seclusion of girls at puberty in Cambodia. In Cambodia, a girl at puberty is put to bed under a mosquito curtain, where she should stay 100 days. Usually, however, 4, 5, 10, or 20 days are thought enough, and even this, in a hot climate and under the close meshes of the curtain, is sufficiently trying. According to another account, a Cambodian maiden at puberty is said to enter into the shade. During her retirement, which, according to the rank and position of her family, may last any time from a few days to several years, she has to observe a number of rules, such as not to be seen by a strange man, not to eat flesh or fish, and so on. She goes nowhere, not even to the pagoda. But this state of seclusion is discontinued during eclipses. At such times she goes forth and pays her devotions to the monster who was supposed to cause eclipses by catching the heavenly bodies between his teeth. This permission to break her rule of retirement and appear abroad during an eclipse seems to show how literally the injunction is interpreted, which forbids maidens entering on womanhood to look upon the sun. 7. Seclusion of girls at puberty in folk tales. Traces of the seclusion of girls at puberty in folk tales. Danish story of the girl who might not see the sun. A superstition so widely diffused as this might be expected to leave traces in legends and folk tales, and it has done so. In a Danish story, we read of a princess who was fated to be carried off by a warlock if ever the sun shone on her before she had passed her 30th year. So the king, her father, kept her shut up in the palace, and had all the windows on the east, south, and west sides blocked up, lest a sunbeam should fall on his darling child, and he should thus lose her forever. Only at evening, when the sun was down, might she walk for a little in the beautiful garden of the castle. In time a prince came a-wooing, followed by a train of gorgeous knights and squires on horses all ablaze with gold and silver. The king said the prince might have his daughter to wife on condition that he would not carry her away to his home till she was 30 years old, but would live with her in the castle, where the windows looked out only to the north. The prince agreed, so married they were. The bride was only 15, and 15 more long weary years must pass before she might step out of the gloomy donjon, breathe the fresh air, and see the sun. But she and her gallant young bridegroom loved each other and were happy. Often they sat hand in hand at the window looking out to the north, and talked of what they would do when they were free. Still it was a little dull to look out always at the same window, and to see nothing but the castle woods, and the distant hills, and the clouds drifting silently over them. Well, one day it happened that all the people in the castle had gone away to a neighbouring castle to witness a tournament and other gaieties, and the two young folks were left as usual all along at the window looking out to the north. They sat silent for a time, gazing away to the hills. It was a grey, sad day. The sky was overcast, and the weather seemed to draw into rain. At last the prince said, "There will be no sunshine today. What if we were to drive over and join the rest at the tournament?" His young wife gladly consented, for she longed to see more of the world than those eternal green woods and those eternal blue hills, which were all she ever saw from the window. So the horses were put into the coach, and it rattled up to the door, and in they got, and away they drove. At first all went well. The clouds hung low over the woods, and the wind sighed in the trees. A drearier day you could hardly imagine. So they joined the rest at the other castle, and took their seats to watch the jousting in the lists. So intent were they in watching the gay spectacle of the prancing steeds, the fluttering pennons, and the glittering armour of the knights, that they failed to mark the fatal change, in the weather. For the wind was rising, and had begun to disperse the clouds, and suddenly the sun broke through, and the glory of it fell like an aureole on the young wife, and at once she vanished away. No sooner did her husband miss her from his side than he too mysteriously disappeared. The tournament broke up in a confusion. The bereft father hastened home, and shut himself up in the dark castle from which the light of life had departed. The green woods and the blue hills could still be seen from the window that looked to the north, but the young faces that had gazed out of it so wistfully were gone, as it seemed, forever. Tyroli's story of the girl who might not see the sun. A Tyrolese story tells how it was the doom of a lovely maiden with golden hair to be transported into the belly of a whale if ever a sunbeam fell on her. Hearing of the fame of her beauty, the king of the country sent for her to be his bride, and her brother drove the fair damsel to the palace in a carefully closed coach, himself sitting on the box and handling the reins. On the way they overtook two hideous witches, who pretended they were weary and begged for a lift in the coach. At first the brother refused to take them in, but his tender-hearted sister entreated him to have compassion on the two poor, footsore women, for you may easily imagine that she was not acquainted with their true character. So down he got rather surlily from the box, opened the coach door, and in the two witches stepped, laughing in their sleeves. But no sooner had the brother mounted the box and whipped up the horses, than one of the two wicked witches bored a hole in the closed coach. A sunbeam at once shot through the hole and fell on the fair damsel. So she vanished from the coach and was spirited away into the belly of a whale in the neighbouring sea. You can imagine the consternation of the king when the coach door opened, and instead of his blooming bride, out bounced two hideous hags. Modern Greek stories of the maid who might not see the sun. In a modern Greek folk tale, the fates predict that in her 15th year a princess must be careful not to let the sun shine on her, for if this were to happen, she would be turned into a lizard. In another modern Greek tale, the sun bestows a daughter upon a childless woman on condition of taking the child back to himself when she was 12 years old. So when the child was 12, the mother closed the doors and windows and stopped up all the chinks and crannies to prevent the sun from coming to fetch away her daughter. But she forgot to stop up the keyhole, and a sunbeam streamed through it and carried off the girl. In a Sicilian story, a seer foretells that a king will have a daughter who, in her 14th year, will conceive a child by the sun. So when the child was born, the king shut her up in a lonely tower, which had no window, lest a sunbeam should fall on her. When she was nearly 14 years old, it happened that her parents sent her a piece of roasted kid, in which she found a sharp bone. With this bone, she scraped a hole in the wall, and a sunbeam shot through the hole and got her with child. The story of Dana and its parallel in a Kyrgyz legend. The old Greek story of Danae, who was confined by her father in a subterranean chamber or a brazen tower, but impregnated by Zeus, who reached her in the shape of a shower of gold, perhaps belongs to the same class of tales. It is a counterpart in a legend which the Kyrgyz of Siberia tell of their ancestry. A certain Khan had a fair daughter whom he kept in a dark iron house, that no man might see her. An old woman tended her, and when the girl was grown to maidenhood, she asked the old woman, "Where do you go so often?" "My child," said the old dame, "there is a bright world. In that bright world your father and mother live, and all sorts of people live there. That is where I go." The maiden said, "Good mother, I will tell nobody, but show me that bright world." So the old woman took the girl out of the iron house. But when she saw the bright world, the girl tottered and fainted, and the eye of God fell upon her, and she conceived. Her angry father put her in a golden chest, and sent her floating away. Fairy gold can float in fairyland, over the wide sea. The shower of gold in the Greek story, and the eye of God in the Kyrgyz legend, probably stand for sunlight and the sun. Impregnation of women by the sun in legends. The idea that women may be impregnated by the sun is not uncommon in legends. Thus, for example, among the Indians of Gojita in Colombia, it is said a report once ran that the sun would impregnate one of their maidens, who should bear a child and yet remain a virgin. The chief had 2 daughters, and was very desirous that one of them should conceive in this miraculous manner. So every day he made them climb a hill to the east of his house in order to be touched by the first beams of the rising sun. His wishes were fulfilled, for one of the damsels conceived, and after 9 months gave birth to an emerald. So she wrapped it in cotton and placed it in her bosom, and in a few days it turned into a child, who received the name of Garanchacha, and was universally recognized as a son of the sun. Again, the Samoans tell of a woman named Manigan Mangai, who became pregnant by looking at the rising sun. Her son grew up and was named Child of the Sun. At his marriage he applied to his mother for a dowry, but she made him apply to his father, the sun, and told him how to go to him. So one morning he took a long vine and made a noose in it. Then climbing up a tree he threw the noose over the sun and caught him fast. Thus arrested in his progress, the luminary asked him what he wanted, and being told by the young man that he wanted a present for his bride, the sun obligingly packed up a store of blessings in a basket with which these descended to the earth. Traces in marriage customs of the belief that women can be impregnated by the sun. Even in the marriage customs of various races, we may perhaps detect traces of this belief that women can be impregnated by the sun. Thus, amongst the Chaco Indians of South America, a newly married couple used to sleep the first night on a mare's or bullock's skin, with their heads towards the west, for the marriage is not considered ratified till the rising sun shines on their feet the succeeding morning. At old Hindu marriages, the first ceremony was the impregnation rite, Garbhadgana. During the previous day, the bride was made to look towards the sun or to be in some way exposed to its rays. Amongst the Turks of Siberia, it was formerly the custom on the morning after the marriage to lead the young couple out of the hut to greet the rising sun. The same custom is said to be still practiced in Iran and Central Asia, under the belief that beams of the rising sun are the surest means of impregnating the new bride. Belief in the impregnation of women by the moon. And as some people think that women may be gotten with child by the sun, so others imagine that they can conceive by the moon. According to the Greenlanders, the moon is a young man, and he now and then comes down to give their wives a visit and caress them, for which reason no woman dares sleep lying upon her back, without she first spits upon her fingers and rubs her belly with it. For the same reason the young maids are afraid to stare long at the moon, imagining that they may get a child by the bargain. Similarly, Breton peasants are reported to believe that women or girls who expose their persons to the moonlight may be impregnated by it and give birth to monsters. End of section 3. Section 4 of The Golden Bough, A Study in Magic and Religion. Part 7, Boulder the Beautiful, Volume 1, by Sir James George Frazer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 2, The Seclusion of Girls at Puberty, Part 3. 8. Reasons for the seclusion of girls at puberty. The reasons for the seclusion of women at puberty is the dread of menstruous blood. The motive for the restraints so commonly imposed on girls at puberty is the deeply ingrained dread which primitive man universally entertains of menstruous blood. He fears it at all times, but especially on its first appearance. Hence the restrictions under which women lie at their first menstruation are usually more stringent than those which they have to observe at any subsequent recurrence of the mysterious flow. Some evidence of the fear and of the customs based on it has been cited in an earlier part of this work. But as the terror, for it is nothing less, which the phenomenon periodically strikes into the mind of the savage has deeply influenced his life and institutions, it may be well to illustrate the subject with some further examples. Dread and seclusion of menstruous women among the Aborigines of Australia. Thus, in the Encounter Bay tribe of South Australia, there is, or used to be, a superstition which obliges a woman to separate herself from the camp at the time of her monthly illness, when, if a young man or boy should approach, she calls out, and he immediately makes a circuit to avoid her. If she is neglectful upon this point, she exposes herself to scolding, and sometimes to severe beating by her husband, or nearest relation, because the boys are told from their infancy that if they see the blood they will early become grey-headed, and their strength will fail prematurely. And of the South Australian Aborigines, in general, we read that there is a custom requiring all boys and uninitiated young men to sleep at some distance from the huts of the adults, and to remove altogether away in the morning as soon as daylight dawns and the natives begin to move about. This is to prevent their seeing the women, some of whom may be menstruating, and if looked upon by the young males, it is supposed that dire results will follow. And among these tribes, women in their courses are not allowed to eat fish of any kind, or to go near the water at all, it being one of their superstitions that if a female, in that state, goes near the water, no success can be expected by the men in fishing. Similarly, among the natives of the Murray River, menstruous women were not allowed to go near water for fear of frightening the fish. They were also not allowed to eat them for the same reason. A woman during such periods would never cross the river in a canoe or even fetch water for the camp. It was sufficient for her to say "Thama" to ensure her husband getting the water himself. The Diary of Central Australia believed that if women at these times were to eat fish or bathe in a river, the fish would all die and the water would dry up. In this tribe, a mark made with red ochre round a woman's mouth indicates that she has her causes. No one would offer fish to such a woman. The Arunta of Central Australia forbid menstruous women to gather the Aricia bulbs, which form a staple article of diet for both men and women. They believed that were a woman to break this rule, the supply of bulbs would fail. Among the Aborigines of Victoria, the wife at her monthly periods had to sleep on the opposite side of the fire from her husband. She might partake of nobody's food, and nobody would partake of hers, for people thought that if they ate or drank anything that had been touched by a woman in her courses, it would make them weak or ill. Unmarried girls or widows at such times had to paint their heads and the upper parts of their bodies red, no doubt as a dangerous signal. Severe penalties inflicted for breaches of the custom of seclusion. In some Australian tribes, the seclusion of menstruous women was even more rigid and was enforced by severer penalties than a scolding or a beating. Thus, with regard to certain tribes in New South Wales and southern Queensland, we are told that during the monthly illness, the woman is not allowed to touch anything that men use, or even to walk on a path that any man frequents, on pain of death. Again, there is a regulation relating to camps in the Wakalbura tribe, which forbids the women coming into the encampment by the same path as the men. Any violation of this rule would, in a large camp, be punished with death. The reason for this is the dread with which they regard the menstruous period of women. During such a time, a woman is kept entirely away from the camp, half a mile at least. A woman in such a condition has boughs of some tree of her totem tied round her loins, and is constantly watched and guarded, for it is thought that, should any male be so unfortunate as to see a woman in such a condition, he would die. If such a woman were to let herself be seen by a man, she would probably be put to death. When the woman has recovered, she is painted red and white, her head covered with feathers, and returns to the camp. Dread and seclusion of menstruous women in the Torres Strait Islands of New Guinea, Galila, and Sumatra. In Muralug, one of the Torres Strait Islands, a menstruous woman may not eat anything that lives in the sea, else the natives believe that the fisheries would fail. Again, in Mayborg, another of these islands, women who have their courses on them may not eat turtle flesh, nor turtle eggs, probably for a similar reason. And during the season when the turtles are pairing, the restrictions laid on such a woman are much severer. She may not enter a house in which there is turtle flesh, nor approach a fire on which the flesh is cooking. She may not go near the sea, and she should not walk on the beach below high water mark. Nay, the infection extends to her husband, who may not himself harpoon or otherwise take an active part in catching turtle. However, he is permitted to form one of the crew on a turtling expedition, provided he takes the precaution of rubbing his armpits with certain leaves, to which no doubt a disinfectant virtue is ascribed. Among the Kay of German New Guinea, women at their monthly sickness must live in little huts built for them in the forest. They may not enter the cultivated fields, for if they did go to them, and the pigs were to taste the blood, it would inspire the animals with an irresistible desire to go likewise into the fields, where they would commit great depredations on the growing crops. Hence the issue from women at these times is carefully buried to prevent the pigs from getting at it, and conversely, if the pigs often break into the fields, the blame is laid on the women who, by the neglect of these elementary precautions, have put temptation in the way of the swine. In Galila, to the west of New Guinea, women at their monthly periods may not enter a tobacco field, or the plants will be attacked by disease. The Minangkaburas of Sumatra are persuaded that if a woman in her unclean state were to go near a rice field, the crop would be spoiled. Dread and seclusion of menstruous women among the tribes of South Africa. The Bushmen of South Africa think that, by a glance of a girl's eye at the time when she ought to be kept in strict retirement, men become fixed in whatever position they happen to occupy, with whatever they were holding in their hands, and are changed into trees that talk. Cattle-rearing tribes of South Africa hold that their cattle would die if the milk were drunk by a menstruous woman, and they fear the same disaster if a drop of her blood were to fall on the ground and the oxen were to pass over it. To prevent such a calamity, women in general, not menstruous women only, are forbidden to enter the cattle enclosure, and more than that, they may not use the ordinary pass in entering the village or in passing from one hut to another. They are obliged to make circuitous tracks at the back of the huts in order to avoid the ground in the middle of the village where the cattle stand or lie down. These women's tracks may be seen at every Kafra village. Dread and seclusion of menstruous women among the tribes of Central and East Africa. Similarly, among the Bahima, a cattle-breeding tribe of Ankole in Central Africa, no menstruous woman may drink milk, lest by so doing she should injure the cows, and she may not lie on her husband's bed, no doubt lest she should injure him. Indeed, she is forbidden to lie on a bed at all and must sleep on the ground. Her diet is restricted to vegetables and beer. Among the Baganda, in like manner, no menstruous woman might drink milk or come into contact with any milk vessel, and she might not touch anything that belonged to her husband, nor sit on his mat, nor cook his food. If she touched anything of his at such a time, it was deemed equivalent to wishing him dead or to actually working magic for his destruction. Were she to handle any article of his, he would surely fall ill. Were she to handle his weapons, he would certainly be killed in the next battle. Even a woman who did not menstruate was believed by the Baganda to be a source of danger to her husband, indeed capable of killing him. Hence, before he went to war, he used to wound her slightly with his spear so as to draw blood. This was thought to ensure his safe return. Apparently the notion was that if the wife did not lose blood in one way or another, her husband would be bled in war to make up for her deficiency. So by way of guarding against this undesirable event, he took care to relieve her of a little superfluous blood before he repaired to the field of honour. Further, the Baganda would not suffer a menstruous woman to visit a well. If she did so, they feared that the water would dry up, and that she herself would fall sick and die, unless she confessed her fault and the medicine man made atonement for her. Among the Akikuyu of British East Africa, if a new hut is built in a village and the wife chances to menstruate in it on the day she lights the first fire there, the hut must be broken down and demolished the very next day. The woman may on no account sleep a second night in it. There is a curse, Thalhu, both on her and on it. In the Suk tribe of British East Africa, warriors may not eat anything that has been touched by menstruous women. If they did so, it is believed that they would lose their virility. In the rain they will shiver, and in the heat they will faint. Suk men and women take their meals apart, because the men fear that one or more of the women may be menstruating. The Anyanja of British Central Africa, at the southern end of Lake Nyassa, think that a man who should sleep with a woman in her courses would fall sick and die, unless some remedy were applied in time. And with them it is a rule that at such times a woman should not put any salt into the food she is cooking. Otherwise the people who partook of the food salted by her would suffer from a certain disease called Sisempo. Hence, to obviate the danger, she calls a child to put the salt into the dish. Dread and seclusion of menstruous women among the tribes of West Africa. Among the Hos, a tribe of Iwe Negroes of Togoland in West Africa, so long as a wife has her monthly sickness, she may not cook for her husband, nor lie on his bed, nor sit on his stool. An infraction of these rules would assuredly, it is believed, cause her husband to die. If the husband is a priest, or a magician, or a chief, she may not pass the days of her uncleanness in the house, but must go elsewhere till she is clean. Among the Iwe Negroes of this region, each village has its huts where women who have their courses on them must spend their time secluded from intercourse with other people. Sometimes these huts stand by themselves in public places. Sometimes they are mere shelters built either at the back or front of the ordinary dwelling houses. A woman is punishable if she does not pass the time of her monthly sickness in one of these huts or shelters provided for her use. Thus, if she shows herself in her own house, or even in the yard of the house, she may be fined a sheep which is killed, its flesh divided among the people, and its blood poured on the image of the chief god as a sin offering to expiate her offence. She is also forbidden to go to the place where the villagers draw water, and if she breaks the rule, she must give a goat to be killed. Its flesh is distributed, and its blood, diluted with water and mixed with herbs, is sprinkled on the watering place and on the paths leading to it. Were any woman to disregard these salutary precautions, the chief fetish man of the village would fall sick and die, which would be an irreparable loss to society. Powerful influence ascribed to the menstruous blood in Arab legend. The miraculous virtue ascribed to menstruous blood is well illustrated in a story told by the Arab chronicler Puberty. He relates how Sapor, king of Persia, besieged the strong city of Atray in the desert of Mesopotamia for several years without being able to take it. But the king of the city, whose name was Dazan, had a daughter, and when it was with her after the manner of women, she went forth from city and dwelt for a time in the suburb, for such was the custom of the place. Now it fell out that, while she tarried there, Sapor saw her and loved her, and she loved him, for he was a handsome man and she a lovely maid. And she said to him, "What will you give me if I show you how you may destroy the walls of this city and slay my father?" And he said to her, "I will give you what you will, and I will exalt you above my other wives, and will set you nearer to me than them all." Then she said to him, "Take a greenish dove with a ring about its neck, and write something on its foot with the menstruous blood of a blue-eyed maid. Then let the bird loose, and it will perch on the walls of the city, and they will fall down." For that, says the Arab historian, was the talisman of the city, which could not be destroyed in any other way. And Sapor did as she bade him, and the city fell down in a heap, and he stormed it, and slew Dazan on the spot. Dread and seclusion of menstruous women among the Jews and in Syria. According to the Talmud, if a woman at the beginning of her period passes between two men, she thereby kills one of them, and if she passes between them towards the end of her period, she only causes them to quarrel violently. Maimonides tells us that down to his time it was a common custom in the East to keep women at their periods in a separate house, and to burn everything on which they had trodden. A man who spoke with such a woman, who was merely exposed to the same wind that blew over her, became thereby unclean. Peasants of the Lebanon think that menstruous women are the cause of many misfortunes. Their shadow causes flowers to wither and trees to perish. It even arrests the movements of serpents. If one of them mounts a horse, the animal might die or at least be disabled for a long time. In Syria to this day a woman who has her courses on her may neither salt nor pickle, for the women think that whatever she pickled or salted would not keep. The Tuarepi of New Guinea, doubtless for a similar reason, will not allow women at such times to cook. Dread and seclusion of menstruous women in India. The Buyars, a Dravidian tribe of South Mazapur, are said to feel an intense dread of menstrual pollution. Every house has two doors, one of which is used only by women on this condition. During her impurity, the wife is fed by her husband apart from the rest of the family, and whenever she has to quit the house, she is obliged to creep out on her hands and knees in order not to defile the thatch by her touch. The Karawars, another aboriginal tribe of the same district, keep their women at such season in the outer veranda of the house for 8 days, and will not let them enter the kitchen or the cowhouse. During this time, the unclean woman may not cook or even touch the cooking vessels. When the 8 days are over, she bathes, washes her clothes, and returns to family life. The Hindu women seclude themselves at their monthly periods and observe a number of rules, such as not to drink milk and not to milk cows, not to touch fire, not to lie on a high bed, not to walk on common paths, not to cross the track of animals, not to walk by the side of flowering plants, and not to observe the heavenly bodies. The motive for these restrictions is not mentioned, but probably it is a dread of the baleful influence which is supposed to emanate from women at these times. The Parsees, who reverence fire, will not suffer menstruous women to see it or even to look on a lighted taper. During their infirmity, the women retire from their houses to little lodges in the country, where their victuals are brought to them daily. At the end of their seclusion, they bathe and send a kid, a fowl, or a pigeon to the priest as an offering. Dread and seclusion of menstruous women in Annam. In Annam, a woman at her monthly periods is deemed a centre of impurity, and contact with her is avoided. She is subject to all sorts of restrictions which she must observe herself, which others must observe towards her. She may not touch any food which is to be preserved by salting, whether it be fish, flesh, or vegetables, for were she to touch it, the food would putrefy. She may not enter any sacred place, she may not be present at any religious ceremony. The linen which she wears at such times must be washed by herself at sunrise, never at night. On reaching puberty, girls may not touch flowers or the fruits of certain trees, for touched by them the flowers would fade and the fruits fall to the ground. It is on account of their reputation for impurity that the women generally live isolated. In every house they have an apartment reserved for them, and they never eat at the same table as the men. For the same reason they are excluded from all religious ceremonies. They may only be present at family ceremonies, but without ever officiating in them. Dread and seclusion of menstruous women among the Indians of South and Central America. The Guayqueries of the Orinoco think that when a woman has her courses, everything upon which she steps will die, and that if a man treads on the place where she has passed, his legs will immediately swell up. Among the Guaranos of the same great river, women at their periods are regarded as unclean and kept apart in special huts, where all that they need is brought to them. In like manner, among the Piapocos, an Indian tribe of the Guayabero, a tributary of the Orinoco, a menstruous woman is secluded from her family every month for 4 or 5 days. She passes the time in a special hut, whither her husband brings her food, and at the end of the time she takes a bath and resumes her usual occupations. So among the Indians of the Mosquito Territory in Central America, when a woman is in her courses, she must quit the village for 7 or 8 days. A small hut is built for her in the wood, and at night some of the village girls go and sleep with her to keep her company. Or if the nights are dark and jaguars are known to be prowling in the neighbourhood, her husband will take his gun or bow and sleep in a hammock near her. She may neither handle nor cook food. All is prepared and carried to her. When the sickness is over, she bathes in the river, puts on clean clothes, and returns to her household duties. Among the Bribri Indians of Costa Rica, a girl at her first menstruation retires to a hut built for the purpose in the forest, and there she must stay till she has been purified by a medicine man, who breathes on her and places various objects such as feathers, the beaks of birds, and teeth of beasts, and so forth upon her body. A married woman at her periods remains in her house with her husband, but she is reckoned unclean, bukuru, and must avoid all intimate relations with him. She uses for plates only banana leaves, which, when she has done with them, she throws away in a sequestered spot, for should a cow find and eat them, the animal would waste away and perish. Also she drinks only out of a special vessel, because any person who should afterwards drink out of the same vessel would infallibly pine away and die. Dread and seclusion of menstruous women among the Indians of North America. Among most tribes of North American Indians, the custom was that women in their courses retired from the camp or the village and lived during the time of their uncleanness in special huts or shelters which were appropriated to their use. There they dwelt apart, eating and sleeping by themselves, warming themselves at their own fires, and strictly abstaining from all communications with men, who shunned them just as if they were stricken with the plague. No article of furniture used in these menstrual huts might be used in any other, not even the flint and steel with which in the old days the fires were kindled. No one would borrow a light from a woman in her seclusion. If a white man in his ignorance asked to light his pipe at her fire, she would refuse to grant the request, telling him that it would make his nose bleed and his head ache, and that he would fall sick in consequence. If an Indian's wooden pipe cracked, his friends would think that he had either lit it at one end of these polluted fires, or had held some converse with a woman during her retirement, which was esteemed a most disgraceful and wicked thing to do. Decent men would not approach within a certain distance of a woman at such times, and if they had to convey anything to her, they would stand some 40 or 50 paces off and throw it to her. Everything which was touched by her hands during this period was deemed ceremonially unclean. Indeed, her touch was thought to convey such pollution that if she chanced to lay a finger on a chief's lodge or his gun or anything else belonging to him, it would be instantly destroyed. If she crossed the path of a hunter or a warrior, his luck for that day at least would be gone. Were she not thus secluded, it was supposed that the men would be attacked by diseases of various kinds, which would prove mortal. In some tribes, a woman who infringed the rules of separation might have to answer with her life for any misfortunes that might happen to individuals or to the tribe in consequence, as it was supposed of her criminal negligence. When she quitted her tent or hut to go into retirement, the fire in it was extinguished, and the ashes thrown away outside the village, and a new fire was kindled, as if the old one had been defiled by her presence. At the end of their seclusion, the women bathed in running streams and returned to their usual occupations. Dread and seclusion of menstruous women among the Creek, Choctaw, Omaha, and Cheyenne Indians. Thus, to take examples, the Creek and kindred Indians of the United States compel women at menstruation to live in separate huts at some distance from the village. There the women had to stay, at the risk of being surprised and cut off by enemies. It was thought a most horrid and dangerous pollution to go near the women at such times, and the danger extended to enemies who, if they slew the women, had to cleanse themselves from the pollution by means of certain sacred herbs and roots. Similarly, the Choctaw women had to quit their huts during their monthly periods and were not returned till after they had been purified. While their uncleanness lasted, they had to prepare their own food. The men believed that if they were to approach a menstruous woman, they would fall ill, and that some mishap would overtake them when they went to the wars. When an Omaha woman has her courses on her, she retires from the family to a little shelter of bark or grass, supported by sticks, where she kindles a fire and cooks her victuals alone. Her seclusion lasts 4 days. During this time, she may not approach or touch a horse, for the Indians believed that such contamination would impoverish or weaken the animal. Among the Potawatomis, the women at their monthly periods are not allowed to associate with the rest of the nation. They are completely laid aside and are not permitted to touch any article of furniture or food which the men have occasion to use. If the Indians be stationary at the time, the women are placed outside of the camp. If on a march, they are not allowed to follow the trail, but must take a different path and keep at a distance from the main body. Among the Cheyennes, menstruous women slept in special lodges. The men believed that if they slept with their wives at such times, they would probably be wounded in their next battle. A man who owned a shield had very particularly to be on his guard against women in their courses. He might not go into a lodge where one of them happened to be, nor even into a lodge where one of them had been, until the ceremony of purification had been performed. Sweet grass and juniper were burnt in the tent, and the pegs were pulled up and the covering thrown back, as if the tent were about to be struck. Out of this pretense of decamping from the polluted spot, the owner of the shield might enter the tent. Dread and seclusion of menstruous women among the Indians of British Columbia. The Secedis Indians of British Columbia imagined that if a menstruous woman were to step over a bundle of arrows, the arrows would thereby be rendered useless, and might even cause the death of their owner. And similarly, that if she passed in front of a hunter who carried a gun, the weapon would never shoot straight again. Neither her husband nor her father would dream of going out to a hunt while she was in this state, and even if he had wished to do so, the other hunters would not go with him. Hence, to keep them out of harm's way, the women, both married and unmarried, were secluded at these times for 4 days in shelters. Among the Thompson Indians of British Columbia, every woman had to isolate herself from the rest of the people during every recurring period of menstruation, and had to live some little way off in a small brush or bark lodge made for the purpose. At these times she was considered unclean, must use cooking and eating utensils of her own, and was supplied with food by some other woman. If she smoked out of a pipe other than her own, the pipe would ever afterwards be hot to smoke. If she crossed in front of a gun, that gun would thenceforth be useless for the war or the chase, unless indeed the owner promptly washed the weapon in medicine, or struck the woman with it once on each principal part of her body. If a man ate or had any intercourse with a menstruous woman, nay, if he merely wore clothes or moccasins made or patched by her, he would have bad luck in hunting, and the bears would attack him fiercely. Before being admitted again among the people, she had to change all her clothes and wash several times in clear water. The clothes worn during her isolation were hung on a tree to be used next time, or to be washed. For one day after coming back among the people, she did not cook food. Were a man to eat food cooked by a woman at such times, he would have incapacitated himself for hunting and exposed himself to sickness or death. Dread and seclusion of menstruous women among the Chippewa Indians. Among the Chippewas and other Indians of the Hudson Bay Territory, menstruous women are excluded from the camp, and take up their abode in huts of branches. They wear long hoods, which effectually conceal their head and breast. They may not touch the household furniture, nor any objects used by men, for their touch is supposed to defile them, so that their subsequent use would be followed by certain mischief or misfortune, such as disease or death. They must drink out of a swan's bone. They may not walk on the common paths, nor cross the tracks of animals. They are never permitted to walk on the ice of rivers or lakes, or near the part where the men are hunting beaver, or where a fishing net is set, for fear of averting their success. They are also prohibited at those times from partaking of the head of any animal, and even from walking in or crossing the track where the head of a deer, moose, beaver, and many other animals have lately been carried, either on a sledge or on the back. To be guilty of a violation of this custom is considered of the greatest importance, because they firmly believe that it would be a means of preventing the hunter from having an equal success in his future excursions. So the Lapps forbid women at menstruation to walk on the part of the shore where the fishers are in the habit of setting out their fish. And the Eskimos of Bering Strait believe that if hunters were to come near women in their courses, they would catch no game. Dread and seclusion of menstruous women among the Tene or Dene Indians. But the beliefs and superstitions of this sort that prevail among the western tribes of the great Dene or Tene stock, to which the Chippewas belong, have been so well described by an experienced missionary that I will give his description in his own words. Prominent among the ceremonial rites of these Indians, he says, are the observances peculiar to the fair sex, and many of them are remarkably analogous to those practiced by the Hebrew women, so much so that, were it not savouring of profanity, the ordinances of the Dene ritual code might be termed a new edition, revised and considerably augmented, of the Mosaic ceremonial law. Customs and belief of the Carrier Indians in regard to menstruous women. Among the Carriers, as soon as a girl has experienced the first flow of the menses, which in the female constitution are a natural discharge, her father believed himself under the obligation of atoning for her supposedly sinful condition by a small impromptu distribution of clothes among the natives. This periodical state of women was considered as one of the legal impurity fatal both to the man who happened to have any intercourse, however indirect, with her, and to the woman herself who failed in scrupulously observing all the rites prescribed by ancient usage for persons in her condition. Seclusion of carrier girls at puberty. Upon entering that stage of her life, the maiden was immediately sequestered from company, even that of her parents, and compelled to dwell in a small branch hut by herself, away from beaten paths and the gaze of passers-by. As she was supposed to exercise malefic influence on any man who might inadvertently glance at her, she had to wear a sort of head-dress combining in itself the purposes of a veil, a bonnet, and a mantlet. It was made of tanned skin. Its forepart was shaped like a long fringe, completely hiding from view the face and breasts. Then it formed on the head a close-fitting cap or bonnet, and finally fell in a broad band almost to the heels. This headdress was made and publicly placed on her head by a paternal aunt, who received at once some present from the girl's father. When 3 or 4 years later the period of sequestration ceased, only this same aunt had the right to take off her niece's ceremonial headdress. Furthermore, the girl's fingers, wrists and legs at the ankles and immediately below the knees were encircled with ornamental rings and bracelets of sinew intended as a protection against the malign influences she was supposed to be possessed with. To a belt girding her waist was suspended 2 bone implements called respectively sonquers, bone tube, and silsuets, head scratcher. The former was a hollowed swan bone to drink with, any other mode of drinking being unlawful to her. The latter was fork-like and was called into requisition whenever she wanted to scratch her head, immediate contact of the fingers with the head being reputed injurious to her health. While thus secluded, she was called asta, that is, interred alive in carrier, and she had to submit to a rigorous fast and abstinence. Her only allowed food consisted of dried fish boiled in a small bark vessel, which nobody else must touch, and she had to abstain especially from meat of any kind, as well as fresh fish. Nor was this all she had to endure. Even her contact, however remote, with these 2 articles of diet was so dreaded that she could not cross the public paths or trails or the tracks of animals. Whenever absolute necessity constrained her to go beyond such spots, she had to be packed or carried over them, lest she should contaminate the game or meat which had passed that way or had been brought over these paths, and also for the sake of self-preservation against tabooed and consequently to her deleterious food. In the same way, she was never allowed to wade in streams or lakes for fear of causing death to the fish. It was also a prescription of the ancient ritual code for females during this primary condition to eat as little as possible and to remain lying down, especially in course of each monthly flow, not only as a natural consequence of the prolonged fast and resulting weakness, but chiefly as an exhibition of a becoming penitential spirit, which was believed to be rewarded by long life and continued good health in after years. These mortifications, or seclusion, did not last less than 3 or 4 years. Useless to say that during all that time marriage could not be thought of, since the girl could not so much as be seen by men. Seclusion of carrier women at their monthly periods. When married, the same sequestration was practiced relatively to husband and fellow villagers, without the particular headdress and rings spoken of, on the occasion of every recurring menstruation. Sometimes it was protracted as long as 10 days at a time, especially during the first years of cohabitation. Even when she returned to her mate, she was not permitted to sleep with him on the first nor frequently on the second night, but would choose a distant corner of the lodge to spread her blanket, as if afraid to defile him with her dread uncleanness. Elsewhere the same writer tells us that most of the devices to which these Indians used to resort for their sake of ensuring success in the chase were based on their regard for continence and their excessive repugnance for and dread of menstruating women. Reasons for the seclusion of menstruous women among the Indians. But the strict observances imposed on Tine or Dene women at such times were designed at the same time to protect the women themselves from the evil consequences of their dangerous condition. Thus it was thought that women in their courses could not partake of the head, heart, or hind part of an animal that had been caught in a snare without exposing themselves to a premature death through a kind of rabies. They might not cut or carve salmon, because to do so would seriously endanger their health, and especially would enfeeble their arms for life. And they had to abstain from cutting up the grapes, which are caught by the carriers in great numbers every spring, because otherwise the blood with which these fowls abound would occasion hemorrhage or an unnaturally prolonged flux in the transgressor. Similarly, Indian women of the Thompson tribe abstained from venison and the flesh of other large game during menstruation, lest the animals should be displeased and the menstrual flow increased. For a similar reason, probably, Shuswap girls during their seclusion at puberty are forbidden to eat anything that bleeds. The same principle may perhaps partially explain the rule, of which we have had some examples, that women at such times should refrain from fish and flesh, and restrict themselves to a vegetable diet. Similar rules of seclusion enjoined on menstruous women in ancient Hindu, Persian, and Hebrew codes. The philosophic student of human nature will observe, or learn, without surprise, that ideas thus deeply ingrained in the savage mind reappear at a more advanced stage of society in those elaborate codes which have been drawn up for the guidance of certain peoples by lawgivers who claim to have derived the rules they inculcate from the direct inspiration of the deity. However we may explain it, the resemblance which exists between the earliest official utterances of the deity and the ideas of savages is unquestionably close and remarkable. Whether it be, as some suppose, that God communed face to face with man in those early days, or as others maintain, that man mistook his wild and wandering thoughts for a revelation from heaven. Be that as it may, certain it is that the natural uncleanness of woman at her monthly periods is a conception which has occurred, or been revealed, with singular unanimity to several ancient legislators. The Hindu lawgiver Manu, who professed to have received his institutes from the creator Brahman, informs us that the wisdom, the energy, the strength, the sight, and the vitality of a man who approaches a woman in her courses will utterly perish. Whereas, if he avoids her, his wisdom, energy, strength, sight, and vitality will all increase. The Persian lawgiver Zoroaster, who, if we can take his word for it, derived his code from the mouth of the supreme being Ahura Mazda, devoted special attention to the subject. According to him, the menstruous flow, at least in its abnormal manifestations, is the work of Ahriman, or the devil. Therefore, so long as it lasts, a woman is unclean and possessed of the demon. She must be kept confined, apart from the faithful whom her touch would defile, and from the fire which her very look would injure. She is not allowed to eat as much as she wishes, as the strength she might acquire would accrue to her fiends. Her food is not given her from hand to hand, but is passed to her from a distance in a long leaden spoon. The Hebrew lawgiver Moses, whose divine legation is as little open to question as that of Manu and Zoroaster, treats the subject at still greater length. But I must leave to the reader the task of comparing the uninspired ordinances on this head with the merely human regulations of the carrier Indians, which they so closely resemble. Superstitions as to menstruous women in ancient and modern Europe. Among the civilized nations of Europe, the superstitions which cluster around this mysterious aspect of woman's nature are not less extravagant than those which prevail among savages. In the oldest existing encyclopedia, The Natural History of Pliny, the list of dangers apprehended from menstruation is longer than any furnished by mere barbarians. According to Pliny, the touch of a menstruous woman turned wine to vinegar, blighted crops, killed seedlings, blasted gardens, brought down the fruit from trees, dimmed mirrors, blunted razors, rusted iron, and brass, especially in the waning of the moon, killed bees, or at least drove them from their hives, caused mares to miscarry, and so forth. Similarly, in various parts of Europe, it is still believed that if a woman in her courses enters a brewery, the beer will turn sour. If she touches beer, wine, vinegar, or milk, it will go bad. If she makes jam, it will not keep. If she mounts a mare, it will miscarry. If she touches buds, they will wither. If she climbs a cherry tree, it will die. In Brunswick, people think that if a menstruous woman assisted in the killing of a pig, the pork will putrefy. In the Greek island of Kalymnos, a woman at such times may not go to the well to draw water, nor cross a running stream, nor enter the sea. Her presence in a boat is said to raise storms. The intention of secluding menstruous women is to neutralize the dangerous influences which are thought to emanate from them in that condition. Thus the object of secluding women and menstruation is to neutralize the dangerous influences which are supposed to emanate from them at such times. That the danger is believed to be especially great at the first menstruation appears from the unusual precautions taken to isolate girls at this crisis. 2 of these precautions have been illustrated above, namely, the rules that the girl may not touch the ground nor see the sun. The general effect of these rules is to keep her suspended, so to say, between heaven and earth. Suspension between heaven and earth. Whether enveloped in her hammock and slung up to the roof, as in South America, or raised above the ground in a dark and narrow cage, as in New Ireland, she may be considered to be out of the way of doing mischief, since, being shut off both from the earth and from the sun, she can poison neither of these great sources of life by her deadly contagion. In short, she is rendered harmless by being, in electrical language, insulated. But the precautions thus taken to isolate or insulate the girl are dictated by a regard for her own safety as well as for the safety of others. For it is thought that she herself would suffer if she were to neglect the prescribed regimen. Thus, Zulu girls, as we have seen, believe that they would shrivel to skeletons if the sun were to shine on them at puberty, and in some Brazilian tribes the young women think that a transgression of the rules would entail sores on the neck and throat. In short, the girl is viewed as charged with a powerful force, which, if not kept within bounds, may prove destructive both to herself and to all with whom she comes in contact. To repress this force within the limits necessary for the safety of all concerned is the object of the taboos in question. The same explanation applies to the similar rules of seclusion observed by divine kings and priests. The same explanation applies to the observance of the same rules by divine kings and priests. The uncleanness, as it is called, of girls at puberty and the sanctity of holy men do not, in the primitive mind, differ materially from each other. They are only different manifestations of the same mysterious energy, which, like energy in general, is in itself neither good nor bad, but becomes beneficent or maleficent according to its application. Accordingly, if, like girls at puberty, divine personages may neither touch the ground nor see the sun, the reason is, on the one hand, a fear lest their divinity might, at contact with earth or heaven, discharge itself with fatal violence on either, and on the other hand, an apprehension of the divine being, thus drained of his ethereal virtue, might thereby be incapacitated for the future performance of those magical functions, upon the proper discharge of which the safety of the people and even of the world is believed to hang. Thus the rules in question fall under the head of the taboos which we examined in the second part of this work. They are intended to preserve the life of the divine person and with it the life of his subjects and worshippers. Suspension between heaven and earth. Nowhere, it is thought, can his precious yet dangerous life be at once so safe and so harmless as when it is neither in heaven nor in earth, but, as far as possible, suspended between the two. Stories of immortality attained by suspension between heaven and earth. In legends and folk tales which reflect the ideas of earlier ages, we find the suspension between heaven and earth attributed to beings who have been endowed with a coveted yet burdensome gift of immortality. The wizened remains of the deathless Sibyl are said to have been preserved in a jar or urn which hung in a temple of Apollo at Cumae, and when a group of merry children, tired, perhaps, of playing in the sunny streets, sought the shade of the temple and amused themselves by gathering underneath the familiar jar and calling out, "Sibyl, what do you wish?" A hollow voice, like an echo, used to answer from the urn, "I wish to die." A story taken down from the lips of a German peasant at Thomsdorf relates that once upon a time there was a girl in London who wished to live forever, so they say. London, London is a fine town, a maiden prayed to live forever. And still she lives and hangs in a basket in a church, and every St. John's Day, about the hour of noon, she eats a roll of bread. Another German story tells of a lady who resided at Danzig, and was so rich and so blessed with all that life can give that she wished to live always. So when she came to her latter end, she did not really die, but only looked like dead, and very soon they found her in a hollow of a pillar in the church, half standing and half sitting, motionless. She stirred never a limb, but they saw quite plainly that she was alive, and she sits there down to this blessed day. Every New Year's Day, the sacristan comes and puts a morsel of the holy bread in her mouth, and that is all she has to live on. Long, long has she rued her fatal wish, who set this transient life above the eternal joys of heaven. A third German story tells of a noble damsel who cherished the same foolish wish for immortality. So they put her in a basket and hung her up in a church, and there she hangs, never dies. But many a year has come and gone since they put her there. But every year on a certain day they give her a roll, and she eats it and cries out, "Forever, forever, forever." And when she has so cried, she falls silent again till the same time next year, and so it will go on forever and forever. A fourth story taken down near Oldenburg in Holstein tells of a jolly dame that ate and drank and lived right merrily, and had all that heart could desire, and she wished to live always. For the first 100 years all went well, but after that she began to shrink and shrivel up, till at last she could neither walk nor stand nor eat nor drink. But die she could not. At first they fed her as if she were a little child, but when she grew smaller and smaller, they put her in a glass bottle and hung her up in the church. And there she still hangs, in the church of St. Mary at Lübeck. She is as small as a mouse, but once a year she stirs. End of section 4. Section 5 of The Golden Bough, A Study in Magic and Religion, Part 7, Bold the Beautiful, Volume 1, by Sir James George Frazer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 3. The Myth of Balder. How Balder, the good and beautiful god, was done to death by a stroke of the mistletoe. A deity whose life might, in a sense, be said to be neither in heaven nor in earth, but between the two, was the Norse Balder, the good and beautiful god, the son of the great god Odin, and himself the wisest, mildest, best beloved of all the immortals. The story of his death, as it is told in the Younger or Prose Edda, runs thus. Once on a time, Balder dreamed heavy dreams, which seemed to forebode his death. Thereupon the gods held a council and resolved to make him secure against every danger. So the goddess Frigg took an oath from fire and water, iron and all the metals, stones and earth, from trees, sicknesses, and poisons, and from all four-footed beasts, birds, and creeping things, that they would not hurt Balder. When this was done, Balder was deemed invulnerable, so the gods amused themselves by setting him in their midst, while some shot at him, others hewed at him, and others threw stones at him. But whatever they did, nothing could hurt him, and at this they were all glad. Only Loki, the mischief-maker, was displeased, and he went in the guise of an old woman to Frigg, who told him that the weapons of the gods could not wound Balder, since she had made them all swear not to hurt him. Then Loki asked, "Have all things sworn to spare Balder?" She answered, "East of Valhalla grows a plant called mistletoe, and he seems to me too young to swear." So Loki went and pulled the mistletoe, and took it to the assembly of the gods. There he found the blind god Hother standing at the outside of the circle. Loki asked him, "Why do you not shoot at Balder?" Hother answered, "Because I do not see where he stands. Besides, I have no weapon." Then said Loki, "Do let the rest and show Balder honor, as they all do. I will show you where he stands, and do you shoot at him with this twig." Hother took the mistletoe and threw it at Balder, as Loki directed him. The mistletoe struck Balder and pierced him through and through, and he fell down dead. And that was the greatest misfortune that ever befell gods and men. For a while the gods stood speechless, then they lifted up their voices and wept bitterly. They took Balder's body and brought it to the seashore. There stood Balder's ship. It was called Ringhorn. It was the hugest of all ships. The gods wished to launch the ship and to burn Balder's body on it, but the ship would not stir, so they sent for a giantess called Hyrroken. She came riding on a wolf and gave the ship such a push that fire flashed from the rollers and all the earth shook. Then Balder's body was taken and placed on the funeral pyre upon his ship. When his wife Nanna saw that, her heart burst from sorrow, and she died. She was laid on the funeral pile with her husband, and fire was put to it. Balder's horse, too, with all its trappings, was burned on the pile. Tale of Balder in the Older Edda. In the older poetic Edda, the tragic tale of Balder is hinted at rather than told at length. Among the visions which the Norse Sibyl sees to describe in the weird prophecy known as the Voluspa is one of the fatal mistletoe. I behold, she says, fate looming for Balder, Woden's son, the bloody victim. There stands the mistletoe slender and delicate, blooming high above the ground. Out of this shoot, so slender to look on there, shall grow a harmful fateful shot. Hod shall shoot it, but Frigga in Fen Hall shall weep over the woe of Wolf Hall. Yet looking far into the future, the Sibyl sees a brighter vision of a new heaven and a new earth, where the fields unsown shall yield their increase, and all sorrows shall be healed. Then Balder will come back to dwell in Odin's mansions of bliss, in a hall brighter than the sun, shingled with gold, where the righteous shall live in joy forevermore. The story of Balder as related by Saxo Grammaticus. Writing about the end of the 12th century, the old Danish historian Saxo Grammaticus tells the story of Balder in a form which professes to be historical. According to him, Balder and Hother were rival suitors from the hand of Nanna, daughter of Gewar, king of Norway. Now Balder was a demigod, and common steel could not wound his sacred body. The two rivals encountered each other in a terrific battle, and though Odin and Thor and the rest of the gods fought for Balder, yet was he defeated and fled away, and Hother married the princess. Nevertheless, Balder took heart of grace, and again met Hother in a stricken field. But he fared even worse than before, for Hother dealt him a deadly wound with a magic sword, which he had received from Miming, the satyr of the woods. And after lingering 3 days in pain, Balder died of his hurt and was buried with royal honours in a barrow. Balder worshipped in Norway. Whether he was real or merely a mythical personage, Balder was worshipped in Norway. On one of the bays of the beautiful Sogne fiord, which penetrates far into the depths of the solemn Norwegian mountains, with their sombre pine forests and their lofty cascades dissolving into spray before they reach the dark water of the fiord far below, Balder had a great sanctuary. It was called Balder's Grove. A palisade enclosed the hollowed ground, and within it stood a spacious temple with the images of many gods, but none of them was worshipped with such devotion as Balder. So great was the awe with which the heathen regarded the place, that no man might harm another there, nor steal his cattle, nor defile himself with women. But women cared for the image of the gods in the temple. They warmed them at the fire, anointed them with oil, and dried them with clothes. The legendary death of Balder resembles the legendary death of the Persian hero Esfandiyar in the epic of Firdousi. It might be rash to affirm that the romantic figure of Balder was nothing but a creation of the mythical fancy, a radiant phantom conjured up, as by a wizard's wand, to glitter for a time against the gloomy background of the stern Norwegian landscape. It may be so, yet it is also possible that the myth was founded on the tradition of a hero, popular and beloved in his lifetime, who long survived in the memory of the people, gathered more and more of the marvellous about him as he passed from generation to generation of storytellers. At all events, it is worthwhile to observe that a somewhat similar story is told of another national hero, who may well have been a real man. In his great poem, The Epic of Kings, which is founded on Persian traditions, the poet Firdousi tells us that in the combat between Rustem and Esfandiyar, the arrows of the former did no harm to his adversary, because Zerdusht had charged his body against all dangers, so that it was like unto brass. But Simur, the bird of God, showed Rustem the way he should follow in order to vanquish his redoubtable foe. He rode after her, and they halted not till they came to a seashore. There she led him into a garden, where grew a tamarisk, tall and strong, and the roots thereof were in the ground, but the branches pierced even unto the sky. Then the bird of God bade Rustum break from the tree a branch that was long and slender, and fashion it into an arrow. And she said, Only through his eyes can Isfendiyar be wounded. If therefore thou wouldst slay him, direct this arrow unto his forehead, and verily it shall not miss its aim. Rustum did as he was bid, and when next he fought with Isfendiyar, he shot the arrow at him, and it pierced his eye, and he died. Great was the mourning for Isfendiyar. For the space of 1 year men ceased not to lament for him, and for many years they shed bitter tears for that arrow, and they said, The glory of Iran hath been laid low. The myth of Balder was perhaps acted as a magical ceremony. The two chief incidents of the myth, namely the pulling of the mistletoe and the death and burning of the god, are perhaps their counterparts in popular ritual. Whatever may be thought of an historical kernel underlying a mythical husk in the legend of Balder, the details of the story suggest that it belongs to that class of myths which have been dramatized in ritual, or to put it otherwise, which have been performed as magical ceremonies for the sake of producing those natural effects which they describe in figurative language. A myth is never so graphic and precise in its details as when it is, so to speak, the book of the words which are spoken and acted by the performers of the sacred rite. That the Norse story of Balder was a myth of this sort will become probable if we can prove that ceremonies resembling the incidents in the tale have been performed by Norsemen and other European peoples. Now the main incidents in the tale are two. First, the pulling of the mistletoe, and second, the death and burning of the god, and both of them may perhaps be found to have had their counterparts in yearly rites observed, whether separately or conjointly, by people in various parts of Europe. These rites will be described and discussed in the following chapters. We shall begin with the annual festivals of fire, and shall reserve the pulling of the mistletoe for consideration later on. End of section 5. Section 6 of The Golden Bough, A Study in Magic and Religion, Part 7, Balder the Beautiful, Volume 1, by Sir James George Frazer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 4, The Fire Festivals of Europe, Part 1. 1. The Lenten Fires. European custom of kindling bonfires on certain days of the year, dancing round them and leaping over them. Effigies are sometimes burnt in the fires. All over Europe the peasants have been accustomed from time immemorial to kindle bonfires on certain days of the year, and to dance round or leap over them. Customs of this kind can be traced back on historical evidence to the Middle Ages, and their analogy to similar customs observed in antiquity goes with strong internal evidence to prove that their origin must be sought in a period long prior to the spread of Christianity. Indeed, the earliest proof of their observance in northern Europe is furnished by the attempts made by Christian synods in the 8th century to put them down as heathenish rites. Not uncommonly, effigies are burned in these fires, or a pretense is made of burning a living person in them, and there are grounds for believing that anciently human beings were actually burned on these occasions. A general survey of the customs in question will bring out the traces of human sacrifice, and will serve at the same time to throw light on their meaning. Seasons of the year at which the bonfires are lit. The seasons of the year when these bonfires are most commonly lit are spring and midsummer, but in some places they are kindled also at the end of autumn or during the course of the winter, particularly on Halloween, the 31st of October, Christmas Day, and the eve of Twelfth Day. We shall consider them in the order in which they occur in the calendar year. The earliest of them is the winter festival of the eve of Twelfth Day, the 5th of January, but as it has been already described in an earlier part of this work, we shall pass it over here and begin with the fire festivals of spring, which usually fall on the first Sunday of Lent, Quadragesima, or Invocavit, Easter Eve, and May Day. Custom of kindling bonfires on the first Sunday in Lent in the Belgian Ardennes. The custom of kindling bonfires on the first Sunday in Lent has prevailed in Belgium, the north of France, and many parts of Germany. Thus in the Belgian Ardennes for a week or a fortnight before the day of the Great Fire, as it is called, children go about from farm to farm collecting fuel. At Grand Helux, anyone who refuses their request is pursued next day by the children, who try to blacken his face with the ashes of the extinct fire. When the day has come, they cut down bushes, especially juniper and broom, and in the evening great bonfires blaze on all the heights. It is a common saying that 7 bonfires should be seen if the village is to be safe from conflagrations. If the Meuse happens to be frozen hard at the time, bonfires are lit also on the ice. At Grand Helux, they set up a pole called mackerel, or the witch, in the midst of the pile, and the fire is kindled by the man who was last married in the village. In the neighbourhood of Moorlandwelds, a straw man is burnt in the fire. Young people and children dance and sing round the bonfires, and leap over the embers to secure good crops or a happy marriage within the year, or as a means of guarding themselves against colic. In Brabant, on the same Sunday, down to the beginning of the 19th century, women and men disguised in female attire used to go with burning torches to the fields, where they danced and sang comic songs for the purpose, as they alleged, of driving away the wicked sower, who was mentioned in the Gospel for the day. At Meissiek, and in many villages of Limburg, on the evening of the day, children run through the streets carrying lighted torches. Then they kindle little fires of straw in the fields and dance round them. At Ensaval, old folks tell young folks that they will have as many Easter eggs as they see bonfires on this day. At Paterages, in the province of Hainaut, down to about 1840, the custom was observed under the name of Escovion or Scovion. Every year on the first Sunday of Lent, which was called the Day of the Little Scovion, young folks and children used to run with lighted torches through the gardens and orchards. As they ran, they cried at the pitch of their voices, "Bear apples, bear pears, and cherries all black to Scovion." At these words, the torch-bearer whirled his blazing brand and hurled it against the branches of the apple trees, the pear trees, and the cherry trees. The next Sunday was called the Day of the Great Scovion, and the same race with lighted torches among the trees of the orchards was repeated in the afternoon till darkness fell. The same custom was observed on the same 2 days at Wesmers. In the neighbourhood of Liege, where the lantern fires were put down by the police about the middle of the 19th century, girls thought that by leaping over the fires without being smirched, they made sure of a happy marriage. Elsewhere, in order to get a good husband, it was necessary to see 7 of the bonfires form one spot. In Famine, a district of Namur, men and cattle who traversed the Lenten fires were thought to be safe from sickness and witchcraft. Anybody who saw 7 such fires at once had nothing to fear from sorcerers. An old saying ran that if you do not light the great fire, God will light it for you, which seems to imply that the kindling of the bonfires was deemed a protection against conflagrations throughout the year. Bonfires the first Sunday of Lent in the French department of the Ardennes. In the French department of the Ardennes, the whole village used to dance and sing round the bonfires which were lighted on the first Sunday in Lent. Here too it was the person last married, sometimes a man and sometimes a woman, who put the match to the fire. The custom is still kept up very commonly in the district. Cats used to be burnt in the fire or roasted to death by being held over it, and while they were burning, the shepherds drove their flocks through the smoke and flames as a sure means of guarding them against sickness and witchcraft. In some communes it was believed that the livelier the dance round the fire, the better would be the crops that year. In the Vosges mountains it is still customary to light great fires on the heights and around the villages on the first Sunday in Lent, and at Rupt and elsewhere the right of kindling them belongs to the person who was last married. Round the fires the people dance and sing, merrily till the flames have died out. Then the master of the fire, as they call the man who kindled it, invites all who contributed to the erection of the pile to follow him to the nearest tavern, where they partake of good cheer. At Dunmartin, they say that if you would have the hemp tour, it is absolutely necessary that the woman should be tipsy on the evening of this day. At Epinal in the Vosges, on the first Sunday in Lent, bonfires used to be kindled at various places both in the town and on the banks of the Moselle. They consisted of pyramids of sticks and faggots, which had been collected some days earlier by young folks going from door to door. When the flames blazed up, the names of various couples, whether young or old, handsome or ugly, rich or poor, were called out, and the persons thus linked in mock marriage were forced, whether they liked it or not, to march arm in arm round the fire amid the laughter and jest of the crowd. The festivity lasted till the fire died out, and then the spectators dispersed through the streets, stopping under the windows of the houses and proclaiming the names of the Fortunats and Fortunates, or Valentines, whom the popular voice had assigned to each other. These couples had to exchange presents. The mock bridegroom gave his mock bride something for her toilet, which she in turn presented him with a cockade of coloured ribbon. Next Sunday, if the weather allowed it, all the couples arrayed in their best attire, and attended by their relations, repaired to the wood of St. Anthony, where they mounted a famous stone called the Danseros, or Danseres. Here they found cakes and refreshments of all sorts, and danced to the music of a couple of fiddlers. The evening bell, ringing the Angelus, gave the signal to depart. As soon as its solemn chime was heard, everyone quitted the forest and returned home. The exchange of presents between the Valentines went by the name of ransom or redemption, rachat, because it was supposed to redeem the couple from the flames of the bonfire. Any pair who failed thus to ransom themselves were not suffered to share the merrymaking at the great stone in the forest, and a pretence was made of burning them in small fires kindled before their own doors. Bonfires of the first Sunday of Lent in Franche-Comté. In the French province of Franche-Comté, to the west of the Jura Mountains, the first Sunday of Lent is known as the Sunday of the Firebrands, Brantons, on account of the fires which it is customary to kindle on that day. On the Saturday or the Sunday, the village lads harness themselves to a cart and drag it about the streets, stopping at the doors of the houses where there are girls and begging for a faggot. When they have got enough, they cart the fuel to a spot at some little distance from the village, pile it up and set it on fire. All the people of the parish come out to see the bonfire. In some villages, when the bells have rung, the Angelus, the signal for the observance, is given by cries of "To the fire, to the fire." Lads, lasses and children dance round the blaze, and when the flames have died down, they vie with each other in leaping over the red embers. He or she who does so without singeing his or her garments will be married within the year. Young folk also carry lighted torches about the streets or the fields, and when they pass an orchard they cry out, "More fruits than leaves." Down to recent years at Leveron, in the department of Doubs, it was the young married couples of the year who had charge of the bonfires. In the midst of the bonfire, a pole was planted with a wooden figure of a cock fastened to the top. Then there were races, and the winner received the cock as a prize. Bonfires of the first Sunday of Lent in Auvergne. In Auvergne, fires are everywhere kindled on the evening of the first Sunday in Lent. Every village, every hamlet, even every ward, every isolated farm has its bonfire, or frigo, as it is called, which blazes up as the shades of night are falling. The fires may be seen flaring on the heights and in the plains. The people dance and sing round them, and leap through the flames. Then they proceed to the ceremony of the granosmias. A granomio is a torch of straw fastened to the top of a pole. When the pyre is half consumed, the bystanders kindle the torches at the expiring flames and carry them into the neighbouring orchards, fields, and gardens, wherever there are fruit trees. As they march, they sing at the top of their voices, "Grano mi mio, grano non piore, grano mo more." That is, "Granus my friend, Granus my father, Granus my mother." Then they pass the burning torches under the branches of every tree, singing, "Brando brandunsi, sac pranzo in plan panai." That is, "Firebrand burn, every branch is a basketful. In some villages, the people also run across the sown fields and shake the ashes of the torches on the ground, whilst they put some of the ashes in the fowls' nests, in order that the hens may lay plenty of eggs throughout the year. When all these ceremonies have been performed, everybody goes home and feasts. The special dishes of the evening are fritters and pancakes. Here the application of the fire to the fruit trees, to the sown fields, and to the nests of the poultry is clearly a charm intended to ensure fertility, and the granner to whom the invocations are addressed, and who gives his name to the torches, may possibly be, as Dr. Pomerleau suggests, no other than the ancient Celtic god Granus, whom the Romans identified with Apollo, and whose worship is attested by inscriptions found not only in France but in Scotland and on the Danube. The granner invoked at these bonfires may be the old Celtic god Granus, who was identified with Apollo. If the name Granus is derived, as the learned tell us, from a root meaning to glow, burn, shine, the deity who bore the name and was identified with Apollo may well have been a sun god, and in that case the prayers addressed to him by the peasants of the Auvergne, while they wave the blazing, crackling torches about the fruit trees, would be eminently appropriate. For who could ripen the fruits so well as the sun god, and what better process could be devised to draw the blossoms from the bare boughs than the application to them of that genial warmth which is ultimately derived from the solar beams? Thus the fire festival of the first Sunday in Lent, as it is observed in Auvergne, may be interpreted very naturally and simply as a religious, or rather perhaps magical ceremony designed to procure a due supply of the sun's heat for plants and animals. At the same time, we should remember that the employment of fire in this and kindred ceremonies may have been designed originally not so much to stimulate growth and reproduction as to burn and destroy all agencies, whether in the shape of vermin, witches, or whatnot, which threatened or were supposed to threaten the growth of the crops and the multiplication of animals. It is often difficult to decide between these two different interpretations of the use of fire in agricultural rites. In any case, the fire festival of Auvergne on the first Sunday in Lent may date from Druidical times. French custom of carrying lighted torches, brandons, about the orchards and fields to fertilize them on the first Sunday of Lent. The custom of carrying lighted torches of straw, brandons, about the orchards and fields to fertilize them on the first Sunday of Lent seems to have been common in France, whether it was accompanied with the practice of kindling bonfires or not. Thus in the province of Picardy, on the first Sunday of Lent, people carried torches through the fields, exorcising the field mice, the darnel, and the smut. They imagined that they did much good to the gardens and caused the onions to grow large. Children ran about the fields, torch in hand, to make the land more fertile. All that was done habitually in Picardy, and the ceremony of the torches is not entirely forgotten, especially in the villages on both sides of the Somme as far as Sainte Valerie. A very agreeable spectacle, said the curate of L'Etoile, is the survey from the portal of the church, situated almost on the top of the mountain, the vast plains of Vimoux, all illuminated by these wandering fires. The same pastime is observed at Poix, at Conti, and in all the villages round about. Again, in the district of Beauce, a festival of torches, brandons, or brandelons, used to be held both on the first and on the second Sunday in Lent. The first was called the Great Torches, and the second the Little Torches. The torches were, as usual, bundles of straw wrapped round poles. In the evening the village lads carried the burning brands through the country, running about in disorder and singing. Torches burn, at these vines, at this wheat, torches burn, for the maidens that shall wed. From time to time the bearers would stand still and smite the earth altogether with the blazing straw of the torches, while they cried, "A sheaf of a peck and a half, Garbi et Boissonneau." If two torch-bearers happened to meet each other on their rounds, they performed the same ceremony and uttered the same words. When the straw was burnt out, the poles were collected and a great bonfire made of them. Lads and lasses danced round the flames, and the lads leaped over them. Afterwards it was customary to eat a special sort of hashy pudding made of wheaten flour. These usages were still in vogue at the beginning of the 19th century, but they have now almost disappeared. The peasants believed that by carrying lighted torches through the fields, they protected the crops from field mice, dino and smut. At Dijon, in Burgundy, it is a custom upon the first Sunday in Lent to make the large fires in the streets, whence it is called Firebrand Sunday. This practice originated in the processions formerly made on that day by the peasants who lighted torches of straw to drive away, as they called it, the bad air from the earth. In some parts of France, while the people scoured the country with burning brands on the first Sunday in Lent, they warned the fruit trees that if they did not take heed and bear fruit, they would surely be cut down and cast into the fire. On the same day, peasants in the department of Lorette used to run about the sowed fields with burning torches in their hands, while they adjourned the field mice to quit the wheat on pain of having their whiskers burnt. In the department of VII, the great fires of straw and faggots, which are kindled in the fields at this time, are or were supposed to destroy the nests of the caterpillars. At Verges, a lonely village surrounded by forests between the Jura and the Combe d'Ain, the torches used at this season were kindled in a peculiar manner. The young people climbed to the top of a mountain, where they placed 3 nests of straw and 3 trees. These nests being then set on fire, torches made of dry lime wood were lighted at them, and the merry troop descended the mountain to their flickering light, and went to every house in the village, demanding roasted peas, and obliging all couples who had been married within the year to dance. In Berry, a district of central France, it appears that bonfires are not lighted on this day, but when the sun has set, the whole population of the villages, armed with blazing torches of straw, disperse over the country and scour the fields, the vineyards, and the orchards. Seen from afar, the multitude of moving lights, twinkling in the darkness, appear like will-o'-wisps chasing each other across the plains, along the hillsides and down the valleys. While the men have their flambeaux about the branches of the fruit trees, the women and children tie brands of wheat and straw round the tree trunks. The effect of the ceremony is supposed to be to avert the various plagues from which the fruits of the earth are apt to suffer, and the brands of straw fastened round the stems of the trees are believed to render them fruitful. In the peninsula of La Manche, the Norman peasants used to spend almost the whole night of the first Sunday in Lent rushing about the country with lighted torches for the purpose, as they supposed, of driving away the moles and field mice. Fires were also kindled on some of the dolmens. Bonfires on the first Sunday of Lent in Germany and Austria. In Germany, Austria, and Switzerland, at the same season similar customs have prevailed. Thus in the Eifel Mountains, Rhenish Prussia, on the first Sunday in Lent, young people used to collect straw and brushwood from house to house. These they carried to an eminence and piled up round a tall slim beech tree, to which a piece of wood was fastened at right angles to form a cross. The structure was known as the hut or castle. Fire was set to it, and the young people marched round the blazing castle, bareheaded, each carrying a lighted torch and praying aloud. Sometimes a straw man was burned in the hut. People observed the direction in which the smoke blew from the fire. If it blew towards the cornfields, it was a sign that the harvest would be abundant. On the same day, in some parts of the Eifel, a great wheel was made of straw and dragged by 3 horses to the top of a hill. Thither the village boys marched at nightfall, set fire to the wheel, and set it rolling down the slope. 2 lads followed it with levers to set it in motion again, in case it should anywhere meet with a check. At Oberstadtfeld, the wheel had to be provided by the young man who was last married. Burning the witch. About Echternach, in Luxembourg, the same ceremony is called burning the witch. While it is going on, the older men ascend the heights and observe what wind is blowing, for that is the wind which will prevail the whole year. At Vorarlberg, in the Tyrol, on the first Sunday in Lent, a slender young fir tree is surrounded with a pile of straw and firewood. To the top of the tree is fastened a human figure called the witch, made of old clothes and stuffed with gunpowder. At night the whole is set on fire, and boys and girls dance round it, swinging torches and singing rhymes in which the words "corn in the winnowing basket," "the plough in the earth," may be distinguished. In Swabia on the first Sunday in Lent, a figure called the witch, or the old wife, or winter's grandmother, is made up of clothes and fastened to a pole. This is stuck in the middle of a pile of wood to which fire is applied. Burning discs thrown into the air. While the witch is burning, the young people throw blazing discs into the air. The discs are thin round pieces of wood, a few inches in diameter, with notched edges to imitate the rays of the sun or stars. They have a hole in the middle by which they are attached to the end of a wand. Before the disc is thrown, it is set on fire. The wand is swung to and fro, and the impetus thus communicated to the disc is augmented by dashing the rod sharply against a sloping board. The burning disc is thus thrown off, and mounting high into the air describes a long fiery curve before it reaches the ground. A single lad may fling up 40 or 50 of these discs, one after the other. The object is to throw them as high as possible. The wand by which they are hurled must, at least in some parts of Swabia, be of hazel. Sometimes the lads also leap over the fire, brandishing lighted torches of pine wood. The charred embers of the burned witch and discs are taken home and planted in the flax fields the same night, in the belief that they will keep vermin from the fields. At Waningen, near Molsheim, in Baden, a like custom is observed on the first Sunday in Lent. The young people kindle a bonfire on the crest of the mountain above the village, and the burning discs which they hurl into the air are said to present in the darkness the aspect of a continual shower of falling stars. When the supply of discs is exhausted and the bonfire begins to burn low, the boys light torches and run with them at full speed down one or other of the 3 steep and winding paths that descend the mountain side to the village. Bumps, bruises, and scratches are often the result of their efforts to outstrip each other in their headlong race. In the Rhone mountains, situated on the borders of Hesse and Bavaria, the people used to march to the top of a hill or eminence on the first Sunday in Lent. Children and lads carried torches, brooms daubed with tar, and poles swathed in straw. A wheel, wrapped in combustibles, was kindled and rolled down the hill. The young people rushed about the fields with their burning torches and brooms, till at last they flung them in a heap, and standing round them, struck up a hymn or a popular song. Burning wheels rolled downhill. The object of running about the fields with the blazing torches was to drive away the wicked sower, or it was done in honour of the Virgin, that she might preserve the fruits of the earth throughout the year and bless them. In neighbouring villages of Hesse, between the Rhone and the Vogel mountains, it is thought that, wherever the burning wheels roll, the fields would be safe from hail and storm. At Cons on the Moselle, on the Thursday before the first Sunday in Lent, the 2 guilds of the butchers and weavers used to repair to the Marksburg, and there set up an oak tree, with a wheel fastened to it. On the following Sunday, the people ascended the hill, cut down the oak, set fire to the wheel, and sent both oak and wheel rolling down the hillside, while a guard of butchers, mounted on horses, fired at the flaming wheel in its descent. If the wheel rolled down into the Moselle, the butchers were rewarded with a wagon load of wine by the Archbishop of Treves. Bonfires on the first Sunday in Lent in Switzerland. In Switzerland, also, it is or used to be customary to kindle bonfires in high places on the evening of the first Sunday in Lent, and the day is there popularly known as Spark Sunday. The custom prevailed, for example, throughout the canton of Lucerne. Boys went about from house to house begging for wood and straw, then piled the fuel on a conspicuous mountain or hill round about a pole, which bore a straw effigy called the witch. At nightfall the pile was set on fire, and the young folks danced wildly round it, some of them crackling whips or ringing bells, and when the fire burned low enough they leaped over it. This was called burning the witch. In some parts of the canton also, they used to wrap old wheels in straw and thorns, put light to them, and send them rolling and blazing downhill. The same custom of rolling lighted wheels downhill is attested by old authorities for the cantons of Aargau and Bâle. The more bonfires could be seen sparkling and flaring in the darkness, the more fruitful was the year expected to be, and the higher the dancers leaped beside or over the fire, the higher it was thought would grow the flax. In the district of Freiburg and the Berzec, in the district of Bâle, there was a last married man or woman who must kindle the bonfire. Burning discs thrown into the air. While the bonfires blazed up, it was customary in some parts of Switzerland to propel burning discs of wood through the air by means of the same simple machinery which is used for the purpose in Swabia. Each lad tried to send his disc fizzing and flaring through the darkness as far as possible, and in discharging it, he mentioned the name of the person to whose honour it was dedicated. But in Pratekao, the words uttered in launching the fiery discs referred to the abundance which was apparently expected to follow the performance of the ceremony. Among them were grease in the pan, corn in the fan, and a plough in the earth. Connection of these bonfires with the custom of carrying out death. It seems hardly possible to separate from these bonfires, kindled on the first Sunday in Lent, the fires in which about the same season the effigy called Death is burned as part of the ceremony of carrying out death. We have seen that at Speckendorf, in Austrian Silesia, on the morning of Rupert's Day, Shrove Tuesday, the straw man, dressed in a fur coat and a fur cap, is laid in a hole outside the village and there burned, and that while it is blazing, every one seeks to snatch a fragment of it, which he fastens to a branch of the highest tree in his garden, or buries it in his field, believing that this will make the crops to grow better. The ceremony is known as the Burying of Death. Effigies burnt on Shrove Tuesday. Even when the straw man is not designated as Death, the meaning of the observance is probably the same. For the name Death, as I have tried to show, does not express the original intention of the ceremony. At Coburn, in the Eifel Mountains, the lads make up a straw man on Shrove Tuesday. The effigy is formally tried and accused of having perpetrated all the thefts that had been committed in the neighbourhood throughout the year. Being condemned to death, the straw man is led through the village, shot, and burnt upon a pyre. They dance round the blazing pile, and the last bride must leap over it. In Oldenburg, on the evening of Shrove Tuesday, people used to make long bundles of straw which they set on fire, and then ran about the fields waving them, shrieking, and singing wild songs. Finally, they burned a straw man on the field, in the district of Dusseldorf. The straw man burnt on Shrove Tuesday was made of an unthreshed sheaf of corn. On the first Monday after the spring equinox, the urchins of Zurich drag a straw man on a little cart through the streets, while at the same time the girls carry about a May tree. When Vespers ring, the straw man is burned. In the district of Vaikien, on Ash Wednesday, a man used to be encased in pea straw and taken to an appointed place. Here he slipped quietly out of his straw casing, which was then burned, the children thinking that it was the man who was being burned. In the Val di Ledro, Tyrol, on the last day of the carnival, a figure is made up of straw and brushwood and then burned. The figure is called the Old Woman, and the ceremony burning the Old Woman. End of section 6. Section 7 of The Golden Bough, A Study in Magic and Religion, Part 7, Bold of the Beautiful, Volume 1, by Sir James George Frazer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 4, The Fire Festivals of Europe, Part 2. 2. The Easter Fires. Fire festivals on Easter Eve. Custom in Catholic countries of kindling a wholly new fire at the church on Easter Sunday. Marvellous properties ascribed to the embers of the fire. Another occasion on which these fire festivals are held is Easter Eve, the Saturday before Easter Sunday. On that day it has been customary in Catholic countries to extinguish all the lights in the churches and then to make a new fire, sometimes with flint and steel, sometimes with a burning glass. At this fire is lit the great Paschal, or Easter candle, which is then used to rekindle all the extinguished lights in the church. In many parts of Germany, a bonfire is also kindled, by means of the new fire, on some open space near the church. It is consecrated, and the people bring sticks of oak, walnut, and beech, which they char in the fire, and then take home with them. Some of these charred sticks are thereupon burned at home in a newly kindled fire, with a prayer that God will preserve the homestead from fire, lightning, and hail. Thus every house receives new fire. Some of the sticks are kept throughout the year and laid on the hearth fire during heavy thunderstorms to prevent the house from being struck by lightning, or they are inserted in the roof with the like intention. Others are placed in the fields, gardens, and meadows, with a prayer that God will keep them from blight and hail. Such fields and gardens are thought to thrive more than others. The corn and the plants that grow in them are not beaten down by hail, nor devoured by mice, vermin, and beetles. No witch harms them, and the ears of corn stand close and full. The charred sticks are also applied to the plough. The ashes of the Easter bonfire, together with the ashes of the consecrated palm branches, are mixed with the seed at sowing. The burning of Judas. A wooden figure called Judas is sometimes burned in the consecrated bonfire, and even where this custom has been abolished, the bonfire itself in some places goes by the name of the burning of Judas. Easter fires in Bavaria and the Abruzzi. In the Hollertau, Bavaria, the young men used to light their lanterns at the newly kindled Easter candle in the church and then race to the bonfire. He who reached it first set fire to the pile, and next day, Easter Sunday, was rewarded at the church door by the housewives, who presented him with red eggs. Great was the jubilation while the effigy of the traitor was being consumed in the flames. The ashes were carefully collected and thrown away at sunrise in running water. In many parts of the Abruzzi also, pious people kindled their fires on Easter Saturday with a brand brought from the sacred new fire in the church. When the brand has thus served to bless the fire on the domestic hearth, it is extinguished, and the remainder is preserved partially in a cranny of the outer wall of the house, partially on a tree to which it is tied. This is done for the purpose of guarding the homestead against injury by storms. At Campo de Giove, the people say that if you can get a piece of one of these 3 holy candles, which the priest lights from the new fire, you should allow a few drops of the wax to fall into the crown of your hat. For after that, if it should thunder and lighten, you have nothing to do but to clap your hat on your head, and no flash of lightning can possibly strike you. Water as well as fire consecrated in the Abruzzi on Easter Saturday. Further, it deserves to be noted that in the Abruzzi, water as well as fire is, as it were, renewed and consecrated on Easter Saturday. Most people fetch holy water on that day from the churches, and every member of the family drinks a little of it, believing that it has power to protect him or her against witchcraft, fever, and stomach aches of all sorts. And when the church bells ring again, after their enforced silence, the water is sprinkled about the house, and especially under the beds, with the help of a palm branch. Some of this blessed water is also kept in the house for use in great emergencies, when there is no time to fetch a priest. Thus it may be employed to baptize a newborn infant gasping for life, or to sprinkle a sick man in the last agony. Such a sprinkling is reckoned equal with priestly absolution. Water consecrated in Calabria on Easter Saturday. In Calabria, the customs with regard to the new water, as it is called, on Easter Saturday are similar. It is poured into a new vessel, adorned with ribbons and flowers, is blessed by the priest, and is tasted by every one of the household, beginning with the parents. And when the air vibrates with the glad music of the church bells announcing the resurrection, the people sprinkle the holy water about the houses, bidding in a loud voice all evil things to go forth and all good things to come in. At the same time, to emphasize the exorcism, they knock on doors, window shutters, chests, and other domestic articles of furniture. At Cetraro, people who suffer from diseases of the skin bathe in the sea at this propitious moment. At Pietro, in Gorano, they plunge into the river on the night of the Easter Saturday before Easter Sunday dawns, and while they bathe they utter never a word. Moreover, the Calabrians keep the new water as a sacred thing. They believe that it serves as a protection against witchcraft if it is sprinkled on a fire or a lamp when the wood crackles or the wick sputters, for they regard it as a bad omen when the fire talks, as they say. Water and fire consecrated on Easter Saturday among the Germans of Bohemia. Among the Germans of Western Bohemia, also, water as well as fire is consecrated by the priest in front of the church on Easter Saturday. People bring jugs full of water to the church and set them beside the holy fire. Afterwards they use the water to sprinkle on the palm branches which are stuck in the fields. Charred sticks of the Judas fire as is popularly called, are supposed to possess a magical and healing virtue. Hence the people take them home with them, even scuffle with each other for the still growing embers in order to carry them, still glimmering, to their houses and so obtain the light or the holy light. Easter rites of fire and winter at Hildesheim. At Hildesheim also, and the neighbouring villages of central Germany, rites both of fire and water are or were till lately observed at Easter. Thus on Easter night many people fetch water from the Innerste river and keep it carefully, believing it to be a remedy for many sorts of ailments both of man and beast. In the villages on the Leine river, servant men and maids used to go silently on Easter night between the hours of 11 and 12 and silently draw water in buckets from the river. They mix the water with the fodder and the drink of the cattle to make the animals thrive, and they imagined that to wash in it was good for human beings. Many were also of opinion that at the same mystic hour the water turned to wine, as far as the crowing of a cock could be heard. In this belief they laid themselves flat on their stomachs and kept their tongues in the water till the miraculous change occurred, when they took a great gulp of the transformed water. At Hildesheim, too, and the neighbouring villages, fires used to blaze on all the heights on Easter Eve, and embers taken from the bonfires were dipped in the cattle troughs to benefit the beasts and were kept in the houses to avert lightning. New fire at Easter in Carinthia. In the Lesachtal, Carinthia, all the fires in the houses used to be extinguished on Easter Saturday, and rekindled with a fresh fire brought from the churchyard, where the priest had lit it by the friction of flint and steel and had bestowed his blessings on it. Such customs were probably widespread. In a Latin poem in the 16th century written by a certain Thomas Kirchmayer, and translated into English by Barnaby Googe, we read, "On Easter Eve the fire all is quenched in every place, and fresh again from out of the flint is fetched with solemn grace. The priest doth hallow this against great dangers many one, a brand whereof doth every man with greedy mind take home, that when the fearful storm appears or tempest back arise, by thine this he safe may be from the stroke of hurtful skies. A taper great the partial manned, with music then thy blaze, and frankincense herein they prick for the greater holiness. This burneth night and day as sign of Christ that conquered hell, and if so be this foolish toy suffice this to tell, then doth the bishop or the priest the water hollow straight, that for their baptism is reserved for now no more of weight, is that they used the year before, nor can they any more. Young children christen with the same as they have done before. With wondrous pomp and furniture amid the church they go, with candles, crosses, banners, chrismy and oil appointed though. 9 times about the front they march, and on the saints do call. Then still at length they stand, and straight the priest begins withal. And thus the water doth he touches, and the crosses thereon make. Here big and barbarous words he speaks, to make the devil quake, and wholesome waters conjureth, and foolishly doth dress, supposing holier that to make, which God before did bless. And after this his candle then he thrusteth in the food, and thrice he breathes thereon with breath that stinks of former food. And making here an end, his Christmas he pours thereupon, the people staring here it stand, amazed every one, leaving their great powers given to this water here, by gaping of these learned men, and such like trifling gear. Therefore in vessels brought they draw, and home they carry some, against the griefs that to themselves or to their beasts may come. Then clappers cease, and bells are set again at liberty, and herewithal the hungry times of fasting ended be. It is said that formerly all the fires in Rome were lighted afresh from the holy fire kindled in St. Peter's on Easter Sunday. The new fire on Easter Saturday at Florence. In Florence, the ceremony of kindling the new fire on Easter Eve is peculiar. The holy flame is elicited from certain flints which are said to have been brought by a member of the Pazzi family from the Holy Land. They are kept in the Church of the Holy Apostles on the Piazza del Limbo, and on the morning of Easter Saturday, the prior strikes fire from them and lights a candle from the new flame. The burning candle is then carried in solemn procession by the clergy and members of the municipality to the high altar in the cathedral. A vast crowd has meanwhile assembled in the cathedral and the neighbouring square to witness the ceremony. Amongst the spectators are many peasants drawn from the surrounding country, for it is commonly believed that on the success or failure of the ceremony depends the fate of the crops for the year. Outside the door of the cathedral stands a festal car drawn by 2 fine white oxen with gilded horns. The body of the car is loaded with a pyramid of squibs and crackers and is connected by a wire with a pillar set up in front of the high altar. The wire extends down the middle of the nave at a height of about 6 feet from the ground. Beneath it a clear passage is left, the spectators being ranged on either side and crowding the vast interior from wall to wall. When all is ready, High Mass is celebrated, and precisely at noon, when the first words of the Gloria are being chanted, the sacred fire is applied to the pillar, which, like the car, is wreathed with fireworks. A moment more, and a fiery dove comes flying down the nave, with a hissing sound and a sputter of sparks between the 2 hedges of eager spectators. If all goes well, the bird pursues its course along the wire, and out at the door, and in another moment a prolonged series of fizzes, pops and bangs announces to the excited crowd in the cathedral that the fireworks on the car are going off. Great is the joy accordingly, especially among the bumpkins, who are now sure of an abundant harvest. But if, as sometimes happens, the dove stops short in its career and fizzles out, revealing itself as a stuffed bird with a packet of squibs tied to its tail, great is the consternation, and deep the curses that issue from between the set teeth of the clodhoppers, who now give up the harvest for lost. Formerly the unskilled mechanician who was responsible for the failure would have been clapped into jail, but nowadays he is thought sufficiently punished by the storm of public indignation and the loss of his pay. The disaster is announced by placards posted about the streets in the evening, and next morning the newspapers are full of gloomy prognostications. The new fire and the burning of Judas on Easter Saturday in Mexico. Some of these customs have been transported by the Catholic Church to the New World. Thus in Mexico, the new fire is struck from a flint early in the morning of Easter Saturday, and a candle which has been lighted at the sacred flame is carried through the church by a deacon shouting, Lumen Christi. Meantime the whole city, we are informed, has been converted into a vast place of execution. Ropes stretch across the streets from house to house, and from every house dangles an effigy of Judas made of paper pulp. Scores or hundreds of them may adorn a single street. They are of all shapes and sizes, grotesque in form and garbed in strange attire, stuffed with gunpowder, squibs and crackers, sometimes too with meat, bread, soap, candy and clothing, for which the crowd will scramble and scuffle while the effigies are burning. There they hang grim, black, and sullen in the strong sunshine, greeted with a roar of execration by the pious mob. A peal of bells from the cathedral tower on the stroke of noon gives the signal for the execution. At the sound, a frenzy seizes the crowd. They throw themselves furiously on the figures of the detested traitor, cut them down, hurl them with curses into the fire, and fight and struggle with each other in their efforts to tear the effigies to tatters and appropriate their contents. Smoke, stink, sputter of crackers, oaths, curses, yells are now the order of the day. But the traitor does not perish unavenged, for the anatomy of his frame has been cunningly contrived so as in burning to discharge volleys of squibs into his assailants, and the wounds and burns with which their piety is rewarded form a feature of the morning's entertainment. The English Jockey Club in Mexico used to improve on this popular pastime by suspending huge figures of Judas stuffed with copper coins from ropes in front of their clubhouse. These were ignited at the proper moment and lowered within reach of the expectant rabble, and it was a privilege of members of the club seated in the balcony to watch the grimaces and to hear the shrieks of the victims as they stamped and campered about with the hot coppers sticking to their hands, divided in their minds between an acute sense of pain and a thirst for filthy lucre. The burning of Judas at Easter in South America. Scenes of the same sort, though on a less ambitious scale, are witnessed among the Catholics of South America on the same day. In Brazil, the mourning for the death of Christ ceases at noon on Easter Saturday and gives place to an extravagant burst of joy at his resurrection. Shots are fired everywhere, and effigies of Judas are hung on trees or dragged about the streets to be finally burned or otherwise destroyed. In the Indian villages scattered among the wild valleys of the Peruvian Andes, figures of the traitor made of pasteboard and stuffed with squibs and crackers are hanged on gibbets before the door of the church on Easter Saturday. Fire is set to them, and while they crackle and explode, the Indians dance and shout for joy at the destruction of their hated enemy. Similarly, at Rio Hacha in Colombia, Judas is represented during Holy Week by life-size effigies, and the people fire at them as if they were discharging a sacred duty. The new fire on Easter Saturday in the Church of the Holy Sepulchre at Jerusalem. But usages of this sort are not confined to the Latin Church. They are common to the Greek Church also. Every year on the Saturday before Easter Sunday, a new fire is miraculously kindled at the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem. It descends from heaven and ignites the candles which the Patriarch holds in his hands, while with closed eyes he wrestles in prayer all alone in the chapel of the angel. The worshippers meanwhile wait anxiously in the body of the church, and great are their transports of joy when at one of the windows of the chapel, which had been all dark a minute before, there suddenly appears the hand of an angel, or of the Patriarch, holding a lighted taper. This is the sacred new fire. It is passed out to the expectant believers, and in the desperate struggle which ensues among them to get a share of its blessed influence, is only terminated by the intervention of the Turkish soldiery, who restore peace and order by hustling the whole multitude impartially out of the church. In days gone by, many lives were often lost in these holy scrimmages. For example, the year 1834, the famous Ibrahim Pasha witnessed the frantic scene from one of the galleries, and being moved with compassion at the sight, descended with a few guards into the arena in the chimerical hope of restoring peace and order among the contending Christians. He contrived to force his way into the midst of the dense crowd, but there the heat and pressure was so great that he fainted away. A body of soldiers, seeing his danger, charged straight into the throng and carried him out of it in their arms, trampling underfoot the dying and dead on their passage. Nearly 200 people were killed that day in the church. The fortunate survivors on these occasions, who succeeded in obtaining a portion of the coveted fire, applied it freely to their faces, their beards, and their garments. The theory was that the fire, being miraculous, could only bless and not burn them, but the practical results of the experiment were often disappointing, for while the blessings were more or less dubious, there could be no doubt whatever about the burns. The history of the miracle has been carefully investigated by a Jesuit father. The conclusions at which he arrives are that the miracle was a miracle indeed so long as the Catholics had the management of it, and that since it fell into the hands of the heretics, it has been nothing but a barefaced trick and imposture. Many people will be disposed to agree with the latter conclusion who might hesitate to accept the former. The new fire and the burning of Judas on Easter Saturday in Greece. At Athens, the new fire is kindled in the cathedral at midnight on Holy Saturday. A dense crowd with unlit candles in their hands fills the square in front of the cathedral. The king, the archbishop, and the highest dignitaries of the church, arrayed in their gorgeous robes, occupy a platform, and at the exact moment of the resurrection the bells ring out, and the whole square bursts as by magic into a blaze of light. Theoretically, all the candles are lit from the sacred new fire in the cathedral, but practically it may be suspected that the matches which bear the name of Lucifer have some share in the sudden illumination. Effigies of Judas used to be burned at Athens on Easter Saturday, but the custom has been forbidden by the government. However, firing goes on more or less continuously all over the city, both on Easter Saturday and Easter Sunday, and the cartridges used on this occasion are not always blank. The shots are aimed at Judas, but sometimes they miss him and hit other people. Outside of Athens, the practice of burning Judas in effigy still survives in some places. For example, in Kos, a straw image of the traitor is made on Easter's day, and after being hung up and shot at, it is burned. A similar custom appears to prevail at Thebes. It used to be observed by the Macedonian peasantry, and it is still kept up at Aricia, a fashionable summer resort of Constantinople. The new fire candle mass in Armenia. In the Armenian Church, the sacred new fire is kindled not at Easter, but at Candlemas, that is, on the 2nd of February, or on the eve of that festival. The materials of the bonfire are piled in an open space near a church, and they are generally ignited by young couples who have been married within the year. However, it is the bishop or his vicar who lights the candles with which fire is set to the pile. All young married pairs are expected to range themselves about the fire and to dance round it. Young men leap over the flames, but girls and women content themselves with going round them, while they pray to be preserved from the itch and other skin diseases. When the ceremony is over, the people eagerly pick up charred sticks or ashes of the fire and preserve them or scatter them on the four corners of the roof, in the cattle stall, in the garden, and on the pastures. For these holy sticks and ashes protect men and cattle against disease, and fruit trees against worms and caterpillars. Omens too are drawn from the direction in which the wind blows the flames and the smoke. If it carries them eastward, there is hope of a good harvest. But if it inclines them westward, the people fear that the crops will fail. The new fire and the burning of Judas at Easter are probably relics of paganism. In spite of the thin cloak of Christianity thrown over these customs, by representing the new fire as an emblem of Christ and the figure burned in it as an effigy of Judas, we can hardly doubt that both practices are of pagan origin. Neither of them has the authority of Christ or of his disciples, but both of them have abundant analogies in popular custom and superstition. Some instances of the practice of annually extinguishing fires and relighting them from a new and sacred flame have already come before us, but a few examples may here be cited for the sake of illustrating the wide diffusion of a custom which has found its way into the ritual both of the Eastern and of the Western Church. The new fire at the summer solstice among the Incas of Peru. The Incas of Peru celebrated a festival called Raimi, a word which their native historian Garcilaso de la Vega tells us was equivalent to our Easter. It was held in honor of the sun at the solstice in June. For 3 days before the festival, the people fasted. Men did not sleep with their wives, and no fires were lighted in Cuzco, the capital. The sacred new fire was obtained direct from the sun by concentrating his beams on a highly polished concave plate and reflecting them on a little cotton wool. With this holy fire, the sheep and lambs offered to the sun were consumed, and the flesh of such as were to be eaten at the festival was roasted. Portions of the new fire were also conveyed to the temple of the sun and to the convent of the Sacred Virgins, where they were kept burning all the year, and it was an ill omen if the holy flame went out. The new fire among the Indians of Mexico and New Mexico. At a festival held in the last month of the old Mexican year, all the fires both in the temples and in the houses were extinguished, and the priest kindled a new fire by rubbing 2 sticks against each other before the image of the fire god. The Zuni Indians in New Mexico kindled a new fire by the friction of wood both at the winter and the summer solstice. At the winter solstice, the chosen fire maker collects a faggot of cedar wood from every house in the village, and each person, as he hands the wood to the fire maker, prays that the crops may be good in the coming year. For several days before the new fire is kindled, no ashes or sweepings may be removed from the houses, and no artificial light may appear outside of them, not even a burning cigarette or the flash of firearms. The Indians believe that no rain will fall on the fields of the man outside whose house a light has been seen at this season. The signal for kindling the new fire is given by the rising of the morning star. The flame is produced by twirling an upright stick between the hands on a horizontal stick laid on the floor of a sacred chamber, the sparks being caught by a tinder of cedar dust. It is forbidden to blow up the smouldering tinder with the breath, for that would offend the gods. After the fire has thus been ceremonially kindled, the women and girls of all the families in the village clean out their houses. They carry the sweepings and ashes in baskets or bowls to the fields and leave them there. To the sweepings the woman says, "I now deposit you as sweepings, but in 1 year you will return to me as corn." And to the ashes she says, "I now deposit you as ashes, but in 1 year you will return to me as meal." At the summer solstice, the sacred fire, which had been procured by the friction of wood, is used to kindle the grass and trees, that there may be a great cloud of smoke, while bull roarers are swung and prayers offered that the rainmakers up aloft will water the earth. From this account we see how intimately the kindling of a new fire at the two turning points of the sun's course is associated in the minds of these Indians with the fertility of the land, particularly with the growth of the corn. The rolling smoke is apparently an imitation of rain clouds designed, on the principle of homeopathic magic, to draw showers from the blue sky. Once a year the Iroquois priesthood supplied the people with a new fire. As a preparation for the annual rite, the fires in all the huts were extinguished and the ashes scattered about. Then the priest, wearing the insignia of his office, went from hut to hut relighting the fires by means of a flint. The new fire among the Eskimos. Among the Eskimos, with whom C.F. Hell resided, it was a custom that at a certain time, which answered to our New Year's Day, 2 men went about from house to house blowing out every light in the village. One of the men was dressed to represent a woman. Afterwards the lights were rekindled from a fresh fire. An Eskimo woman, being asked what all this meant, replied, "New sun, new light." Among the Eskimos of Igloolik, when the sun first rises above the horizon after the long night of the Arctic winter, the children who have watched for his reappearance run into their houses and blow out the lamps. Then they receive from their mothers presents of pieces of wick. The new fire in Wadai, among the Swahili and in other parts of Africa. In the Sudanese kingdom of Wadai, all the fires in the villages are put out and the ashes removed from the houses on the day which precedes the New Year festival. At the beginning of the New Year, a new fire is lit by the friction of wood in the great straw hut where the village elders lounge away the sultry hours together, and every man takes thence a burning brand with which he rekindles the fire on his domestic hearth. In the Bahr el Ghazal province of the Egyptian Sudan, the people extinguish their old fires at the Arab New Year and bring a new fire. On the same occasion they beat the walls of their huts, the grass thatches and the walls of their enclosures, in order to drive away the devil or evil spirits. The beating of the walls and roofs is accompanied by the firing of guns, the shouting of men, and the shriller cries of the women. Thus these people combined an annual expulsion of demons with an annual lighting of a new fire. Among the Swahili of East Africa, the greatest festival is that of the New Year, which falls in the second half of August. At a given moment, all the fires are extinguished with water, and afterwards relit by the friction of 2 dry pieces of wood. The ashes of the old fires are carried out and deposited at crossroads. All the people get up very early in the morning and bathe in the sea or some other water, praying to be kept in good health and to live that they may bathe again next year. Sham fights form part of the amusements of the day. Sometimes they pass into grim reality. Indeed, the day was formerly one of general license. Every man did that which was good in his own eyes. No awkward questions were asked about any crimes committed on this occasion, so some people improved the shining hour by knocking a few poor devils on the head. Shooting still goes on during the whole day, and at night the proceedings generally wind up with a great dance. The king of Benamatapa, as the early Portuguese traders called him, in East Africa, used to send commissioners annually to every town in his dominions. On the arrival of one of these officers, the inhabitants of each town had to put out all their fires and to receive a new fire from him. Failing to comply with this custom was treated as rebellion. Some tribes of British Central Africa carefully extinguished the fires on their hearths at the beginning of the hoeing season and at harvest. The fires are afterwards rekindled by friction, and the people indulge in dances of various kinds. The new fire among the Todas of southern India and among the Nagas of northeastern India. The Todas of the Nilgiri Hills in southern India annually kindle a sacred new fire by the friction of wood in the mouth, which begins with the October moon. The ceremony is performed by 2 holy dairymen at the foot of a high hill. When they have lighted the fire by rubbing 2 dry sticks together and it begins to burn well, they stand a little way off and pray, singing, "May the young grass flower, may honey flourish, may fruit ripen." The purpose of the ceremony is to make the grass and honey plentiful. In ancient times, the Todas lived largely on wild fruits, and then the right to the new fire was very important. Now that they subsist chiefly on the milk of their buffaloes, the ceremony has lost much of its old significance. When the Nagas of northeastern India have felled the timber and cut down the scrub in those patches of jungle which they propose to cultivate, they put out all the fires in the village and light a new fire by rubbing 2 dry pieces of wood together. Then, having kindled torches at it, they proceed with them to the jungle and ignite the felled timber and brushwood. The flesh of a cow or buffalo is also roasted on the new fire and furnishes a sacrificial meal. Near the small town of Gama in Burma, between Prome and Thietmil, certain gases escape from a hollow in the ground and burn with a steady flame during the dry season of the year. The people regard the flame as a forge of a spectral smith who here carried on his business after death had removed him from his old smithy in the village. Once a year all the household fires in Kama are extinguished and then lighted afresh from the ghostly flame. The new fire in China and Japan. In China every year, about the beginning of April, certain officials called Sezuin used of old to go about the country armed with wooden clappers. Their business was to summon the people and command them to put out every fire. This was the beginning of a season called Han Xin Si, or eating cold food. For 3 days all household fires remained extinct as a preparation for the solemn renewal of the fire, which took place on the 5th or 6th day of April, being the 105th day after the winter solstice. The ceremony was performed with great pomp by the same officials who procured the new fire from heaven by reflecting the sun's rays either from a metal mirror or from a crystal on dry moss. Fire thus obtained is called by the Chinese heavenly fire, and its use is enjoined as sacrifices, whereas fire elicited by the friction of wood is termed by them earthly fire, and its use is prescribed for cooking and other domestic purposes. When once the new fire had thus been drawn from the sun, all the people were free to rekindle their domestic hearths. And as the Chinese distich has it, at the festival of the cold food, there are 1,000 white stalks among the flowers. On the day Xing Ming at sunrise, you may see the smoke of 10,000 houses. According to a Chinese philosopher, the reason for thus renewing fire periodically is that the vital principle grows weaker and weaker in old fire, whereas in new fire it is young and vigorous. This annual renewal of fire was a ceremony of very great antiquity in China, since it is known to have been observed in the time of the First Dynasty, about 2,000 years before Christ. Under the Qiu dynasty, a change in the calendar led to shifting the fire festival from spring to the summer solstice, but afterwards it was brought back to its original date. Although the custom appears to have long fallen into disuse, the barbarous inhabitants of Hainan, an island to the south of China, still call a year a fire, as if in memory of the time when the years were reckoned by the annually recurring ceremony of rekindling the sacred fire. A Japanese book written 2 centuries ago informs us that sticks resembling the ones used for offerings at the purification ceremony were part shaven and set up in bundles at the 4 corners of the Gion shrine on the last day of the year. The priests, after prayers were recited, broke up the bundles and set fire to the sticks, which the people then carried home to light their household fires with for the new year. The object of this ceremony was to avert pestilence. The new fire in ancient Greece and Rome. In classical antiquity, the Greek island of Lemnos was devoted to the worship of the smith god Hephaestus, who was said to have fallen on it when Zeus hurled him from heaven. Once a year, every fire in the island was extinguished and remained extinct for 9 days, during which sacrifices were offered to the dead and to the infernal powers. New fire was brought in a ship from the sacred isle of Delos. With it, the fires in the houses and the workshops were relit. The people said that with the new fire, they made a new beginning of life. If the ship that bore the sacred flame arrived too soon, it might not be put into shore, but had to cruise in the offing till the 9 days were expired. At Rome, the sacred fire in the temple of Vesta was kindled anew every year on the 1st of March, which used to be the beginning of the Roman year. The task of lighting it was entrusted to the Vestal virgins, and they performed it by drilling a hole in a board of lucky wood till the flame was elicited by friction. The new fire thus produced was carried into the temple of Vesta by one of the virgins in a bronze sieve. The new fire at Halloween among the old Celts of Ireland. Among the Celts of Ireland, a new fire was annually kindled at Halloween, or the eve of Samhain, as they called it, the last day of October, for which the Irish New Year began, and all the hearths throughout the country are said to have been relighted from the fresh fire. The place where this holy flame was lit bore the name of Tlachtka, or Tlachtka. It has been identified with a rath or native fort on the hill of Ward near Athboy in the county of Meath. It was there, says the old Irish historian Geoffrey Keating, that the festival of the fire of Tlachtka was ordered to be held, and it was thither that the Druids of Ireland were wont to repair and to assemble, in solemn meeting on the eve of Samhain, for the purpose of making a sacrifice to all the gods. It was in that fire at Tlachtka that their sacrifice was burnt, and it was made obligatory, under pain of punishment, to extinguish all the fires of Ireland on that eve, and the men of Ireland were allowed to kindle no other fire but that one, and for each of the other fires, which were all to be lighted from it, the King of Munster was to receive a tax of scribal, that is, of 3 pence, because the land upon which Tlachtka was built belongs to the portion of Meath which had been taken from Munster. The new fire on September 1st among the Russian peasants. In the villages near Moscow at the present time, the peasants put out all their fires on the eve of the 1st of September, and next morning at sunrise a wise man or a wise woman rekindles them with the help of muttered incantations and spells. Instances of such practices might doubtless be multiplied, but the foregoing examples may suffice to render it probable that the ecclesiastical ceremony of lighting a sacred new fire on Easter Sunday had originally nothing to do with Christianity, but is merely one case of a worldwide custom which the Church has seen fit to incorporate in its ritual. Thus the ceremony of the new fire in the Eastern and Western Church is probably a relic of an old heathen rite. It might be supposed that in the Western Church the custom was merely a survival of the old Roman usage of renewing the fire on the 1st of March, were it not that the observance by the Eastern Church of the custom on the same day seems to point back to a still older period, when the ceremony of lighting a new fire in spring, perhaps at the vernal equinox, was common to many peoples of the Mediterranean era. We may conjecture that wherever such a ceremony has been observed, it originally marked the beginning of the new year, as it did in ancient Rome and Ireland, and as it still does in the Sudanese kingdom of Wadai and among the Swahili of Eastern Africa. The pagan character of the Easter fire appears from the superstitions associated with it, such as the belief that the fire fertilizes the field and protects houses from conflagration and sickness. The essentially pagan character of the Eastern Fire Festival appears plainly both from the mode in which it is celebrated by the peasants and from the superstitious beliefs which they associate with it. All over northern and central Germany, from Altmark and Anhalt on the east, through Brunswick, Hanover, Oldenburg, the Harz district, and Hesse to Westphalia, the Easter bonfires still blaze simultaneously on the hilltops. As many as 40 may sometimes be counted within sight at once. Long before Easter, the young people have been busy collecting firewood. Every farmer contributes, and tar barrels, petroleum cases, and so forth go to swell the pile. Neighbouring villages vie with each other as to which shall send up the greatest blaze. The fires are always kindled year after year on the same hill, which accordingly often takes the name of Easter Mountain. It is a fine spectacle to watch from some eminence the bonfires flaring up one after another on the neighbouring heights. As far as our light reaches, so far in the belief of the peasants, the fields will be fruitful, and the houses on which they shine will be safe from conflagration or sickness. At Volkmarsen and other places in Hesse, the people used to observe which way the wind blew the flames, and then they sowed flax seed in that direction, confident they would grow well. Brands taken from the bonfires preserve homes from being struck by lightning, and the ashes increase the fertility of the fields, protect them from mice, and mixed with the drinking water of cattle, make the animals thrive and ensure them against plague. As the fires die down, young and old leap over them, and cattle are sometimes driven through the smouldering embers. In some places tar barrels or wheels wrapped in straw used to be set on fire and then sent rolling down the hillside. In others the boys light torches and wisps of straw at the bonfires and rush about brandishing them in their hands. Where the people are divided between Protestantism and Catholicism, as in Hildesheim, it has been observed that among Protestants the Easter bonfires are generally left to the boys, while in Catholic districts they are cared for by grown-up persons, and here the whole population will gather round the blazing pile and join in singing choral hymns, which echo far and wide in the stillness of night. The Eastern fires in Munsterland, Oldenburg, the Harz Mountains, and the Altmark. In Munsterland, these Eastern fires are always kindled upon certain definite hills, which are hence known as Easter or Paschal Mountains. The whole community assembles about the fire. Fathers of families form an inner circle round it. An outer circle is composed of the young men and maidens, who, singing Easter hymns, march round and round the fire in the direction of the sun till the blaze dies down. Then the girls jump over the fire in a line, one after the other, each supported by two young men who hold their hands and run beside her. When the fire is burned out, the whole assembly marches in solemn procession to the church, singing hymns. They go thrice round the church and then break up. In the twilight, boys with blazing bundles of straw run over the fields to make them fruitful. At Delmenhorst, in Oldenburg, it used to be the custom to cut down 2 trees, plant them in the ground side by side, and pile 12 tar barrels, one above the other, against each of the trees. Brushwood was then heaped about the trees, and on the evening of Easter Saturday the boys, after rushing about with blazing bean poles in their hands, set fire to the whole. At the end of the ceremony the urchins tried to blacken each other and the clothes of grown-up people. In Schomberg, the Easter bonfires may be seen blazing on all the mountains around for miles. They are made with a tar barrel fastened to a pine tree, which is wrapped in straw. The people dance singing round them. In the Harz Mountains, the fire is commonly made by piling brushwood about a tree and setting it on fire. At Osterode, everyone tries to snatch a brand from the bonfire and runs about with it. The better it burns, the more lucky it is. In Grund, there are torch races. At the Altmark, the Easter bonfires are composed of tar barrels, beehives, and so forth, piled round a bowl. The young folk dance round the fire, and when it has died out, the old folk come and collect the ashes, which they preserve as a remedy for the ailments of bees. It is also believed that as far as the blaze of the bonfire is visible, the corn will grow well throughout the year, and no conflagration will break out. At Braun Road in the Harz Mountains, it was the custom to burn squirrels in the Easter bonfire. In the Altmark, bones were buried in it. The Easter fires in Bavaria. Further south, the Easter fires are, or used to be, lit in many districts of Bavaria. Thus, on Easter Monday in some parts of Middle Franken, the schoolboys collect all the old worn-out besoms they can lay hands on, and march with them in a long procession to a neighbouring height. When the first chime of the evening bell comes up from the dale, they set fire to the brooms, and run along the ridges waving them, so that seen from below the hills appear to be crested with a twinkling and moving chain of fire. In some parts of Upper Bavaria, at Easter, burning arrows or discs of wood were shot from hilltops high into the air, as in the Swabian and Swiss customs already described. At Oberau, instead of the discs, an old cartwheel was sometimes wrapped in straw, ignited and sent rolling and blazing down the mountain. The lads who held the discs received painted Easter eggs from the girls. The Burning of Judas. Near Forchheim, in Upper Franken, a straw man called the Judas used to be burned in the churchyards on Easter Saturday. The whole village contributed wood to the pyre on which he perished, and the charred sticks were afterwards kept and planted in the fields on Walpurgis Day, the 1st of May, to preserve the wheat from blight and mildew. About 100 years ago or more, the custom at Altenburg, in Upper Bavaria, used to be as follows. On the afternoon of Easter Saturday, the lads collected wood which they piled in a cornfield, while in the middle of the pile they set up a tall wooden cross all swathed in straw. After the evening service they lighted their lanterns at the consecrated candle in the church and ran with them at full speed to the pyre, each striving to get there first. The first to arrive set fire to the heap. No woman or girl might come near the bonfire, but they were allowed to watch it from a distance. As the flames rose, the men and lads rejoiced and made merry, shouting, "We are burning the Judas." 2 of them had to watch the glowing embers the whole night long, lest people should come and steal them. Next morning at sunrise they carefully collected the ashes and threw them into the running water of the Roten Brook. The man who had been the first to reach the pyre and to kindle it was rewarded on Easter Sunday by the women, who gave him coloured eggs at the church door. Well-to-do women gave him 2. Poor women gave him only 1. The object of the whole ceremony was to keep off the hail. About a century ago, the Judas fire, as it was called, was put down by the police. At Gegenhausen and Aufkirchen, 2 other villages of Upper Bavaria, a similar custom prevailed, yet with some interesting differences. Burning the Easter Man. Here the ceremony, which took place between 9 and 10 at night on Easter Saturday, was called Burning the Easter Man. On a height about a mile from the village, the young fellows set up a tall cross enveloped in straw, so that it looked like a man with his arms stretched out. This was the Easter Man. No lad under 18 years of age might take part in the ceremony. One of the young men stationed himself beside the Easter Man, holding in his hand a consecrated taper, which he had brought from the church and lighted. The rest stood at equal intervals in a great circle round the cross. At a given signal they raced thrice round the circle, and then at a second signal ran straight at the cross and at the lad with the lighted taper beside it. The one who reached the goal first had the right of setting fire to the Easter Man. Great was the jubilation which he was burning. When he had been consumed in the flames, 3 lads were chosen from among the rest, and each of the 3 drew a circle on the ground with a stick thrice round the ashes. Then they all left the spot. On Easter Monday the villagers gathered the ashes and strewed them on their fields. Also they planted in the fields palm branches, which had been consecrated on Palm Sunday, and sticks which had been charred and hallowed on Good Friday, all for the purpose of protecting their fields against showers of hail. The custom of burning the Easter Man made of straw on Easter Saturday was observed also at Abensberg in Lower Bavaria. In some parts of Swabia the Easter fires might not be kindled with iron or steel or flint, but only by the friction of wood. The Easter fires in Baden. In Baden, bonfires are still kindled in the churchyards on Easter Saturday, and ecclesiastical refuse of various sorts, such as candle ends, old surplices, and the wood used by the priest in the application of extreme unction, is consumed in the flames. At Sogne, down to about 1850, the fire was lighted by the priest by means of a flint which had never been used before. People bring sticks, especially oaken sticks, char them in the fire and carry them home and keep them in the house as a preservative against lighting. At Sogne, these oaken sticks were sword-shaped, each about an ell and a half long, and they went by the name of Weather or thunder poles. Wetterfell. Thunder poles. When a thunderstorm threatened to break out, one of the sticks was put into a small fire, in order that the hallowed smoke ascending to the clouds might ward off the lightning from the house and the hail from the fields and gardens. At Sholbron, the oaken sticks, which are thus charred in the Easter bonfire and kept in the house as a protective against thunder and lightning, are 3 in number, perhaps with an allusion to the Trinity. They are brought every Easter to be consecrated afresh in the bonfire till they are quite burnt away. In the Lake District of Baden, it is also customary to burn one of these holy sticks in the fire when a heavy thunderstorm is raging. Hence it seems that the ancient association of the oak with the thunder persists in the minds of German peasants to the present day. Easter fires in Holland and Sweden. Thus the custom of the Easter fires appears to have prevailed all over central and western Germany from north to south. We find it also in Holland, where the fires were kindled on the highest eminences, and the people danced round them and leaped through the flames or over the glowing embers. Here too, as so often in Germany, the materials for the bonfire were collected by the young folk from door to door. In many parts of Sweden, firearms are, as at Athens, discharged in all directions on Easter Eve, and huge bonfires are lighted on hills and eminences. Some people think that the intention is to keep off the troll and other evil spirits who are especially active at this season. The burning of Judas in Bohemia. While the afternoon service on Good Friday is over, German children in Bohemia drive Judas out of the church by running about the sacred edifice and even the streets shaking rattles and clappers. Next day, on Easter Saturday, the remains of the holy oil are burnt before the church door in a fire, which must be kindled with flint and steel. This fire is called the burning of Judas, but in spite of its evil name, a beneficent virtue is ascribed to it, for the people scuffle for the cinders which they put in the roofs of their houses as a safeguard against fire and lightning. End of section 7. Section 8 of the Golden Bough, A Study in Magic and Religion, Part 7, Boulder the Beautiful, Volume 1, by Sir James George Frazer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 4, The Fire Festivals of Europe, Part 3. 3. The Beltane Fires. The Beltane Fires on the 1st of May in the Highlands of Scotland. In the central Highlands of Scotland, bonfires, known as the Beltane Fires, were formerly kindled with great ceremony on the 1st of May, and the traces of human sacrifices at them were particularly clear and unequivocal. The custom of lighting the bonfires lasted in various places far into the 18th century, and the descriptions of the ceremony by writers of that period present such a curious and interesting picture of ancient heathendom surviving in our own country that I will reproduce them in the words of their authors. Description of the Beltane Fires by John Ramsay of Ochtertyre in the 18th century. The fullest of the descriptions, so far as I know, is the one bequeathed to us by John Ramsay, Laird of Ochtertyre, near Crieff, the patron of Burns and the friend of Sir Walter Scott. From his voluminous manuscripts written in the last quarter of the 18th century, a selection was published in the latter part of the 19th century. The following account of Beltane is extracted from a chapter dealing with Highland superstitions. Ramsay says, "But the most considerable of the druidical festivals is that of Beltane, on May Day, which was lately observed in some parts of the Highlands with extraordinary ceremonies. Of latter years it is chiefly attended to by young people, persons advanced in years, considering it as inconsistent with their gravity to give it any countenance. Yet a number of circumstances relative to it may be collected from tradition, or the conversation of very old people, who witnessed this feast in their youth, when the ancient rites were better observed. The festival is called, in Gaelic, Beltane, i.e. the Fire of Bel. Like the other public worship of the Druids, the Beltane feast seems to have been performed on the hills or eminences. They thought it degrading to him whose temple is the universe to suppose that he would dwell in any house made with hands. Their sacrifices were therefore offered in the open air, frequently upon the tops of hills, where they were presented with the greatest views of nature, and were nearest the seat of warmth and order. And according to tradition, such was the manner of celebrating this festival in the Highlands within the last 100 years. But since the decline of superstition, it has been celebrated by the people of each hamlet, on some hill or rising ground, around which their cattle were pasturing. Thither the young folks repaired in the morning and cut a trench, on the summit of which a seat of turf was formed for the company, and in the middle a pile of wood or other fuel was placed, which of old they kindled with tin egin, i.e. forest fire or need fire. Need fire. Although for many years past they have been contented with common fire, yet we shall now describe the process, because it will hereafter appear that recourse is still had to the tin egin upon extraordinary emergencies. Need fire kindled by the friction of oak wood. The night before, all the fires in the country were carefully extinguished, and next morning the materials for exciting this sacred fire were prepared. The most primitive method seems to be that which was used in the islands of Skye, Mull, and Tari. A well-seasoned plank of oak was procured, in the midst of which a hole was bored. A wimble of the same timber was then applied, the end of which they fitted to the hole. But in some parts of the mainland the machinery was different. They used a frame of green wood, of a square form, in the centre of which was an axle tree. In some places 3 times 3 persons, in others 3 times 9, were required for turning round by turning the axle tree or wimble. If any one of them had been guilty of murder, adultery, theft, or other atrocious crime, it was imagined either that the fire would not kindle, or that it would be devoid of its usual virtue. So soon as any sparks were emitted by means of the violent friction, they applied a species of agaric which grows on all birch trees, and is very combustible. This fire had the appearance of being immediately derived from heaven, and manifold were the virtues ascribed to it. They esteemed it a preservative against witchcraft, and a sovereign remedy against malignant diseases, both in the human species and in cattle, and by it the strongest poisons were supposed to have their nature changed. The Beltane Cake and the Beltane Carline. Celtic. After kindling the bonfire with their tin egin, the company prepared their victuals, and as soon as they had finished their meal, they amused themselves a while in singing and dancing round the fire. Towards the close of the entertainment, the person who officiated as master of the feast produced a large cake baked with eggs and scalloped round the edge, called Ambonac Beltane, i.e. the Beltane Cake. It was divided into a number of pieces, and distributed in great form to the company. There was one particular piece which whoever got was called Celtic Beltane, i.e. the Beltane Carline, a term of great reproach. Upon his being known, part of the company laid hold of him and made a show of putting him into the fire, but the majority interposing, he was rescued, and in some places they laid him flat on the ground, making as if they would quarter him. Afterwards he was pelted with eggshells, and retained the odious appellation during the whole year, and while the feast was fresh in people's memory, they affected to speak of the Celtic Beltane as dead. Local differences in the Beltane Cakes. This festival was longest observed in the interior highlands, for towards the west coast the traces of it are faintest. In Glenorchy and Lorne, a large cake is made on that day, which they consume in the house, and in Mull it has a large hole in the middle, through which each of the cows in the fold is milked. In Tari it is of a triangular form. The more elderly people remember when this festival was celebrated without doors with some solemnity in both these islands. There are at present no vestiges of it in Skye or the Long Island, the inhabitants of which have substituted the Cornac Michel or St. Michael's cake. It is made at Michaelmas with milk and oatmeal, and some eggs are sprinkled on its surface. Part of it is sent to the neighbours. Evidence of 2 fires at Beltane. It is probable that at the original Beltane festival there were 2 fires kindled near one another. When any person is in a critical dilemma, pressed on each side by unsurmountable difficulties, the Highlanders have a proverb, the E Eada anda fein Beltuin, i.e., he is between the two Beltane fires. There are in several parts small round hills, which it is like, owe their present names to the solemn users. One of the highest and most central in Ikolmki is called Knochman Anail, i.e. the Hill of the Fires. There is another of the same name near the kirk of Balquidder, and at Killeen there is a round green eminence which seems to have been raised by art. It is called Tom Nan Anail, i.e. the eminence of the fires. Around it there are the remains of a circular wall about 2 feet high. On the top a stone stands upon end. According to the tradition of the inhabitants, it was a place of druidical worship, and it was afterwards pitched on as the same venerable spot for holding courts of justice for the country of Bredelbane. The earth of this eminence is still thought to be possessed of some healing virtue. When cattle are observed to be diseased, some of it is sent for, which is rubbed on the part affected. Beltane fires and cakes in the parish of Callander. In the parish of Callander, a beautiful district of western Perthshire, the Beltane custom was still in vogue towards the end of the 18th century. It has been described as follows by the parish minister of the time. Upon the first day of May, which is called Beltane, or Beltian Day, all the boys in a township or hamlet meet in the moors. They cut a table in the green sod, of a round figure by casting a trench in the ground, of such circumference as to hold the whole company. They kindle a fire and dress a repast of eggs and milk in the consistence of a custard. They knead a cake of oatmeal, which is toasted at the embers against a stone. After the custard is eaten up, they divide the cake into so many portions, as similar as possible to one another in size and shape, as there are persons in the company. They daub one of these portions all over with charcoal until it is perfectly black. They pour all the bits of the cake into a bonnet. Every one, blindfold, draws out a portion. He who holds the bonnet is entitled to the last bit. Whoever draws the black bit is the devoted person who is to be sacrificed to Baal, whose favour they mean to implore in rendering the year productive of the sustenance of man and beast. There is little doubt of these inhuman sacrifices having been once offered in this country as well as in the East, although they now pass from the act of sacrificing and only compel the devoted person to leap 3 times through the flames, with which the ceremonies of this festival are closed. Pennant's description of the Beltane fires and cakes in Perthshire. Thomas Pennant, who travelled in Perthshire in the year 1769, tells us that on the 1st of May, the herdsmen of every village hold their Beltane, a rural sacrifice. They cut a square trench on the ground, leaving the turf in the middle. On that they make a fire of wood, on which they dress a large candle of eggs, butter, oatmeal, and milk, and bring besides the ingredients of the caudle plenty of beer and whisky, for each of the company must contribute something. The rites begin with spilling some of the caudle on the ground, by way of libation. On that every one takes a cake of oatmeal, upon which are raised 9 square knobs, each dedicated to some particular being and supposed preserver of their flocks and herds, or in some particular animal, the real destroyer of them. Each person then turns his face to the fire, breaks off a knob, and flinging it over his shoulders says, "This I give to thee, preserve thou my horses. This to thee, preserve thou my sheep," and so on. After that, they use the same ceremony to the noxious animals. "This I give to thee, O fox. Spare thou my lambs. This to thee, O hooded crow. This to thee, O eagle." When the ceremony is over, they dine on the caudle, and after the feast is finished, what is left is hid by 2 persons deputed for that purpose, but on the next Sunday they reassemble and finish the relics of the first entertainment. Beltane cakes and fires in the parishes of Logarake and Kirkmacal. Another writer of the 18th century has described the Beltane festival as it was held in the parish of Logarate in Perthshire. He says, "On the 1st of May, OS, a festival called Beltane is annually held here. It is chiefly celebrated by the cowherds, who assemble by scores in the fields to dress a dinner for themselves of boiled milk and eggs. These dishes they eat with a sort of cakes baked for the occasion, and having small lumps in the form of nibbles raised all over the surface. In this last account no mention is made of bonfires, but they were probably lighted, for a contemporary writer informs us that in the parish of Kirkmichael, which adjoins the parish of Logarate, on the east, the custom of lighting a fire in the fields and baking a consecrated cake on the 1st of May was not quite obsolete in his time. We may conjecture that the cake with knobs was formerly used for the purpose of determining who should be the Beltane Caroline, or a victim doomed to the flames. Omens drawn from the cakes. A trace of this custom survived, perhaps in the custom of baking oatmeal cakes of a special kind and rolling them downhill about noon on the 1st of May, for it was thought that the person whose cake broke as it rolled would die or would be unfortunate within the year. These cakes, or bannocks, as we call them in Scotland, were baked the usual way, but they were washed over with a thin batter composed of a whipple egg, milk or cream, and a little oatmeal. This custom appears to have prevailed at or near Kingorsey in Inverness-shire. At Achterneed, near Strathpeffer in Ross-shire, the Beltane bannocks were called Ticharnickan, or hand cakes, because they were kneaded entirely in their hand and not on a board or table like common cakes, and after being baked they might not be placed anywhere but in the hands of the children who were to eat them. Beltane fires in the northeast of Scotland to burn the witches. In the northeast of Scotland, the Beltane fires were still kindled in the latter half of the 18th century. The herdsmen of several farms used to gather dry wood, kindle it, and dance 3 times southways about the burning pile. But in this region, according to a later authority, the Beltane fires were lit not on the 1st, but on the 2nd of May, old style. They were called bonfires. The people believed that on that evening and night the witches were abroad and busy casting spells on cattle and stealing cows' milk. To counteract their machinations, pieces of rowan tree and woodbine, but especially of rowan tree, were placed over the doors of the cow houses, and fires were kindled by every farmer and cotter. Old thatch, straw, furze, or broom was piled in a heap and set on fire a little after sunset. While some of the bystanders kept tossing the blazing mass, others hoisted portions of it on pitchforks or poles and ran hither and thither, holding them as high as they could. Burning the witches. Meantime the young people danced round the fire or ran through the smoke shouting, "Fire! Blaze and burn the witches! Fire! Fire! Burn the witches!" The Beltane cake. In some districts a large round cake of oat or barley meal was rolled through the ashes. When all the fuel was consumed, the people scattered the ashes far and wide, and until the night grew quite dark, they continued to run through them, crying, "Fire! Burn the witches!" Beltane cakes and fires in the Hebrides. In the Hebrides, the Beltane bannock is smaller than that made at St. Michael's, but is made in the same way. It is no longer made at Uist, but Father Allen remembers seeing his grandmother make one about 25 years ago. There was also a cheese made, generally on the 1st of May, which was kept the next Beltane as a sort of charm against the bewitching of milk produce. The Beltane customs seem to have been the same as elsewhere. Every fire was put out and a large one lit on the top of the hill, and the cattle driven round it sunwards, to keep off moraine all the year. Each man would take home fire wherewith to kindle his own. Beltane fires and cakes in Wales. In Wales also, the custom of lighting Beltane fires at the beginning of May used to be observed, but the day on which they were kindled varied from the eve of May to the 3rd of May. The flame was sometimes elicited by the friction of 2 pieces of oak, as appears from the following description. The fire was done in this way. 9 men would turn their pockets inside out and see that every piece of money and all the metals were off their persons. Then the men went into the nearest woods and collected sticks of 9 different kinds of trees. These were carried to the spot where the fire had to be built. Then a circle was cut in the sod, and the sticks were set crosswise. All around the circle the people stood and watched the proceedings. One of the men would then take 2 bits of oak, rub them together until a flame was kindled. This was applied to the sticks, and soon a large fire was made. Sometimes 2 fires were set up side by side. These fires, whether 1 or 2, were called coercerth, or bonfire. Round cakes of oatmeal and brown meal were split in 4 and placed in a small flour bag, and everybody present had to pick out a portion. This last bit in the bag fell to the lot of the bag holder. Each person who chanced to pick up a piece of brown metal cake was compelled to leap 3 times over the flames, or to run thrice between the 2 fires, by which means the people thought they were sure of a plentiful harvest. Shouts and screams of those who had to face the ordeal could be heard even so far, and those who chanced to pick the oatmeal portion sang and danced and clapped their hands in approval, as the holders of the brown bits leaped 3 times over the flames, or ran 3 times between the 2 fires. As a rule, no danger attended these curious celebrations, but occasionally somebody's clothes caught fire, which was quickly put out. The greatest fire of the year was the eve of May, or May 1st, 2nd, or 3rd. The midsummer eve was more for the harvest. Very often a fire was built on the eve of November. The high ground near the castle ditches at Llantwit Major, in the Vale of Glamorgan, was a familiar spot for the Beltane on May 3rd and on Midsummer Eve. Sometimes a Beltane fire was lighted by the flames produced by stone instead of wood friction. Charred logs and faggots used in the May Beltane were carefully preserved, and from them the next fire was lighted. May fires were always started with old faggots of the previous year, and midsummer from those of the last summer. It was unlucky to build a midsummer fire from May faggots. People carried the ashes left after those fires to their homes, and a charred brand was not only effectual against pestilence, but magical in its use. A few of the ashes placed in a person's shoes protected the wearer from any great sorrow or woe. Welsh belief that passage over or between the fires ensured good crops. From the foregoing account, we learn that bonfires were kindled in Wales on Midsummer Eve and Halloween, the 31st of October, as well as at the beginning of May, but that the Beltane fires of May were deemed the most important. To the Midsummer Eve and Halloween fires we shall return presently. The belief of the people that by leaping thrice over the bonfires or running thrice between them, they ensured a plentiful harvest is worthy of note. The mode in which this result was supposed to be brought about is indicated by another writer on Welsh folklore, according to whom it used to be held that the bonfires lighted in May or midsummer protected the lands from sorcery, so that good crops would follow. The ashes were also considered valuable as charms. Hence it appeared that the heat of the fires was thought to fertilize the fields, not directly by quickening the seeds in the ground, but indirectly by counteracting the baleful influence of witchcraft, or perhaps by burning up the persons of the witches. Beltane fires in the Isle of Man to burn the witches. The Druidical anniversary of Bel, or Baal, is still celebrated in the Isle of Man. On the 1st of May 1837, the Baal fires were, as usual on that day, so numerous as to give the island the appearance of a general conflagration. By May Day in Manx folklore is meant May Day Old Style, or Shenla Borilm, as it is called in Manx. The day was one on which the power of elves and witches was particularly dreaded, and the people resorted to many precautions in order to protect themselves against these mischievous beings. Hence at daybreak they set fire to the ling or gorse, for the purpose of burning out the witches, who are wont to lurk in the form of hares. Beltane fires in Nottinghamshire. On the Hemlock Stone, a natural pillar of sandstone standing on the Stapleford Hill in Nottinghamshire, a fire used to be solemnly kindled every year on Beltane Eve. The custom seems to have survived down to the beginning of the 19th century. Old people could remember and describe the ceremony long after it had fallen into desuetude. Beltane fires in Ireland. The Beltane fires appear to have been kindled also in Ireland, for Cormac, or somebody in his name, says that Beltane, May Day, was also called from the lucky fire, or the 2 fires which the Druids of Erin used to make on that day with great incantations, and cattle, he adds, used to be brought to those fires or to be driven between them as a safeguard against the diseases of the year. Again, a very ancient Irish poem, enumerating the May Day celebrations, mentions among them a bonfire on a hill, Tendal or Knock, and another old authority says that these fires were kindled in the name of the idol god Bel. From an old light of St. Patrick we learn that on a day in spring the heathen of Ireland would want to extinguish all their fires until a new fire was kindled with solemn ceremony in the king's house at Tara. In the year which St. Patrick landed in Ireland, it chanced that the night of the extinguished fires coincided with the eve of Easter, and the saint, ignorant of this pagan superstition, resolved to celebrate his first Easter in Ireland, after the true Christian fashion, by lighting the holy Paschal fire on the hill of Slane, which rises high above the left bank of the Boyne, about 12 miles from the mouth of the river. So that night, looking from his place at Tara across the darkened landscape, the king of Tara saw the solitary fire flaring on the top of the hill of Slane, and in his consternation he asked his wise men what that light meant. They warned him of the danger that it betokened for the ancient faith of Erin. In spite of the difference of date between Easter and Beltane, we may suspect that the new fire annually kindled with solemn ceremony about Easter in the King of Ireland's palace at Tara was no other than the Beltane fire. We have seen that the Highlands of Scotland down to modern times it was customary to extinguish all fires in the neighbourhood before proceeding to kindle the sacred flame. The Irish historian Geoffrey Keating, who wrote in the first part of the 17th century, tells us that the men of Ireland held a great fair every year in the month of May at Uisneach, in the county of Meath, and at it they were wont to exchange their goods and their wares and their jewels. At it they were also wont to make a sacrifice to the arch-god that they adored, whose name was Baal. It was likewise their usage to light 2 fires to Baal in every district of Ireland at this season, and to drive a pair of each kind of cattle that the district contained between those 2 fires, as a preservative to guard them against all the diseases of that year. It is from that fire thus made in honour of Baal that the day, the 1st of May, which the noble feast of the apostles Philip and James is held, has been called Beltaine or Beltane, for Beltaine is the same as Beltane, i.e. Tien Baal, Tieni Vale, or Bel's fire. The custom of driving cattle through or between fires on May Day, on the eve of May Day, persisted in Ireland down to a time within living memory. Thus Sir John Rhys was informed by Manxman that an Irish cattle dealer of his acquaintance used to drive his cattle through fires on May Day so as to singe them a little, since he believed that it would preserve them from harm. When the Manxman was asked where the dealer came from, he answered, "From the mountains over there," pointing to the Mourne Mountains, then looming faintly in the mists on the western horizon. Fires on the eve of May Day in Sweden. The 1st of May is a great popular festival in the more midland and southern parts of Sweden. On the eve of the festival, huge bonfires, which should be lighted by striking 2 flints together, blaze on all the hills and knolls. Every large hamlet has its own fire, round which the young people dance in a ring. The old folk notice whether the flames incline to the north or to the south. In the former case, the spring will be cold and backward, in the latter it will be mild and genial. Fires on the eve of May Day in Austria and Saxony for the purpose of burning the witches. Similarly, in Bohemia, on the eve of May Day, young people kindle fires on hills and eminences across ways and in pastures and dance round them. They leap over the glowing embers or even through the flames. The ceremony is called burning the witches. In some places an effigy representing a witch used to be burnt in the bonfire. We have to remember that the eve of May Day is the notorious Walpurgis night, when the witches are everywhere, speeding unseen through the air on their hellish errands. On this witching night, children in Voigtland also light bonfires on the heights and leap over them. Moreover, they wave burning brooms or toss them into the air. So far as the light of the bonfire reaches, so far will a blessing rest on the fields. The killing of the fires on Walpurgis night is called driving away the witches. The custom of kindling fires on the eve of May Day while Poker's Night, for the purpose of burning the witches, is or used to be widespread in the Tyrol, Moravia, Saxony and Silesia. End of section 8. Section 9 of The Golden Bough, A Study in Magical Religion, Part 7, Boulder the Beautiful, Volume 1, by Sir James George Frazer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 4, The Fire Festivals of Europe, Part 4. 4. The Midsummer Fires. The great season for the fire festivals in Europe is Midsummer Solstice, Midsummer Eve, or Midsummer Day, which the Church has dedicated to St. John the Baptist. But the season in which these fire festivals have been mostly generally held all over Europe is the summer solstice, that is, Midsummer Eve, the 23rd of June, or Midsummer Day, the 24th of June. A faint tinge of Christianity has been given to them by naming Midsummer Day after St. John the Baptist, but we cannot doubt that the celebration dates from a time long before the beginning of our era. The summer solstice, or Midsummer Day, is the great turning point in the sun's career, when, after climbing higher and higher day by day in the sky, the luminary stops and thenceforth retraces his steps down the heavenly road. Such a moment could not but be regarded with anxiety by primitive man so soon as he began to observe and ponder the courses of the great lights across the celestial vault. And having still to learn his own powerlessness in face of the vast cyclic changes of nature, he may have fancied that he could help the sun in his seeming decline, could prop his failing steps and rekindle the sinking flame of the red lamp in his feeble hand. In some such thoughts as these, the midsummer festivals of our European peasantry may perhaps have taken their rise. Whatever their origin, they have prevailed all over this quarter of the globe, from Ireland on the west to Russia on the east, and from Norway and Sweden to the north to Spain and Greece on the south. The bonfires, the torches, and the burning wheels of the festival. According to a medieval writer, the three great features of the midsummer celebration were the bonfires, the procession with torches round the fields, and the custom of rolling a wheel. He tells us that boys burned bones and filth of various kinds to make a foul smoke, and that the smoke drove away certain noxious dragons, which, at this time, excited by the summer heat, copulated in the air, poisoned the wells and rivers by dropping their seed into them. And he explains the custom of trundling a wheel to mean that the sun, having now reached the highest point in the eclipse, begins thenceforward to descend. The Kirchmayer's description of the Midsummer Festival. A good general account of the midsummer customs, together with some of the reasons popularly alleged for observing them, is given by Thomas Kirchmayer, a writer of the 16th century, in his poem The Popish King Dome. Then doth the joyful feast of John the Baptist take his turn, when bonfires great with lofty flame in every town do burn, and young men round about with maids do dance in every street, with garlands wrought of motherwort, or else with vervain sweet, and many other flowers fair, with violets in their hands, whereas they all do fondly think that whosoever stands, and thorough the flowers beholds the flame, his eyes shall feel no pain. When thus till night they danced have, they through the fire amain, with striving minds do run, and all their herbs they cast therein. And then with words devout and prayers they solemnly begin, desiring God that all their ills may there consumed be, whereby they think through all that year from agues to be free. Some others get a rotten wheel, or worn and cast aside, which covered round about with straw and tow they closely hide, and carried to some mountain's tops, being all with fired light, they hurl it down with violence when dark appears the night, resembling much the sun that from the heavens down should fall. A strange and monstrous sight it seems, and fearful to them all. But they suppose the mischiefs are all likewise thrown to hell, and that from harms and dangers now in safety here they dwell. The Midsummer Fires in Germany. A writer of the first half of the 16th century informs us that in almost every village and town of Germany, public bonfires were kindled on the eve of St. John, and young and old of both sexes gathered about them and passed the time in dancing and singing. People on this occasion wore chaplets of mugwort and vervain, and they looked at the fire through bunches of larkspur, which they held in their hands, believing that this would preserve their eyes in a healthy state throughout the year. As each departed, he threw the mugwort and vervain into the fire, saying, "May all my ill luck depart and be burnt up with these." The celebration at Cons on the Moselle, the rolling of a burning wheel down the hill. At Lower Cons, a village prettily situated on a hillside overlooking the Moselle, in the midst of a wood of walnut trees and fruit trees, the midsummer festival used to be celebrated as follows. A quantity of straw was collected on the top of the steep Stromberg hill. Every inhabitant, or at least every householder, had to contribute his share of straw to the pile. A recusant was looked at askance, and, if in the course of the year he happened to break a leg or lose a child, there was not a gossip in the village but knew the reason why. At nightfall the whole male population, men and boys, mustered on the top of the hill. The women and girls were not allowed to join them, but had to take up their position at a certain spring halfway down the slope. On the summit stood a huge wheel completely encased in some of the straw, which had been jointly contributed by the villagers. The rest of the straw was made into torches. From each side of the wheel the axle tree projected about 3 feet, thus furnishing handles to the lads who were to guide it in its descent. The mayor of the neighbouring town of Zurich, who always received a basket of cherries for his services, gave the signal. A lighted torch was applied to the wheel, and as it burst into flame, 2 young fellows, strong-limbed and swift of foot, seized the handles and began running with it down the slope. A great shout went up. Every man and boy waved a blazing torch in the air, and took to keep it alight so long as the wheel was trundling down the hill. Some of them followed the fiery wheel and watched with amusement the shifts to which the guides were put in steering it around the hollows and over the broken ground on the mountainside. The great object of the young men who guided the wheel was to plunge it blazing into the water of the Moselle, but they rarely succeeded in their efforts, for the vineyards which covered the greater part of the declivity impeded their progress, and the wheel was often burned out before it reached the river. As it rolled past the women and girls at the spring, they raised cries of joy, which were answered by the men on the top of the mountain, and the shouts were echoed by the inhabitants of neighbouring villages who watched the spectacle from the hills on the opposite bank of the Moselle. If the fiery wheel was successfully conveyed to the bank of the river and extinguished in the water, the people looked for an abundant vintage that year, and the inhabitants of Cons had the right to exact a wagon load of white wine from the surrounding vineyards. On the other hand, they believed that, if they neglected to perform the ceremony, the cattle would be attacked by giddiness and convulsions and would dance in their stalls. The Midsummer Fires in Bavaria. Down at least to the middle of the 19th century, the midsummer fires used to blaze all over Upper Bavaria. They were kindled especially on the mountains, but also far and wide in the lowlands, and we are told that in the darkness and stillness of night, the moving groups, lit up by the flickering glow of the flames, presented an impressive spectacle. In some places the people showed their senses of the sanctity of the fires by using for fuel the trees past which the grey procession had defiled, with fluttering banners, on Corpus Christi Day. In others the children collected the firewood from door to door on the eve of the festival, singing their request for fuel at every house in doggerel verse. Cattle driven through the fire. Cattle were driven through the fire to cure the sick animals and to guard such as were sound against plague and harm of every kind throughout the year. The new fire. Many a householder on that day put out the fire on the domestic hearth and rekindled it by means of a brand taken from the midsummer bonfire. Omens of the harvest drawn from the fires. The people judged of the height to which the flax would grow in the year by the height to which the flames of the bonfire rose, and whoever leaped over the burning pile was sure not to suffer from backache in reaping the corn at harvest. but it was especially the practice for lovers to spring over the fire hand in hand, and the way in which each couple made the leap was the subject of many a jest and many a superstition. In one district, the custom of kindling the bonfires was combined with that of lighting wooden discs and hurling them in the air after the manner which prevails at some of the spring festivals. In many parts of Bavaria, it was believed that the flax would grow as high as the young people leaped over the fire. In others, the old folk used to plant 3 charred sticks from the bonfire in the fields, believing that this would make the flax grow tall. Elsewhere, an extinguished brand was put in the roof of the house to protect it against fire. In the towns about Wurzburg, the bonfires used to be kindled in the marketplaces, and the young people who jumped over them wore garlands of flowers, especially of mugwort and vervain, and carried sprigs of larkspur in their hands. They thought that such as looked at the fire holding a bit of larkspur before their face would be troubled by no malady of the eyes throughout the year. Burning discs thrown into the air. Further, it was customary at Wurzburg in the 16th century for the bishop's followers to throw burning discs of wood into the air from a mountain which overhang the town. The discs were discharged by means of flexible rods, and in their flight through the darkness presented the appearance of fiery dragons. The Midsummer Fires in Swabia. In the valley of the Lech, which divides Upper Bavaria from Swabia, the midsummer customs and beliefs are, or used to be, very similar. Bonfires are kindled on the mountains on Midsummer Day, and besides the bonfire a tall beam, thickly wrapped in straw and surmounted by a cross-base, is burned in many places. Round this cross, as it burns, the lads dance with loud shouts, and when the flames have subsided, the young people leap over the fire in pairs, a young man and a young woman together. Omens drawn from the leaps over the fires. If they escape unsmirched, the man will not suffer from fever, and the girl will not become a mother within the year. Further, it is believed that the flax will grow that year as high as they leap over the fire, and that if a charged billet be taken from the fire and stuck in a flax field, it will promote the growth of the flax. Similarly, in Swabia, lads and lasses, hand in hand, leap over the midsummer bonfire, praying that the hemp may grow 3 ells high, and they set fire to wheels of straw and send them rolling down the hill. Burning wheels rolled downhill. Among the places where burning wheels were thus bowled downhill at midsummer were the Hohenstaufen Mountains in Württemberg and the Frauenberg near Gerhosen. Deffingen in Swabia, as the people sprang over the midsummer bonfire, they cried out, "Flax, flax, may the flax this year grow 7 ells high." Burning the Angel Man at Rottenburg. At Rottenburg, in Swabia, down to the year 1807 or 1808, the festival was marked by some special features. About midday, troops of boys went about the town begging for firewood at the houses. In each troop there were 3 leaders, one of whom carried a dagger, a second a paper banner, and a third a white plate covered with a white cloth. These 3 entered each house and recited verses in which they expressed an intention of roasting Martin Luther and sending him to the devil. And for this meritorious service they expected to be paid, the contributions being received in the cloth-coloured plate. In the evening they counted up their money and proceeded to behead the Angel Man. For this ceremony an open space was chosen, sometimes in the middle of the town. Here a stake was thrust into the ground and straw wrapped about it, so as to make a rude effigy of human form with arms, head, and face. Every boy brought a handful of nosegays and fastened them to the straw man, who was thus enveloped in flowers. Fuel was heaped about the stake and set on fire. When the Angel Man, as the straw effigy was called, blazed up, all the boys in the neighbourhood, who had gathered expectantly around, fell upon him with their wooden swords and hewed him to pieces. As soon as he had vanished in smoke and flame, the lads leaped backward and forward over the glowing embers, and later in the evening they feasted on the proceeds of their collection. Here the Angel Man, burnt in the fire, appears to be identified with Martin Luther, to whom, as we have seen, allusion was made during the house-to-house visitation. The identification was probably modern, for we may assume that the custom of burning an effigy in the midsummer bonfire is far older than the time of Luther. The Midsummer Fires in Baden. In Baden, the children used to collect fuel from house to house for the midsummer bonfire on St. John's Day, and the lads and lasses leaped over the fire in couples. Here, as elsewhere, a close connection was traced between these bonfires and the harvest. Omens drawn from leaps over the fires. In some places it was thought that those who leaped over the fires would not suffer from backache at reaping. Sometimes, as the young folks sprang over the flames, they cried, "Grow that the hemp may be 3 ells high." This notion that the hemp or the corn would grow as high as the flames blazed, or as the people jumped over them, seems to have been widespread in Baden. It was held that the parents of the young people who bounded highest over the fire would have the most abundant harvest. And on the other hand, if a man contributed nothing to the bonfire, it was imagined that there would be no blessings on his crops, and that his hemp in particular would never grow. In the neighbourhood of Bull and Aachen, the St. John's fires were kindled on the tops of hills. Only the unmarried lads of the village brought the fuel, and only the unmarried young men and women sprang through the flames. But most of the villagers, old and young, gathered round the bonfires, leaving a clear space for the leapers to take their run. One of the bystanders would call out the names of a pair of sweethearts, on which the two would spring out from the throng, take each other by the hand, and leap high and lightly through the swirling smoke and flames, while the spectators watched them critically and drew omens of their married life from the height to which each of them bounded. Such an invitation to jump together over the bonfire was regarded as tantamount to a public betrothal. Near Offenburg in the Black Forest, on Midsummer Day, the village boys used to collect faggots and straw on some steep and conspicuous height, and they spent some time in making circular wooden discs by slicing the trunk of a pine tree across. Burning discs thrown into the air. When darkness had fallen, they kindled the bonfire, and then, as it blazed up, they lighted the disc at it, and after swinging them to and fro at the end of a stout and supple hazel wand, they hurled them one after the other, whizzing and flaming, into the air, where they described great arcs of fire, to fall at length, like shooting stars, at the foot of the mountain. Midsummer fires in Alsace-Lorraine, the Eifel, the Harz districts, and Thuringia. In many parts of Alsace and Lorraine, the midsummer fires still blaze annually, or did so not very many years ago. At Speicher, in the Eifel, a district which lies on the Middle Rhine to the west of Koblenz, a bonfire used to be kindled in front of the village on St. John's Day, and all the young people had to jump over it. Those who failed to do so were not allowed to join the rest in begging for eggs from house to house. Where no eggs were given, they drove a wedge into the keyhole of the door. On this day, children in the Eifel used also to gather flowers in the fields, weave them into garlands, and throw the garlands on the roof, or hang them on the doors of the houses. So long as the flowers remained there, they were supposed to guard the house from fire and lightning. In the southern Harz district and in Thuringia, the midsummer or St. John's fires used to be commonly lighted down to about the middle of the 19th century, and the custom has probably not died out. Burning barrels swung round the pole. At Edersleben, near Sanghausen, a high pole was planted in the ground, and a tarred barrel was hung from it by a chain which reached round the ground. The barrel was then set on fire and swung round the pole amid shouts of joy. Midsummer fires kindled by the friction of wood in Germany and Switzerland. According to one account, German tradition required that the midsummer fire should be lighted not from a common hearth, but by the friction of two sorts of wood, namely oak and fir. In some old farmhouses of the Surenthal and Wennenthal in Switzerland, a couple of holes or a whole row of them may be seen facing each other in the doorposts of the barn or stable. Sometimes the holes are smooth and round, sometimes they are deeply burnt and blackened. The explanation of them is this. About midsummer, but especially on Midsummer Day, two such holes are bored opposite each other, into which the extremities of a strong pole are fixed. The holes are then stuffed with tow steeped in resin and oil. A rope is looped around the pole, and 2 young men, who must be brothers, or must have the same baptismal name, and must be of the same age, pull the ends of the rope backwards and forwards so as to make the pole revolve rapidly till smoke and sparks issue from the 2 holes in the doorposts. The sparks are caught and blown up with tinder, and this is the new and pure fire, the appearance of which is greeted with cries of joy. Heaps of combustible materials are now ignited with the new fire, and blazing bundles are placed on boards and sent floating down the brook. Driving away demons and witches. The boys light torches at the new fire and run to fumigate the pastures. This is believed to drive away all the demons and witches that molest the cattle. Finally, the torches are thrown into a heap on the meadow and allowed to burn out. On their way back, the boys strew the ashes over the fields, which is supposed to make them fertile. If a farmer has taken possession of a new house, or if servants have changed masters, the boys fumigate the new abode and are rewarded by the farmer with a supper. Midsummer fires in Silesia. In Silesia, from the southeastern part of the Sudeten Range, and northwestward as far as Lausitz, the mountains are ablaze with bonfires on Midsummer Eve, and from the valleys and the plains round about Lobschutz, Neustadt, Zuls, Oels, and other places answering fires twinkle through the deepening gloom. While they are smouldering and sending forth volumes of smoke across the fields, young men kindle broom stumps, soaked in pitch, at the bonfires, and then brandishing the stumps which emit showers of sparks, they chase one another or dance with the girls round the burning pile. Scaring away the witches. Shots, too, are fired, and shouts raised. The fire, the smoke, the shots, and the shouts are all intended to scare away the witches, who were let loose on this witching day, and who would certainly work harm to the crops and the cattle if they were not deterred by these salutary measures. Mere contact with the fire brings all sorts of blessings. Hence, when the bonfire is burning low, the lads leap over it, and the higher they bound, the better is the luck in store for them. He who surpasses his fellows is the hero of the day, and is much admired by the village girls. It is also thought to be very good for the eyes to stare steadily at the bonfire without blinking. Moreover, he who does so will not drowse and fall asleep betimes in the long winter evenings. On Midsummer Eve, the windows and doors of houses in Silesia are crowned with flowers, especially with the blue cornflowers and the bright corn cockles. In some villages, long strings of garlands and nosegays are stretched across the streets. The people believe that on that night, St. John comes down from heaven to bless the flowers and to keep all evil things from house and home. The Midsummer Fires in Denmark and Norway. In Denmark and Norway, also, midsummer fires were kindled on St. John's Eve on roads, open spaces, and hills. People in Norway thought that the fires banished sickness from among the cattle. Even yet the fires are said to be lighted all over Norway on the night of June the 23rd, Midsummer Eve, Old Style. As many as 50 or 60 bonfires may often be counted burning on the hills round Bergen. Sometimes fuel is piled on rafts, ignited and allowed to drift blazing across the fords in the darkness of night. Keeping off the witches. The fires are thought to be kindled in order to keep off the witches who are said to be flying from all parts that night to the Blocksberg, where the big witch lives. The Midsummer Fires in Sweden. In Sweden, the Eve of St. John, St. Hans, is the most joyous night of the whole year. Throughout some parts of the country, especially in the provinces of Bohus and Scania, and the districts bordering on Norway, it is celebrated by the frequent discharge of firearms and by huge bonfires, formerly called Baldur's Balefires, Baldur's Balar, which are kindled at dusk on hills and eminences and throw a glare of light over the surrounding landscape. The people dance round the fires and leap over or through them. In parts of Norrland on St. John's Eve, the bonfires are lit at the crossroads. The fuel consists of 9 different sorts of wood, and the spectators cast into the flames a kind of toadstool, baran, in order to counteract the power of the trolls and other evil spirits who are believed to be abroad at that night. For at that mystic season the mountains open, and from their cavernous depths the uncanny crew pours forth to dance and disport themselves for a time. The peasants believe that should any of the trolls be in the vicinity, they will show themselves, and if an animal, for example, a he or she goat, happens to be seen near the blazing crackling pile, the peasants are firmly persuaded that it is no other than the evil one in person. Further, it deserves to be remarked that in Sweden, St. John's Eve is a festival of water as well as of fire, for certain holy springs are then supposed to be endowed with wonderful medicinal virtues, and many sick people resort to them for the healing of their infirmities. The Midsummer Fires in Switzerland and Austria. In Switzerland, on Midsummer Eve, fires are, or used to be, kindled on high places in the cantons of Bern, Neuchâtel, Valais, and Geneva. In Austria, the midsummer customs and superstitions resemble those of Germany. Thus, in some parts of the Tyrol, bonfires are kindled and burning discs hurled into the air. In the lower valley of the Inn, a Tatarmelian effigy is carried about the village on Midsummer Day and then burned. Effigies burnt in the fires. He is called the Luther, which has been corrupted into Luther. At Ambras, one of the villages where Martin Luther is thus burned in effigy, they say that if you go through the village between 11 and 12 on St. John's night and wash yourself in 3 wells, you will see all who are to die in the following year. At Graz on St. John's Eve, the 23rd of June, the common people used to make a puppet called Tateman, which they dragged into the bleaching ground and pelted with burning besoms till it took fire. At Riut, in the Tyrol, people believed that the flax would grow as high as they leaped over the midsummer bonfire, and they took pieces of charred wood from the fire and stuck them in their flax fields the same night, leaving them there till the flax harvest had been got in. In Lower Austria, fires are lit in the fields, commonly in front of a cross, and the people dance and sing round them and throw flowers into the flames. Before each handful of flowers is tossed into the fire, a set speech is made. Then the dance is resumed, and the dancers sing in chorus the last words of the speech. At evening, bonfires are kindled on the heights, and the boys caper round them, brandishing lighted torches drenched in pitch. Whoever jumps thrice across the fire will not suffer from fever within the year. Burning wheels rolled downhill. Cartwheels are often smeared with pitch, ignited, and sent rolling and blazing down the hillsides. Midsummer fires in Bohemia. All over Bohemia, bonfires still burn on Midsummer Eve. In the afternoon, boys go about with handcarts from house to house, collecting fuel, such as sticks, brushwood, old besoms, and so forth. They make their request at each house in rhyming verses, threatening with evil consequences the curmudgeons who refuse them a dole. Sometimes the young men fell a tall straight fir in the woods, and set it up on a height where the girls deck it with nosegays, wreaths of leaves, and red ribbons. Then brushwood is piled about it, and at nightfall the whole is set on fire. While the flames break out, the young men climb the tree and fetch down the wreaths which the girls had placed on it. Wreaths thrown across the fire. After that, lads and lasses stand on opposite sides of the fire and look at one another through the wreaths to see whether they will be true to each other and marry within the year. Also the girls throw the wreaths across the flames to the men, and woe to the awkward swain who fails to catch the wreath thrown him by his sweetheart. When the blaze has died down, each couple takes hands and leaps thrice across the fire. He or she who does so will be free from ague throughout the year, and the flax will grow as high as the young folks leap. A girl who sees 9 bonfires on Midsummer Eve will marry before the year is out. Uses made of the singed wreaths. The singed wreaths are carried home and are carefully preserved throughout the year. During thunderstorms, a bit of the wreath is burnt on the heath with a prayer. Some of it is given to kine that is sick or calving, and some of it serves to fumigate house and cattle stall, that man and beast may keep hale and well. Burning wheels rolled downhill. Sometimes an old cartwheel is smeared with resin, ignited, and sent rolling down the hill. Often the boys collect all the worn-out besoms they can get hold of, dip them in pitch, and having set them on fire, wave them about or throw them high into the air. Or they rush down the hillside in troops, brandishing the flaming brooms and shouting, only however to return to the bonfire on the summit where the brooms have burnt out. Embers of the fire stuck in fields, gardens, and houses in a talisman against lighting and conflagration. The stumps of the brooms and embers from the fire are preserved and stuck in cabbage gardens to protect the cabbages from caterpillars and gnats. Some people insert charred sticks and ashes from the bonfire in their sown fields and meadows, in their gardens and the roofs of their houses, as a talisman against lightning and foul weather, or they fancy that the ashes placed in the roof will prevent any fire from breaking out in the house. Use of mugwort. In some districts they crown or greet themselves with mugwort while the midsummer fire is burning, for this is supposed to be a protection against ghosts, witches, and sickness. In particular, a wreath of mugwort is a sure preventative of sore eyes. Sometimes the girls look at the bonfires through garlands of wildflowers, praying the fire to strengthen their eyes and eyelids. She who does this thrice will have no sore eyes all that year. Cattle protected against witchcraft. In some parts of Bohemia, they used to drive the cows through the midsummer fire to guard them against witchcraft. The midsummer fires in Moravia, Austrian Silesia, and the district of Krakow. The Germans of Moravia, in like manner, still light bonfires on open grounds and high places on Midsummer Eve, and they kindle besoms in the flames, and then stick the charred stumps in the cabbage fields as a powerful protection against caterpillars. On the same mystic evening, Moravian girls gather flowers of 9 sorts and lay them under their pillow when they go to sleep. Then they dream every one of him who is to be her partner for life. For in Moravia, maidens in their beds as well as poets by haunted streams have their midsummer night's dreams. In Austrian Silesia, the custom also prevails of lighting great bonfires on hilltops on Midsummer Eve, and here too the boys swing blazing besoms or hurl them high in the air, while they shout and leap and dance wildly. Next morning every door is decked with flowers and birchen saplings. In the district of Krakow, especially towards the Carpathian Mountains, great fires are kindled by the peasants in the fields or on the heights at nightfall on Midsummer Eve, which among them goes by the name of Kupalo's Night. Fire kindled by the friction of wood. The fire must be kindled by the friction of 2 sticks. The young people dance round or leap over it, and the band of sturdy fellows runs a race with lighted torches, the winner being rewarded with a peacock's feather, which he keeps throughout the year as a distinction. Cattle also are driven round the fire in the belief that this is a charm against pestilence and disease of every sort. The midsummer fires among the Slavs of Russia. The name of Kupalo's Night, applied in this part of Galicia to Midsummer Eve, reminds us that we have now passed from German to Slavonic ground. Even in Bohemia, the midsummer celebration is common to Slavs and Germans. We have already seen that in Russia, the summer solstice or eve of St. John is celebrated by young men and maidens who jump over a bonfire in couples carrying a straw effigy of Kupalo in their arms. In some parts of Russia, an image of Kupalo is burnt or thrown into a stream on St. John's night. Again, in some districts of Russia, the young folk wear garlands of flowers and girdles of holy herbs when they spring through the smoke or flames. Cattle protected against witchcraft. And sometimes they drive the cattle also through the fire in order to protect the animals against wizards and witches, who are then ravenous after milk. In Little Russia, a stake is driven into the ground on St. John's night, wrapped in straw and set on fire. As the flames rise, the peasant women throw birchen boughs into them, saying, "May my flax be as tall as this bough." The fire is lighted by the friction of wood. In Ruthenia, the bonfires are lighted by a flame procured by the friction of wood. While the elders of the party are engaged in thus churning the fire, the rest maintain a respectful silence. But when the flame bursts from the wood, they break forth into joyous songs. As soon as the bonfires are kindled, the young people take hands and leap in pairs through the smoke, if not through the flames, and after that the cattle in their turn are driven through the fire. The midsummer fires in Prussia and Lithuania thought to protect against witchcraft, thunder, hail, and cattle disease. In many parts of Prussia and Lithuania, great fires are kindled on Midsummer Eve. All the heights are ablaze with them, as far as the eye can see. The fires are supposed to be a protection against witchcraft, thunder, hail, and cattle disease, especially if the next morning the cattle are driven over the places where the fires burned. Above all, the bonfires ensure the farmer against the arts of witches who try to steal the milk from his cows by charms and spells. That is why next morning you may see the young fellows who lit the bonfire going from house to house and receiving jugfuls of milk. And for the same reason they stick burrs and mugwort on the gate or the hedge through which the cows go to pasture, because it is supposed to be a preservative against witchcraft. The fire kindled by the friction of wood. In Masuren, a district of eastern Prussia inhabited by a branch of the Polish family, it is the custom on the evening of Midsummer Day to put out all the fires in the village. Then an oaken stake is driven into the ground, and a wheel is fixed on it as on an axle. This wheel the villagers, working by relays, cause to revolve with great rapidity till fire is produced by friction. Everyone takes home a lighted brand from the new fire, and with it rekindles the fire on the domestic hearth. In the 16th century, Martin of Uristau, a Polish priest, denounced the heathen practices of the women who sit on St. John's Eve, Midsummer Eve, kindled fires by the friction of wood, danced and sang songs in honour of the devil. The midsummer fires among the Lets of Russia. Among the Lets who inhabit the Baltic provinces of Russia, the most joyful festival of the year is held on Midsummer Day. The people drink and dance and sing and adorn themselves and their houses with flowers and branches. Chopped boughs of fir are strewn about the rooms, and leaves are stuck in the roofs. In every farmyard a birch tree is set up, and every person of the name of John who enters the farm that day must break off a twig from the tree and hang up on its branches, in return a small present for the family. When the serene twilight of the summer night has veiled the landscape, bonfires gleam on all the hills, and wild shouts of "Ligo, Ligo" echo from the woods and fields. In Riga, the day is a festival of flowers. From all the neighbourhood the peasants stream into the city laden with flowers and garlands. A market of flowers is held in an open square, and on the chief bridge over the river, here wreaths of immortelles, which grow wild in the meadows and woods, are sold in great profusion, and deck the houses of Riga for long afterwards. Roses too are now at the prime of their beauty, and masses of them adorn the flower stalls. Till far into the night gay crowds parade the streets to music, or float on the river in gondolas decked with flowers. Midsummer Day in Ancient Rome. So long ago in ancient Rome, barges crowned with flowers and crowded with revellers used to float down the Tiber on Midsummer Day, the 24th of June, and no doubt the strains of music were wafted as sweetly across the water to listeners on the banks as they still are to the throngs of merrymakers at Riga. The midsummer fires among the South Slavs. Bonfires are commonly kindled by the South Slavonian peasantry on Midsummer Eve, and lads and lasses dance and shout round them in the usual way. The very names of St. John's Day, Ivanji, and the St. John's fires, Kries, are said to act like electric sparks on the hearts and minds of these swains, kindling 1,000 wild, merry, and happy fancies and ideas in their rustic breasts. At Kamenogora in Croatia, the herdsmen throw 9 3-year-old vines into the bonfire, and when these burst into flames, the young men who are candidates for matrimony jump through the blaze. He who succeeds in leaping over the fire without singeing himself will be married within the year. At Vidovec in Croatia, parties of 2 girls and 1 lad unite to kindle a midsummer bonfire and to leap through the flames. He or she who leaps furthest will soon wed. Afterwards lads and lasses dance in separate rings, but the ring of lads bumps up against the ring of girls and breaks it, and the girl who has to let go her neighbour's hand will forsake her true love hereafter. In Servia on Midsummer Eve, herdsmen light torches of birch bark and march round the sheepfolds and cattle stalls. Then they climb the hills and there allow the torches to burn out. The midsummer fires among the Magyars of Hungary. Among the Magyars in Hungary, the Midsummer Fire Festival is marked by the same features that meet us in so many parts of Europe. On Midsummer Eve, in many places, it is customary to kindle bonfires on heights and to leap over them, and from the manner in which the young people leap, the bystanders predict whether they will marry soon. At Novgorod Lutany, the young men and women, each carrying a truss of straw, repair to a meadow, where they pile the straw in 7 or 12 heaps and set it on fire. Then they go round the fire singing, and hold a bunch of ironwort in the smoke while they say, "No boil on my body, no sprain in my foot." This holding of the flowers over the flames is regarded, we are told, as equally important with the practice of walking through the fire barefoot and stamping it out. On this day also, many Hungarian swineherds make fire by rotating a wheel round a wooden axle wrapped in hemp, and through the fire thus made they drive their pigs to preserve them from sickness. In villages on the Danube, where the population is a cross between Magyar and German, the young men and maidens go to the high banks of the river on Midsummer Eve, and while the girls post themselves low down the slope, the lads on the height above set fire to little wooden wheels, and after swinging them to and fro at the end of a wand, send them whirling through the air to fall into the Danube. As he does so, each lad sings out the name of his sweetheart, and she listens well pleased down below. The Midsummer Fires among the Estonians. The Estonians of Russia, who, like the Magyars, belong to the great Turanian family of mankind, also celebrate the summer solstice in the usual way. On the eve of St. John, all the people of a farm, a village, or an estate walk solemnly in procession, the girls decked with flowers, the men with leaves, and carrying bundles of straw under their arms. The lads carry lighted torches or flaming hoops steeped in tar at the end of long poles. Thus they go singing to the cattle sheds, the granaries, and so forth, and afterwards march thrice round the dwelling house. Finally, preceded by the shrill music of the bagpipes and shawms, they repair to a neighbouring hill, where the materials of a bonfire have been collected. Tar barrels filled with combustibles are hung on poles, or the trunk of a felled tree has been set up with a great mass of juniper piled about it in the form of a pyramid. When a light has been set to the pile, old and young gather about it, and pass the time merrily with song and music till break of day. Every one who comes brings fresh fuel for the fire, and they say, "Now we all gather together where St. John's fire burns." He who comes not to St. John's fire will have his barley full of thistles, and his oats full of weeds. 3 logs are thrown into the fire with special ceremony. In throwing the first they say, "Gold of pleasure," a plant with yellow flowers, into the fire. In throwing the second they say, "Weeds to the unploughed land," but in throwing the third they cry, "Flax on my field." The fire is said to keep the witches from the cattle. According to others, it ensures that for the whole year the milk shall be as pure as silver and as the stars in the sky, and the butter as yellow as the sun, and the fire and the gold. The Midsummer Fires in Orsel. In the Estonian island of Orsel, while they throw fuel into the midsummer fire, they call out, "Weeds to the fire, flax to the field," or they fling 3 billets into the flames, saying, "Flax grow long," and they take charred sticks from the bonfire home with them and keep them to make the cattle thrive. In some parts of the island, the bonfire is formed by piling brushwood and other combustibles round a tree, at the top of which a flag flies. Whoever succeeds in knocking down the flag with a pole before it begins to burn will have good luck. Formerly, the festivities lasted till daybreak and ended in scenes of debauchery which looked doubly hideous by the glowing light of a summer morning. The midsummer fires among the Finns and Cheremis of Russia. Still farther north, among the people of the same Turanian stock, we learn from an eyewitness that Midsummer Night used to witness a sort of witches' sabbath on the top of every hill in Finland. The bonfire was made by setting up 4 tall birches in a square and piling the intermediate space with fuel. Round the roaring flames the people sang and drank and gambled in the usual way. Farther east, in the valley of the Volga, the Cheremists celebrate about midsummer, a festival which Haxorson regarded as identical with the midsummer ceremonies of the rest of Europe. A sacred tree in the forest, generally a tall and solitary oak, made the scene of the solemnity. All the males assembled there, but no woman may be present. A heathen priest lights 7 fires in a row from northwest to southeast. Cattle are sacrificed and their blood poured into the fires, each of which is dedicated to a separate deity. Afterwards, the holy tree is illuminated by lighted candles placed on its branches. The people fall on their knees, and with faces bowed to the earth, pray that God would be pleased to bless them, their children, their cattle, and their bees, grant them success in trade, in travel, and in the chase, enable them to pay the Tsar's taxes, and so forth. The Midsummer Fires in France. When we pass from the east to the west of Europe, we still find the summer solstice celebrated with rites of the same general character. Down to about the middle of the 19th century, the custom of lighting bonfires in midsummer prevailed so commonly in France that there was hardly a town or village, we are told, where they were not kindled. Though the pagan origin of the custom may be regarded as certain, the Catholic Church threw a Christian cloak over it by boldly declaring that the bonfires were lit in token of the general rejoicing at the birth of the Baptist, who opportunely came into the world at the solstice of summer, just as his greater successor did at the solstice of winter, so that the whole year might be said to revolve on the golden hinges of these 2 great birthdays. Writing in the 17th century, Bishop Bossuet expressly affirms this edifying theory of the midsummer bonfires, and he tells his catechumens that the Church herself participated in the illumination, since in several dioceses, including his own diocese of Meaux, a number of parishes kindled what were called ecclesiastical fires for the purpose of banishing the superstitions practiced at the purely mundane bonfires. These superstitions, he goes on to say, consisted in dancing round the fire, playing, feasting, singing ribald songs, throwing herbs across the fire, gathering herbs at noon or while fasting, carrying them on the person, preserving them throughout the year, keeping brands or cinders of the fire, and other similar practices. However excellent the intentions of the ecclesiastical authorities may have been, they failed of effecting their purpose, for the superstitions as well as the bonfires survived in France far into the 19th century, if indeed they are extinct even now at the beginning of the 20th. Writing in the latter part of the 19th century, Mr. C. H. Cassard tells us that he himself witnessed in Touraine and Poitou the superstitious practices which he describes as follows. The most credulous examine the ways which the flame burns, and draw good or bad omens accordingly. Others, after leaping through the flames crosswise, pass their little children through them thrice, fully persuaded that the little ones will then be able to walk at once. In some places the shepherds make their sheep tread the embers of the extinct fire, in order to preserve them from the foot rot. Here you may see about midnight an old woman grubbing among the cinders of the pyre to find the hair of the Holy Virgin or of St. John, which she deems an infallible specific against fever. There another woman is busy plucking the roots of the herbs which have been burned on the surface of the ground. She intends to eat them, imagining that they are an infallible preservative against cancer. Elsewhere, a girl wears on her neck a flower which the touch of St. John's fire has turned for her into a talisman, and she is sure to marry within the year. Shots are fired at the tree planted in the midst of the fire to drive away the demons who might purpose to send sickness about the country. Seats are set round about the bonfire in order that the souls of dead relations may come and enjoy themselves for a little with the living. The Midsummer Fires in Brittany. In Brittany, apparently, the custom of the midsummer bonfires is kept up to this day. Thus, in Lower Brittany, every town and every village still lights its tatad, or bonfire on St. John's night. When the flames have died down, the whole assembly kneels round about the bonfire, and an old man prays aloud. Then they all rise and march thrice round the fire, and the third turn they stop, and every one picks up a pebble and throws it on the burning pile. After that they disperse. In Finisterre, the bonfires of St. John's Day are kindled by a preference in an open space near a chapel of St. John. But if there is no such chapel, they are lighted in the square facing the parish church, and in some districts at crossroads. Everybody brings fuel for the fire. It may be a faggot, a log, a branch, or an armful of gorse. When the vespers are over, the parish priest sets a light to the pile. All heads are bared, prayers recited, and hymns sung. Then the dancing begins. The young folks skip round the blazing pile and leap over it when the flames have died down. If anybody makes a false step and falls or rolls in the hot embers, he or she is greeted with hoots and retires abashed from the circle of dancers. Brands are carried home from the bonfire to protect the houses against lightning, conflagrations, and certain maladies and spells. The precious talisman is carefully kept in a cupboard till St. John's Day of the following year. At Quimper and in the district of Lyon, chairs used to be placed round the midsummer bonfire, that the souls of the dead might sit on them and warm themselves at the blaze. At Brest on this day, thousands of people used to assemble on the ramparts towards evening and brandish lighted torches, which they swung in circles or flung by hundreds into the air. The closing of the town gates put an end to the spectacle, and the lights might be seen dispersing in all directions like wandering will-o'-the-wisps. In Upper Brittany, the materials for the midsummer bonfires, which generally consist of bundles of furze and heath, are furnished by voluntary contributions and piled on the tops of hills round poles, each of which is surmounted by a nosegay or a crown. This nosegay or crown is generally provided by a man named John or a woman named Jean, and it is always a John or a Jean who puts a light to the bonfire. While the fire is blazing, the people dance and sing round it, and when the flames have subsided, they leap over the glowing embers. Use is made of charred sticks and flowers. Charred sticks from the bonfire are thrown into wells to improve the water, and they are also taken home as a protection against thunder. To make them thoroughly effective, however, against thunder and lightning, you should keep them near your bed, between a bit of a 12th night cake and a brick of boxwood, which has been blessed on Palm Sunday. Flowers from the nosegay or crown which overhang the fire are accounted charms against disease and pain, both bodily and spiritual. Hence girls hang them at their breast by a thread of scarlet wool. In many parishes of Brittany, the priest used to go in procession with the crucifix and kindle the bonfire with his own hands. And farmers were wont to drive their flocks and herds through the fire in order to preserve them from sickness till midsummer of the following year. Also, it was believed that every girl who danced round 9 of the bonfires would marry within the year. The Midsummer Fires in Normandy. In Normandy, the midsummer fires have now almost disappeared, at least in the district known as the Bocage, but they used to shine on every hill. They were commonly made by piling brushwood, broom, and ferns about a tall tree, which was decorated with a crown of moss and sometimes with flowers. While they burned, people danced and sang round them, and young folk leaped over the flames or the glowing ashes. The fires as a protection against witchcraft. In the valley of the Orne, the custom was to kindle the bonfire just at the moment when the sun was about to dip below the horizon, and the peasants drove their cattle through the fires to protect them against witchcraft, especially against the spells of witches and wizards who attempted to steal the milk and butter. The Brotherhood of the Green Wolf at Jumeigues. At Jumeigues in Normandy, down to the first half of the 19th century, the Midsummer Festival was marked by certain singular features which bore the stamp of a very high antiquity. Every year on the 23rd of June, the eve of St. John, the Brotherhood of the Green Wolf chose a new chief or master, who had always to be taken from the hamlet of Cournault. On being elected, the new head of the Brotherhood assumed the title of the Green Wolf, and donned a peculiar custom consisting of a long green mantle and a very tall green hat of a conical shape and without a brim. Thus arrayed, he stalked solemnly at the head of the brothers, chanting the hymn of St. John, the crucifix, and holy banner, leading the way to a place called Choquet. Here the procession was met by the priest, precentors, and choir, who conducted the brotherhood to the parish church. After hearing the mass, the company adjourned to the house of the Green Wolf, where a simple repast, such as is required by the church on fast days, was served up to them. Then they danced before the door till it was time to light the bonfire. Night being come, the fire was kindled to the sound of handbells by a young man and a young woman, both decked with flowers. As the flame rose, the Te Deum was sung, and a villager thundered out a parody in the Norman dialect of the hymn Ut Quint Laxis. Meantime the Green Wolf and his brothers, with their hoods down on their shoulders and holding each other by the hand, ran round the fire after the man who had been chosen to be the Green Wolf of the following year. Pretense of throwing the Green Wolf into the fire. Though only the first and the last man of the chain had a hand free, their business was to surround and seize thrice the future Green Wolf, who, in his efforts to escape, belaboured the brothers with a long wand which he carried. When at last they succeeded in catching him, they carried him to the burning pile and made it as if they would throw him on it. This ceremony over, they returned to the house of the Green Wolf, where a supper, still of the most meagre fare, was set up before them. Up till midnight a sort of religious solemnity prevailed. No unbecoming word might fall from the lips of any of the company, and a censor armed with a handbell was appointed to mark and punish instantly any infraction of the rule. But at the stroke of 12 all this was changed. Constraint gave way to license. Pious hymns were replaced by bacchanalian ditties, and the shrill quavering notes of the village fiddle hardly rose above the roar of voices that went up from the merry brotherhood of the Green Wolf. Next day, the 24th of June, or Midsummer Day, was celebrated by the same personages with the same noisy gaiety. One of the ceremonies consisted in parading to the sound of musketry an enormous loaf of consecrated bread, which, rising in tiers, was surmounted by a pyramid of verdure adorned with ribbons. After that, the holy handbells, deposited on the step of the altar, were entrusted as insignia of office to the man who was to be the Green Wolf next year. The Midsummer Fires in Picardy. In the canton of Breteuil, in Picardy, department of Oise, the priests used to kindle the midsummer bonfire, and the people marched thrice round it in procession. Some of them took ashes of the fire home with them to protect the houses against lightning. The custom is, or was, down to recent years, similar at Forges, near Laon. An enormous pyre, some 50 or 60 feet high, supported in the middle by a tall pole, is constructed every year on the 23rd of June, the eve of St. John. It stands at one end of the village, and all the inhabitants contribute fuel to it. A cart goes round the village in the morning by order of the mayor, collecting combustibles from house to house. No one would dream of refusing to comply with the customary obligation. In the evening, after a service in honour of St. John has been performed in the church, the clergy, the mayor, the municipal authorities, the rural police, and the fire brigade march in procession to the bonfire, accompanied by the inhabitants and a crowd of idlers drawn by curiosity from the neighbouring villages. After addressing the throng in a sermon, to which they pay little heed, the parish priest sprinkles the pyre with holy water, and taking a lighted torch from the hand of an assistant, sets fire to the pile. The enormous blaze, flaring up against the sky of the summer night, is seen from many miles around, particularly from the hill of Laon. When it has died down into a huge heap of glowing embers and grey ashes, everyone carries home a charred stick or some cinders, and the fire brigade, playing their hose on what remains, extinguishes the smouldering fire. The people preserve the charred sticks and cinders throughout the year, believing that these relics of St. John's bonfire have power to guard them from lightning and from contagious diseases. At Chateau Thierry, a town of the department of Aisne, between Paris and Reims, the custom of lighting bonfires and dancing round them at the Midsummer Festival of St. John lasted down to about 1850. The fires were kindled especially when June had been rainy, and the people thought that the lighting of the bonfires would cause the rain to cease. The Midsummer Bonfires in Beauce and Perche. In Beauce and Perche, two neighbouring districts of France to the southwest of Paris, the midsummer bonfires have nearly or wholly disappeared. but formerly they were commonly kindled and went by the name of the Fires of St. John. The site of the bonfire was either the village square or beside the cross in the cemetery. Here a great pile of faggots, brushwood, and grass was accumulated about a huge branch which bore at the top a crown of fresh flowers. The priest blessed the bonfire and the people danced round it. When it blazed and crackled, the bystanders thrust their heads into the puffs of smoke, in the belief that it would preserve them from a multitude of ills. And when the fire was burnt out, they rushed upon the charred embers and ashes, and carried them home, imagining that they had a secret virtue to guard their houses from being struck by lightning or consumed by fire. The fires as a protection against witchcraft. Some of the parish farmers in the old days, not content with the public bonfire, used to light little private bonfires in their farmyards, and make all their cattle pass through the smoke and flames for the purpose of protecting them against witchcraft or disease. The midsummer fires, the Ardennes, the Vosges, and the Jura. In the department of the Ardennes, everyone was wont to contribute his faggot to the midsummer bonfire, and the clergy marched at the head of the procession to kindle it. Failure to light the fire would, in the popular belief, have exposed the fields to the greatest danger. At Revan, the young folk, besides dancing around the fire to the strains of the village fiddler, threw garlands of flowers across the flames to each other. In the Vosges, it is still customary to kindle bonfires upon the hilltops on Midsummer Eve. The people believed that fires helped to preserve the fruits of the earth to ensure good crops. In the Jura Mountains, the midsummer bonfires went by the name of Ba or Bew. They were lit on the most conspicuous points of the landscape. Near St. John in the Jura, it appears that at this season young people still repair to the crossroads and heights, and there wave burning torches so as to present the appearance of fiery wheels in the darkness. The midsummer bonfires in Franche-Comté. In Franche-Comté, the province of France which lies immediately to the west of the Jura Mountains, the fires of St. John still shone on the saint's day in several villages down to recent years. They were generally lit on high ground, and the young folks of both sexes sang and danced round them and sprang over the dying flames. In Brest, bonfires used to be kindled on Midsummer Eve, the 23rd of June, and the people danced about them in a circle. Devout persons, particularly old women, circumambulated the fires 14 times, telling their beads and mumbling 7 paters and 7 aves, in the hope that thereby they would feel no pains in their backs when they stooped over the sickle in the harvest field. The midsummer fires in Berry and other parts of central France. In Berry, a district of central France, the midsummer fire was lit on the eve of St. John and went by the name of the Journée, Joannie, or Joanni. Every family, according to its means, contributed faggots, which were piled round a pole on the highest ground in the neighbourhood. In the hamlets, the office of kindling the fire devolved on the oldest man, but in the towns it was the priest or the mayor who discharged the duty. Here as in Brittany, people supposed that a girl who would dance round 9 of the midsummer bonfires would marry within the year. To leap several times over the fire was regarded as a sort of purification, which kept off sickness and brought good luck to the leaper. Hence a nimble youth bounded through the smoke and flames, and when the fire had somewhat abated, parents jumped across it with their children in their arms in order that little ones might also partake of its beneficent influence. Embers from the extinct bonfire were taken home, and after being dipped in holy water were kept as a talisman against all kinds of misfortune, but especially against lightning. The same virtue was ascribed to the ashes and charred sticks of the midsummer bonfire in Perigord, where everybody contributed his share of fiord to the pyre, and the whole was crowned with flowers, especially with roses and lilies. On the borders of the departments of Creuse and Corrèze, in central France, the fires of St. John used to be lit on the eve of the saint's day, the 23rd of June. The custom seems to have survived till towards the end of the 19th century. Men, women, and children assembled round the fires, and the young people jumped over them. Children were brought by their parents or elder brothers in contact with the flames, in the belief that this would save them from fever. Older people girded themselves with stalks of rye taken from a neighbouring field because they fancied that by doing so they would not grow weary in leaping the corn at harvest. The midsummer fires in Poitou. Bonfires were lit in almost all the hamlets of Poitou on the Eve of St. John. People marched round them thrice, carrying a branch of walnut in their hand. Shepherdesses and children passed sprigs of mullein, verbascum, and nuts across the flames. The nuts were supposed to cure toothache, and the mullein to protect the cattle from sickness and sorcery. When the fire died down, people took some of the ashes home with them, either to keep them in the house as a preservative against thunder, or to scatter them on the fields for the purpose of destroying corn cockles and darnel. Stones were also placed round the fire, and it was believed that the first to lift one of these stones next morning would find under it the hair of St. John. In Poitou, also, it used to be customary on the Eve of St. John to trundle a blazing wheel wrapped in straw over the fields to fertilize them. This last custom is said to be now extinct, but it is still usual, or was so down to recent years, in Poitou to kindle fires on this day at crossroads or on the heights. The oldest or youngest person present sets a light to the pile, which consists of broom, gorse, and hearth. A bright and crackling blaze shoots up, but soon dies down, and over it the young folk leap. They also throw stones into it, picking the stone according to the size of the turnips that they wish to have that year. It is said that the good Virgin comes and sits on the prettiest of the stones, and next morning they see there her beautiful golden tresses. At Lussac in Poitou, the lighting of the midsummer bonfire is still an affair of some ceremony. A pyramid of faggots is piled round a tree or tall pole on the ground where the fair is held, and the priest goes in procession to the spot and kindles the pile. When prayers have been said and the clergy have withdrawn, the people continue to march round the fire, telling their beads, but it is not till the flames have begun to die down that the youth jump over them. A brand from the midsummer bonfire is supposed to be a preservative against thunder. End of section 9. Section 10 of The Golden Bough, A Study in Magic and Religion, Part 7, Boulder the Beautiful, Volume 1, by Sir James George Frazer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4, The Fire Festivals of Europe, Part 5. The midsummer fires in the departments of VII and Deux-Sèvres, and in the provinces of Saint-Yon and Aunis. In the department of Vienne, the bonfire was kindled by the oldest man, and before the dance round the flames began, it was the custom to pass across them a great bunch of mullein, bouillon blanc, and a branch of walnut, which next morning, before sunrise, were fastened over the door of the chief cattle shed. A similar custom prevailed in the neighbouring department of Deux-Sèvres, but here it was a priest who kindled the bonfires, and old men used to put embers of the fire in their wooden shoes as a preservative against many evils. In some towns and villages of Saint-Yon and Aunis, provinces of western France, now mostly comprised in the departments of Charente-Inférieure, the fires of St. John are still kindled on Midsummer Eve, but the custom is neither so common nor carried out with so much pomp and ceremony as formerly. Great quantities of wood used to be piled on an open space round the huge post, or a tree stripped of its leaves and branches. Everyone took care to contribute a faggot to the pile, and the whole population marched on the spot in procession with the crucifix at their head and the priest bringing up the rear. The squire, or other person of high degree, put the torch to the pyre, and the priest blessed it. In the southern and eastern parts of Saint-Yon, children and cattle were passed through the smoke of the bonfires to preserve them from contagious diseases, and when the fire had gone out, the people scuffled for the charred fragments of the great post, which they regarded as talismans against thunder. Next morning on Midsummer Day, every shepherdess in the neighbourhood was up very early, for the first to drive her sheep over the blackened cinders and ashes of the great bonfire was sure to have the best flock all that year. Where the shepherds shrunk from driving their flocks through the smoke and flames of the bonfire, they contented themselves with marking the hinder quarters of the animals with a broom which had been blackened in the ashes. The midsummer fires in southern France. In the mountainous part of Comminges, a province of southern France, now comprised in the department of Haute-Garonne, the midsummer fire is made by splitting open the trunk of a tall tree, stuff the crevice with shavings, and igniting the whole. A garland of flowers is fastened to the top of the tree, and at the moment when the fire is lighted, the man who was last married has to climb up a ladder and bring the flowers down. In the flat parts of the same district, the materials of the midsummer bonfires consist of fuel piled in the usual way, but they must be put together by men who have been married since the last midsummer festival, and each of these benedicts is obliged to lay a wreath of flowers on the top of the pile. At the entrance of the valley of Aran, young people set up on the banks of the Garonne a tree covered with ribbons and garlands. At the end of a year, the withered tree and faded flowers furnish excellent fuel. So on the eve of St. John the villagers assemble, and an old man or a child kindles the fire, which is to consume tree and garlands together. While the blaze lasts, the people sing and dance, and the burnt tree is then replaced by another which will suffer the same fate after the lapse of a year. In some districts of the French Pyrenees, it is deemed necessary to leap 9 times over the midsummer fire if you would be assured of prosperity. Midsummer Festival of Fire and Water in Provence. A traveller in southern France at the beginning of the 19th century tells us that the Eve of St. John is also a day of joy for the Provençals. They light great fires, and the young folk leap over them. At Aix they shower squibs and crackers on the passers-by, which has often had disagreeable consequences. At Marseilles they drench each other with scented water, which is poured from the windows or squirted from little syringes. The roughest jest is to soothe passers-by with clean water, which gives rise to loud bursts of laughter. At Draguignan, in the department of Var, fires used to be lit in every street on the eve of St. John, and the people roasted pods of garlic at them. The pods were afterwards distributed to every family. Another diversion of the evening was to pour cans of water from the houses on the heads of people in the streets. In Provence, the midsummer fires are still popular. Children go from door to door begging for fuel, and they are seldom sent empty away. Formerly the priest, the mayor, and the aldermen used to walk in procession to the bonfire and even deigned to light it, after which the assembly marched thrice round the burning pile, while the church bells pealed and rockets fizzed and sputtered in the air. Bathing in the sea at midsummer. Dancing began later, and the bystanders threw water on each other. At Ciotat, while the fire was blazing, the young people plunged into the sea and splashed each other vigorously. At Vitrolles, they bathed in a pond in order that they might not suffer from fever during the year, and at St. Mary's they watered the horses to protect them from the itch. Temporary midsummer kings at Aix and Marseilles. At Aix, a normal king, chosen from among the youth for his skill in shooting at a popinjay, presided over the festival. He selected his own officers, and escorted by a brilliant train, marched to the bonfire, kindled it, and was the first to dance round it. Next day he distributed largesse to his followers. His reign lasted a year, during which he enjoyed certain privileges. He was allowed to attend the mass celebrated by the commander of the Knights of St. John on St. John's Day. The right of hunting was accorded to him, and soldiers might not be quartered in his house. At Marseilles, also on this day, one of the guilds chose a king of the barèque or double axe, but it does not appear that he kindled the bonfire, which is said to have been lighted with great ceremony by the prefect and other authorities. The midsummer fires in Belgium. In Belgium, the custom of kindling the midsummer bonfires has long disappeared from the great cities, but it is still kept up in rural districts and small towns of Brabant, Flanders, and Limburg. People leap across the fires to protect themselves against fever, and in eastern Flanders, women perform similar leaps for the purpose of ensuring an easy delivery. At Termonde, young people go from door to door collecting fuel for the fires and reciting verses, which they beg the inmates to give them wood of St. John, and to keep some wood for St. Peter's Day, the 29th of June. For in Belgium, the eve of St. Peter's Day is celebrated by bonfires and dances exactly like those which commemorate St. John's Eve. The ashes of St. John's fires are deemed by Belgian peasants an excellent remedy for consumption, if you take a spoonful or two of them, moistened with water day by day. People also burn VII in the fires, and they say that in the ashes of the plant you may find, if you look for it, the Fool's Stone. Bonfires on St. Peter's Day in Brabant. In many parts of Brabant, St. Peter's bonfire used to be much larger than that of his rival St. John. When it had burned out, both sexes engaged in a game of ball, and the winner became the king of summer or of the ball, and had the right to choose his queen. Sometimes the winner was a woman, and it was then her privilege to select her royal mate. This pastime was well known at Louvain, and it continued to be practiced at Grammont and Montpellier down to the second half of the 19th century. At Montpellier, which is a village near Termonde, a huge pile of eglantine, reeds, and straw was collected in a marshy meadow for the bonfire, and next evening, after vespers, the young folk who lit it assembled at the Good Life tavern to play the game. The winner was crowned with a wreath of roses, and the rest danced and sang in a ring about him. At Grammont, while the bonfire was lit and the dances round it took place on St. Peter's Eve, the festival of the Crown of Roses was deferred to the following Sunday. The King and Queen of the Roses. The young folk arranged among themselves beforehand who should be the King and Queen of the Roses. The rosy wreaths were hung on cords across the street, the dancers danced below them, and at a given moment the wreaths fell on the heads of the chosen King and Queen, who had to entertain their fellows at a feast. According to some people, the fires of St. Peter, like those of St. John, were lighted in order to drive away dragons. Effigies burnt in the midsummer fires. In French Flanders down to 1789, a straw figure representing a man who always burned in a midsummer bonfire, and the figure of a woman who burned on St. Peter's Day. In Belgium, people jump over the midsummer bonfires as a preventive of colic, and they keep the ashes at home to hinder fire from breaking out. The midsummer fires in England. The custom of lighting bonfires at midsummer has been observed in many parts of our own country. On the Virgil of St. John the Baptist, commonly called Midsummer Eve, it was usual in most country places, and also in towns and cities, for the inhabitants, both old and young, and of both sexes, to meet together and make merry by the side of a large fire made in the middle of the street, or in some open and convenient place, over which the young men frequently leaped by way of frolic, and also exercised themselves at various sports and pastimes, more especially with running, wrestling, and dancing. These diversions they continued till midnight, and sometimes till cock crowing. In the streets of London, the midsummer fires were lighted in the time of Queen Elizabeth down to the end of the 16th century, as we learn from Stowe's description, which runs thus. Stowe's description of the midsummer fires in London. In the months of June and July, on the Virgils of festival days, and on the same festival days in the evenings after the sun setting, there were usually made bonfires in the streets, every man bestowing wood or labour towards them. The wealthier sort also, before their doors near to the said bonfires, would set up tables on the Virgils, furnished with sweet breads and good drink, and on the festival days with meats and drinks plentifully, whereunto they would invite their neighbours and passengers also to sit and be merry with them in great familiarity, praising God for his benefits bestowed on them. These were called bonfires, as well of good amity amongst neighbours, that, being before at controversy, were there, by the labour of others, reconciled, and made of bitter enemies loving friends, and also for the virtue that a great fire hath to purge the infection of the air. On the Virgil of St. John the Baptist, and on St. Peter and Paul the Apostles, every man's door being shadowed with green birch, long fennel, St. John's wort, orpin, white lilies, and such like, garnished upon the garlands of beautiful flowers, had also lamps of glass, with oil burning in them all the night. Some hung out branches of iron curiously wrought, containing hundreds of lamps alight at once, which made a good show, namely in the New Fish Street, Thames Street, etc. The Midsummer Fires at Eton. In the 16th century, the Eton boys used to kindle a bonfire on the east side of the church, both on St. John's Day and on St. Peter's Day. Writing in the second half of the 17th century, the antiquary John Aubrey tells us that bonfires were still kindled in many places on St. John's Night, but that the civil wars had thrown many of the old customs out of fashion. Wars, he adds, extinguished superstition as well as religion and laws, and there is nothing like gunpowder for putting phantoms to flight. The midsummer fires in the north of England. In the north of England, these fires used to be lit in the open streets. Young and old gathered round them, and while the young leaped over the fires and engaged in games, their elders looked on and probably remembered with regret the days when they used to foot it as nimbly. Sometimes the fires were kindled on the tops of hills. The people also carried firebrands about the fields. The custom of kindling bonfires on Midsummer Eve prevailed all over Cumberland, down to the second half of the 18th century. The Midsummer Fires in Northumberland. In Northumberland, the custom seems to have lasted into the first quarter of the 19th century. The fires were lit in the villages and on the tops of high hills, and the people sported and danced round them. Moreover, the villagers used to run with burning brands round their fields and to snatch ashes from a neighbour's fire, saying, as they did so, "We have the flower," or flower, of the wake. At Sandhill, bonfires were kindled on the eve of St. Peter as well as on Midsummer Eve. The custom is attested for the year 1575, when it was described as ancient. The Midsummer Fires at Welton in Northumberland. We are told that on Midsummer's Eve, reckoned according to the old style, it was formerly the custom of the inhabitants, young and old, not only of Welton, but of most of the adjacent villages, to collect a large cartload of winds and other combustible materials, which was dragged by them with great rejoicing, a fiddler being seated on the top of the cart, into the village and erected into a pile. The people from the surrounding country assembled towards evening, when it was set on fire, and whilst the young danced around it, the elders looked on smoking their pipes and drinking their beer until it was consumed. There can be little doubt that this curious old custom dates from a very remote antiquity. In a lawsuit which was tried in 1878, the rector of Welton gave evidence of the constant use of the village green for the ceremony since 1843. The bonfire, he said, was lighted a little to the north-east of the well at Welton, and partly on the footpath. The people danced round it and jumped through it. That was never interrupted. The Reverend G. R. Hall, writing in 1879, says the fire festivals or bonfires of the summer solstice at the old midsummer until recently were commemorated on Crustenbow Crags and elsewhere by leaping through and dancing round the fires, as those who have been present have told me. Down to the early part of the 19th century, bonfires called bale fires used to be lit on Midsummer Eve all over the worlds in the East Riding of Yorkshire. The Midsummer Fires in Herefordshire, Somersetshire, Devonshire and Cornwall. In Herefordshire and Somersetshire, the peasants used to make fires in the fields on Midsummer Eve to bless the apples. In Devonshire, the custom of leaping over the midsummer fires was also observed. In Cornwall, the festival fires, called bonfires, are kindled on the eves of St. John Baptist and St. Peter's Day, and midsummer is thence, in the Cornish tongue, called Gorlan, which signifies both light and rejoicing. At these fires, the Cornish attend with lighted torches, tarred and pitched at the end, and make their perambulations round their fires, going from village to village and carrying their torches before them. This is certainly the remains of Druid superstition, for the facies perferae, to carry lighted torches, was reckoned a kind of gentilism, and as such particularly prohibited by the Gallic councils. At Penzance and elsewhere in the country, the people danced and sang about the bonfires on Midsummer Eve. On Whiteborough, a large tumulus near Launceston, a huge bonfire used to be kindled on Midsummer Eve. A tall summer pole with a large bush at the top was fixed at the centre of the bonfire. The Cornish fires at this season appear to have been commonly lit on high and conspicuous hills such as Tregonan, Godolphin, Carnrath, and Carnbrea. When it grew dusk on Midsummer Eve, old men would hobble away to some height whence they counted the fires and drew a passage from their number. It is the immemorial usage in Penzance and the neighbouring towns and villages to kindle bonfires and torches on Midsummer Eve, and on Midsummer Day to hold a fair on Penzance Quay, where the country folks assembled from the adjoining parishes in great numbers to make excursions on the water. The Cornish fires on Midsummer Eve and St. Peter's Eve. St. Peter's Eve, the 28th of June, is distinguished by a similar display of bonfires and torches, although the Quay Fair on St. Peter's Day, the 29th of June, has been discontinued upwards of 40 years. On these eves, a line of tar barrels, relieved occasionally by large bonfires, is seen in the centre of each of the principal streets in Penzance. On either side of this young men and women pass up and down, swinging round their heads heavy torches made of large pieces of folded canvas steeped in tar and nailed to the ends of sticks between 3 and 4 feet long. The flames of some of these almost equal those of the tar barrels. Rows of lighted candles also, when the air is calm, are fixed outside the windows or along the sides of the streets. In St. Just and other mining parishes, the young miners, mimicking their fathers' employments, bore rows of holes in the rocks, load them with gunpowder, and explode them in rapid succession by trains of the same substance. As the holes are not deep enough to split the rocks, the same little batteries serve for many years. On these nights, Mounts Bay has the most animating appearance, although not equal to what was annually witnessed at the beginning of the present century, when the whole coast, from the Land's End to the Lizard, wherever a town or village existed, was lighted up with these stationary or moving fires. In the early part of the evening, children may be seen wearing wreaths of flowers, a custom or probability originating from the ancient use of these ornaments when they danced round the fires. At the close of the fireworks in Penzance, a great number of persons of both sexes, chiefly from the neighbourhood of the quay, used always, until within the last few years, to join hand in hand, forming a long string, and run through the streets, playing Thread the Needle, heedless of the fireworks showered upon them, and oftentimes leaping over the yet glowing embers. I have on these occasions seen boys following one another, jumping through the flames higher than themselves. The Midsummer Fires in Wales and the Isle of Man. In Wales, the midsummer fires were kindled on St. John's Eve and on St. John's Day. 3 or 9 different kinds of wood and charred faggots, carefully preserved from the last midsummer, were deemed necessary to build the bonfire, which was generally done on rising ground. Various herbs were thrown into the blaze, and girls with bunches of 3 or 9 different kinds of flowers would take the hands of boys, who wore flowers in their buttonholes and hats, and together the young couples would leap over the fires. On the same 2 midsummer days, roses and wreaths of flowers were hung over the doors and windows. Describing a midsummer fire, an old inhabitant born in 1809 remembered being taken to different hills in the Vale of Glamorgan to see festivities in which people from all parts of the district participated. She was at that time about 14, and old enough to retain a vivid recollection of the circumstances. People conveyed trusses of straw to the top of the hill, where men and youths waited for their contributions. Women and girls were stationed at the bottom of the hill. Burning wheel rolled downhill. Then a large cart wheel was thickly swathed with straw, and not an inch of wood was left in sight. A pole was inserted through the centre of the wheel, so that long ends extended about a yard on each side. If any straw remained, it was made up into torches at the top of tall sticks. At a given signal, the wheel was lighted and sent rolling downhill. If this fire wheel went out before it reached the bottom of the hill, a very poor harvest was promised. If it kept lighted all the way down, and continued blazing for a long time, the harvest would be exceptionally abundant. Loud cheers and shouts accompanied the progress of the wheel. At Darwen, in Wales, small bonfires were kindled on Midsummer Eve. On the same day, people on the Isle of Man were wont to light fires to the windward of every field, so that the smoke might pass over the corn, and they folded their cattle and carried blazing furze or gorse round them several times. The Midsummer Fires in Ireland. A writer of the last quarter of the 17th century tells us that in Ireland, on the eve of St. John Baptist and St. Peter, they always have in every town a bonfire late in the evenings, and carry about bundles of reeds fast tied and fired. These being dry, will last long, and flame better than a torch, and be a pleasing divertive prospect to the distant beholder. A stranger would go near to imagine the whole country was on fire. Another writer says of the south of Ireland, on Midsummer's Eve, every eminence near which is a habitation blazes with bonfires, and round these they carry numerous torches, shouting and dancing, which affords a beautiful sight. An author who described Ireland in the first quarter of the 18th century says, on the Virgil of St. John the Baptist's nativity, they make bonfires and run along the streets and fields with wisps of straw blazing on long poles to purify the air, which they think infectious, by believing all the devils, spirits, ghosts, and hobgoblins fly abroad this night to hurt mankind. Another writer states that he witnessed the festival in Ireland in 1782. At the house where I was entertained, it was told me that we should see, at midnight, the most singular sight in Ireland, which was the lighting of fires in honour of the sun. Accordingly, exactly at midnight, the fires began to appear, and taking the advantage of going up to the leads of the house, which had a widely extended view, I saw in a radius of 30 miles, all around, the fires burning on every eminence which the country afforded. Passage of people and cattle through the fires. I had a father's satisfaction in learning, from undoubted authority, that the people danced round the fires, and their clothes went through these fires, and made their sons and daughters, together with their cattle, pass through the fire, and the whole was conducted with religious solemnity. That the custom prevailed in full force as late as 1867 appears from a notice in a newspaper of that date, which runs thus: the old pagan fire worship still survives in Ireland, though nominally in honour of St. John. On Sunday night, bonfires were observed throughout nearly every county in the province of Leinster. In Kilkenny, fires blazed on every hillside at intervals of about a mile. There were very many in the Queen's County, also in Kildare and Wexford. The effect of the rich sunset appeared to travellers very grand. The people assembled and danced round the fires, the children jumped through the flames, and in former times live coals were carried into the cornfields to prevent blight. In County Leitrim, on St. John's Eve, which is called Bonfire Day, fires are still lighted after dusk on the hills and along the sides of the roads. All over Kerry the same thing continues to be done, though not so commonly as of old. Small fires were made across the road, and to drive through them brought luck for the year. Cattle driven through the fire, ashes used to fertilize the fields. Cattle were also driven through the fires. On Lettermore Island in South Connemara, some of the ashes from the midsummer bonfire are thrown on the fields to fertilize them. One writer informs us that in Munster and Connaught a bone must always be burned in the fire, for otherwise the people believe that the fire will bring no luck. He adds that in many places sterile beasts and human beings have passed through the fire, and that as a boy he himself jumped through the fire for luck. The White Horse at the Midsummer Fire. An eyewitness has described as follows a remarkable ceremony observed in Ireland on Midsummer Eve. When the fire burned for some hours and got low, an indispensable part of the ceremony commenced. Everyone present of the peasantry passed through it, and several children were thrown across the sparkling embers, while a wooden frame of some 8 feet long, with a horse's head fixed to one end, and a large white sheet thrown over it, concealing the wood and the man on whose head it was carried, made its appearance. This was greeted with loud shouts of "the White Horse," and having been safely carried by the skill of its bearer several times through the fire with a bold leap, it pursued the people, who ran screaming and laughing in every direction. I asked what the horse was meant for, and was told that it represented all cattle. Lady Wilde's account of the Midsummer Fires in Ireland. Lady Wilde's account of the Midsummer Festival in Ireland is picturesque and probably correct in substance, although she does not cite her authorities. As it contains some interesting features which are not noticed by other writers on Ireland whom I have consulted, I will quote the greater part of it in full. In ancient times, she says, the sacred fire was lighted with great ceremony on Midsummer Eve, and on that night all the people of the adjacent country kept fixed watch on the western promontory of Howth, and the moment the first flash was seen from that spot, the fact of ignition was announced with wild cries and cheers repeated from village to village. When all the local fires began to blaze, and Ireland was circled by a cordon of flame rising up from every hill, then the dance and song began round every fire, and the wild hurrahs filled the air with the most frantic revelry. Many of these ancient customs are still continued, and the fires are still lighted on St. John's Eve on every hill in Ireland. When the fires burn down to red glow, the young men strip to the waist and leap over or through the flames. This is done backwards and forwards several times, and he who braves the greatest blaze is considered the victor over the powers of evil, and is greeted with tremendous applause. When the fire burns still lower, the young girls leap the flame, and those who leap clean over 3 times back or forwards will be certain of a speedy marriage and good luck in after life with many children. The married women then walk through the lines of the burning embers, and when the fire is nearly burnt and trampled down, the yearling cattle are driven through the hot ashes, and their back is singed with a lighted hazel twig. These rods are kept safely afterwards, being considered of immense power to drive the cattle to and from the watering places. As the fire diminishes, the shouting grows fainter, and the song and the dance commence, while professional storytellers narrate tales of fairyland or of the good old times long ago, when the kings and princes of Ireland dwelt amongst their own people, and there was food to eat and wine to drink for all comers to the feast at the king's house. When the crowd at length separate, every one carries home a brand from the fire, and great virtue is attached to the lighted brone, which is safely carried to the house without breaking or falling to the ground. Many contests also arise among the young men, for whoever enters his house first with the sacred fire brings the good luck of the year with him. Holy wells resorted to in Midsummer Eve in Ireland. In Ireland, as elsewhere, water was also apparently thought to acquire a certain mystical virtue at midsummer. At Stool, near Downpatrick, there is a ceremony commencing at 12 o'clock at night on Midsummer Eve. Its sacred mount is consecrated to St. Patrick. The plain contains 3 wells, to which the most extraordinary virtues are attributed. Here and there are heaps of stones, around some of which appear great numbers of people, running with as much speed as possible. Around others, crowds of worshippers kneel with bare legs and feet as an indispensable part of the penance. The men, without coats, with handkerchiefs on their heads instead of hats, having gone 7 times round each heap, kiss the ground, cross themselves, and proceed to the hill. Here they ascend on their bare knees, by a path so steep and rugged that it would be difficult to walk up. Many hold their hands clasped at the back of their necks, and several carry stones on their heads. Having repeated this ceremony 7 times, they go to what is called St. Patrick's Chair, which are 2 great flat stones fixed upright in the hill. Here they cross and bless themselves as they step in between these stones, and while repeating prayers, an old man, seated for the purpose, turns them round on their feet 3 times, for which he is paid. The devotee then goes to conclude his penance at a pile of stones named the altar. While this busy scene is continued by the multitude, the wells and streams issuing from them are thronged by crowds of halt, maimed, and blind, pressing to wash away their infirmities with water consecrated by their patron saint, and so powerful is the impression of its efficiency on their minds, that many of those who go to be healed, and who are not totally blind or altogether crippled, really believe for a time that they are, by means of its miraculous virtues, perfectly restored. The Midsummer Fires in Scotland. In Scotland, the traces of midsummer fires are few. We are told by a writer of the 18th century that the Midsummer Even fire, a relic of Druidism, was kindled in some parts of the country of Perth. Another writer of this same period, describing what he calls the Druidical festivals of the Highlanders, says that the least considerable of them is that of midsummer. In the Highlands of Perthshire there are some vestiges of it. The cowherd goes 3 times round the fold, according to the course of the sun, with a burning torch in his hand. They imagined this rite had a tendency to purify their herds and flocks, and to prevent diseases. At their return, the landlady makes an entertainment for the cowherd and his associates. In the northeast of Scotland, down to the latter half of the 18th century, farmers used to go round their lands with burning torches about the middle of June. On the hill of Cairnshee, in the parish of Duris, Kincardineshire, the herdsmen of the country round about annually kindle a bonfire at sunset on Midsummer Day, the 24th of June. The men or lads collect the fuel and push each other through the smoke and flames. The custom was kept up through the benefaction of a certain Alexander Hogg, a native of the parish who died about 1790, and left a small sum for the maintenance of a midsummer bonfire on the spot, because as a boy he had herded cattle on the hill. We may conjecture that in doing so he merely provided for the continuance of an old custom which he himself had observed in the same place in his youth. At the village of Tarbolton in Ayrshire, a bonfire has been annually kindled from time immemorial on the evening of the first Monday after the 11th of June. A noted cattle market was formerly held at the fair on the following day. The bonfire is still lit at the gloaming by the lads and lasses of the village, on a high mound or hillock just outside of the village. Fuel for it is collected by the lads from door to door. The youth dance round the fire and leap over the fringes of it. The many cattle drovers who used to assemble for their fair were wont to gather round the blazing pile, smoke their pipes, and listen to the young folk singing in chorus on the hillock. Afterwards they wrapped themselves in their plaids and slept round the bonfire, which was intended to last all night. Fires on St. Peter's Day, the 29th of June. Thomas Morrison of Aberdeen, a writer of the 16th century, says that on St. Peter's Day, which is the 29th of June, the Scotch ran about at night with lighted torches on mountains and high grounds, as Ceres did when she roamed the whole earth in search of Proserpine. And towards the end of the 18th century, the parish minister of Loudon, a district of Ayrshire, whose bonny woods and braes have been sung by Burns, wrote that the custom still remains amongst the herds and young people to kindle fires in the high grounds in honour of Beltane. Beltane, which in Gaelic signifies Baal or Baal's fire, was anteriorly the time of this solemnity. It is now kept on St. Peter's Day. The Midsummer Fires in Spain and the Azores. All over Spain, great bonfires called looms are still lit on Midsummer Eve. They are kept up all night, and the children leap over them in a certain rhythmical way, which is said to resemble the ancient dances. On the coast, people at this season plunge into the sea. In the inland districts, the villagers go and roll naked in the dew of the meadows, which is supposed to be a sovereign preservative against diseases of the skin. On this evening, too, girls who would pry into the future put a vessel of water on the sill outside their window, and when the clocks strike 12, they break an egg in the water and see, or fancy they see, in the shapes assumed by the pulp as it blends with the liquid, the likeness of future bridegrooms, castles, coffins, and so forth. But generally, as might perhaps have been anticipated, the obliging egg exhibits the features of a bridegroom. In the Azores, also, bonfires are lit on Midsummer Eve, St. John's Eve, and boys jump over them for luck. On that night, St. John himself is supposed to appear in person and bless all the seas and waters, driving out the devils and demons who have been disporting themselves in them ever since the 2nd day of November. That is why, in the interval between the 2nd of November and the 23rd of June, nobody will bathe in the sea or in a hot spring. On Midsummer Eve, too, you can always see the devil, if you will go into a garden at midnight. He is invariably found standing near a mustard plant. His reason for adopting this posture has not been ascertained. Perhaps in the chilly air of the upper world he is attracted by the gentle warmth of the mustard. Various forms of divination are practiced by people in the Azores on Midsummer Eve. Divination on Midsummer Eve in the Azores. Thus a new laid egg is broken into a glass of water, and the shapes which it assumes foreshadow the fate of the person concerned. Again 7 saucers are placed in a row, filled respectively with water, earth, ashes, keys, a thimble, money, and grass, which things signify travel, death, widowhood, housekeeping, spinsterhood, riches, and farming. A blindfolded person touches one or other of the saucers with a wand, and so discovers his or her fate. Again, 3 broad beans are taken. One is left in its skin, one is half peeled, and the third is peeled outright. The three denote respectively riches, competence, and poverty. They are hidden and searched for, and he who finds one of them knows accordingly whether he will be rich, moderately well off, or poor. Again, girls take slips of paper and write the names of young men twice over on them. These they fold up and crumble, and place one set under their pillows, and the other set in a saucer full of water. In the morning they drew one slip of paper from under the pillow, and see whether one in the water has opened out. If the names on the two slips are the same, it is the name of her future husband. Young men do the same with girls' names. Once more, if a girl rises at sunrise, goes out into the street, and asks the first passer-by his Christian name, that will be her husband's name. Some of these modes of divination resemble those which are or used to be practiced in Scotland at Halloween. The Midsummer Fires on Corsica and Sardinia. In Corsica, on the eve of St. John, the people set fire to the trunk of a tree, or to a whole tree, and the young men and maidens dance round the blaze, which is called Fucareia. We have seen that at Ozairi, in Sardinia, a great bonfire is kindled on St. John's Eve, and that the young people dance round it. The Midsummer Fires in Abruzzi. Passing to Italy, we find that the Midsummer Fires are still lighted on St. John's Eve in many parts of the Abruzzi. They are commonest in the territory which was inhabited in antiquity by the Vestini. They are rarer in the land of the ancient Marseille, and they disappear entirely in the lower valley of the Sangro. For the most part, the fires are fed with straw and dry grass, and are kindled in the fields near the villages or on high ground. As they blaze up, the people dance round or over them. In leaping across the flames, the boys cry out, "St. John, preserve my thighs and legs." Formerly, it used to be common to light the bonfires also in the towns in front of the churches of St. John, and the remains of the sacred fire were carried home by the people. But this custom has mostly fallen into disuse. However, at Solano, the practice is still kept up of taking brands and ashes from the bonfires to the houses, although the fires are no longer kindled in front of the churches, but merely in the streets. Bathing on Midsummer Eve in the Abruzzi. In the Abruzzi, water also is supposed to acquire certain marvellous and beneficent properties on St. John's night. Hence many people bathe, or at least wash their faces and hands in the sea or a river at that season, especially at the moment of sunrise. Such a bath is said to be an excellent cure for diseases of the skin. At Castiglione e Casuria, the people, after washing in the river or in the springs, gird their waists and wreath their brows with sprigs of brioni, in order to keep them from ashes and pains. The Midsummer Fires in Sicily. In various parts of Sicily also, fires are kindled on Midsummer Eve, St. John's Eve, the 23rd of June. On the Madion Mountains, in the north of the island, the herdsmen kindle them at intervals, so that the crests of the mountains are seen ablaze in the darkness for many miles. About Acriel, on the east coast of the island, the bonfires are lit by boys who jump over them. The Witches at Midsummer. At Chiaramonte, the witches that night acquire extraordinary powers. Hence everybody then puts a broom outside of his house, because a broom is an excellent protective against witchcraft. At Orvieto, the Midsummer Fires are especially excepted from the prohibition directed against bonfires in general. The Midsummer Fires in Malta. In Malta also the people celebrate Midsummer Eve, St. John's Eve, by kindling great fires in the public streets and giving their children dolls to carry in their arms on this day. In order to make good the prophecy respecting the Baptists, multi in nativate ejus gaudebant. Days and even weeks before this festival, groups of children are seen going out into the country fields to gather straw, twigs, and all sorts of other combustibles, which they store up for St. John's Eve. On the night of the 23rd of June, the day before the festival of the saint, great fires are kindled in the streets, squares, and marketplaces of the towns and villages of the island, and as fire after fire blazes out of the darkness of that summer night, the effect is singularly striking. These fires are sometimes kept up for hours, being continually fed by the scores of bystanders, who take great delight in throwing amidst the flames some old rickety piece of furniture which they consider as lumber in their houses. Lots of happy and reckless children, and very often men, are seen merrily leaping in succession over and through the crackling flames. At the time of the order of St. John of Jerusalem, the Grand Master himself, soon after the Angelus, used to leave his palace, accompanied by the Grand Prior, the bishop and 2 bailiffs, to set fire to some pitch barrels which were placed for the occasion in the square facing the sacred hospital. Great crowds used to assemble here in order to assist at this ceremony. The setting ablaze of the 5 casks, and later on of the 8 casks, by the Grand Master, was a signal for the others to kindle their fires in the different parts of the town. The Midsummer Fires in Greece. In Greece, the custom of kindling fires on St. John's Eve and jumping over them is said to be still universal. One reason assigned for it is a wish to escape from the fleas. According to another account, the women cry out as they leap over the fire, "I leave my sins behind me." In Lesbos, the fires on St. John's Eve are usually lighted by 3s, and the people spring thrice over them, each with a stone on his head, saying, "I jump the hare's fire, my head a stone." On the morning of St. John's Day, those who dwell near the coast go to bathe in the sea. As they gird themselves with osiers, and when they are in the water, they let the osiers float away, saying, "Let my maladies go away." Then they look for what is called the hairy stone, which possesses the remarkable property not only of keeping moths from clothes, but even of multiplying the clothes in the chest where it is laid up. And the more hairs on the stone, the more will the clothes multiply in the chest. In Calamos, the midsummer fire is supposed to ensure abundance in the coming year, as well as deliverance from fleas. The people dance round the fire singing, with stones on their heads, and then jump over the blaze or the glowing embers. When the fire is burning low, they throw the stones into it, and when it is nearly out, they make crosses on their legs, and then go straightway and bathe in the sea. In Kos, the lads and lasses dance round the bonfires on St. John's Eve. Each of the lads binds a black stone on his head, signifying that he wishes to become as strong as the stone. Also they make the sign of the cross on their feet and legs and jump over the fire. The Midsummer Fires in Macedonia and Albania. On Midsummer Eve, the Greeks of Macedonia light fires after supper in front of their gates. The garlands, now faded, which were hung over the doors on May Day, are taken down and cast into the flames, at which the young folk leap over the blaze, fully persuaded that St. John's fire will not burn them. In Albania, fires of dry herbage are or used to be lit everywhere on St. John's Eve. Young and old leap over them, for such a leap is thought to be good for the health. The Midsummer Fires in America. From the Old World, the Midsummer Fires have been carried across the Atlantic to America. In Brazil, people jump over the fires of St. John, and at this season they can take hot coals in their mouths without burning themselves. In Bolivia, on the eve of St. John, it is usual to see bonfires lighted on the hills and even in the streets of the capital, La Paz. As the city stands at the bottom of an immense ravine, and the Indians of the neighborhood take a pride in kindling bonfires on heights which might seem inaccessible. The scene is very striking when the darkness of night is suddenly and simultaneously lit up by hundreds of fires, which cast glare on surrounding objects, producing an effect at once weird and picturesque. The Midsummer Fires among the Mohabbans of Morocco and Algeria. The custom of kindling bonfires on Midsummer Day or on Midsummer Eve is widely spread among the Mohabban peoples of North Africa, particularly in Morocco and Algeria. It is common both to the Berbers and to many of the Arabs or Arab-speaking tribes. In these countries, Midsummer Day, the 24th of June, Old Style, is called Le Ansara. The fires are lit in the courtyards, across roads, in the fields, and sometimes on the threshing floors. Plants which, in burning, give out a thick smoke and an aromatic smell, are much sought after for fuel on these occasions. Among the plants used for the purpose are giant fennel, thyme, rue, chervil seed, chamomile, geranium, and pennyroyal. People expose themselves, and especially their children, to the smoke and drive it towards the orchards and the crops. Also, they leap across the fires. In some places, everybody ought to repeat the leap 7 times. Moreover, they take burning brands from the fires and carry them through the houses in order to fumigate them. They pass things through the fire and bring the sick into contact with it, while they utter prayers for their recovery. The ashes of the bonfire are also reputed to possess beneficial properties. Hence, in some places, people rub their hair or their bodies with them. For example, the Ansdra mountaineers of Morocco kindle large fires in open places of their villages on Midsummer Day. Men, women, and children jump over the flames or the glowing embers, believing that by doing so they rid themselves of all misfortune which may be clinging to them. They imagine also that such leaps cure the sick and procure offspring for childless couples. Moreover, they burn straw together with some morgerum and alum in the fold where their cattle, sheep, and goats are penned for the night. The smoke, in their opinion, will make the animals thrive. On Midsummer Day, the Arabs of the Manasara tribe make fires outside their tents, near their animals, on their fields, and in their gardens. Large quantities of pennyroyal are burned in these fires, and over some of them the people leap thrice to and fro. Sometimes small fires are also kindled inside the tents. They say that the smoke confers blessings on everything with which it comes into contact. At Salih, on the Atlantic coast of Morocco, persons who suffer from diseased eyes rub them with the ashes of the midsummer fire, and in Casablanca and Azamur, the people hold their faces over the fire, because the smoke is thought to be good for the eyes. The Arab tribe of Ulad Bou Aziz, in the Doukala province of Morocco, kindle midsummer bonfires, not for themselves and their cattle, but only for crops and fruit. Nobody likes to reap his crops before Midsummer Day, because if he did, they would lose the benefit of the blessed influence which flows from the smoke of the bonfires. Again, the Beni Magild, a Berber tribe of Morocco, light fires of straw on Midsummer Eve and leap thrice over them to and fro. They let some of the smoke pass underneath their clothes, and married women hold their breasts over the fire in order that their children may be strong. Moreover, they paint their eyes and lips with some black powder, in which ashes of the bonfire are mixed. And in order that their horses may also benefit by the fires, they dip the right forelegs of the animals in the smoke and flames, or in the hot embers, and they rub ashes on the foreheads and between the nostrils of the horses. Berbers of the Rif province, in northern Morocco, similarly make great use of fires in midsummer for the good of themselves, their cattle, and their fruit trees. They jump over the bonfires in the belief that this will preserve them in good health, and they light fires under fruit trees to keep the fruit from falling untimely. And they imagine that by rubbing a paste of the ashes on their hair, they prevent the hair from falling off their heads. Beneficial effect ascribed to the smoke of the fires. In all these Moroccan customs, we are told the beneficial effect is attributed wholly to the smoke, which is supposed to be endued with the magical quality that removes misfortune from men, animals, fruit trees, and crops. Ill luck supposed to be burnt in the midsummer fires. But in some parts of Morocco, people at midsummer kindle fires of a different sort, not for the sake of fumigation, but in order to burn up misfortune in the flames. Thus on Midsummer Eve, the Berber tribe of the Beni Magild burn 3 sheaves of unthreshed wheat or barley, one for the children, one for the crops, and one for the animals. On the same occasion, they burn the tent of a widow who has never given birth to a child. By so doing, they think to rid the village of ill luck. It is said that at midsummer, the Zimmer burn a tent which belongs to somebody who was killed in war during a feast. Or if there is no such person in the village, the schoolmaster's tent is burned instead. Among the Arab-speaking Beni Ashan, it is customary for those who live near the river Cebu to make a little hut of straw at midsummer, set it on fire, and let it float down the river. Similarly, the inhabitants of Salih burn a straw hut on the river which flows past their town. The Midsummer Festival in North Africa comprises rites concerned with water as well as with fire. Further, it deserves to be noticed that in Northern Africa, as in Southern Europe, The Midsummer Festival comprises rites concerned with water as well as with fire. For example, among the Beni snows, the women light a fire in an oven, throw perfumes into it, and circumambulate a tank, which they also incense after a fashion. In many places on the coast, as in the province of Oran, and particularly in the north of Morocco, everybody goes and bathes in the sea at midsummer, and in many towns of the interior, such as Fez, Mequinez, and especially Merakak, people throw water over each other on this day, and where the water is scarce, earth is used instead, according to the Mohammedan principle which permits ablutions to be performed with earth or sand when water cannot be spared for the purpose. People of the Andra district of Morocco not only bathe themselves in the sea or in rivers at midsummer, they also bathe their animals, their horses, mules, donkeys, cattle, sheep, and goats, for they think that on that day water possesses a blessed virtue, baraka, which removes sickness and misfortune. In Aglu, again, men, women, and children bathe in the sea or springs or rivers at midsummer, alleging that by so doing they protect themselves against disease for the whole year. Among the Berbers of the Rif district, the custom of bathing on this day is commonly observed, and animals share the ablutions. The Midsummer Festival in North Africa is probably older than Mohammedanism. The celebration of a Midsummer Festival by Mohammedan peoples is particularly remarkable because the Mohammedan calendar, being purely lunar and uncorrected by intercalation, necessarily takes no note of festivals which occupy fixed points in the solar year. All strictly Mohammedan feasts, being pinned to the moon, slide gradually with the luminary through the whole period of the Earth's revolution about the sun. This fact of itself seems to prove that among the Mohammedan peoples of northern Africa, as among the Christian peoples of Europe, the Midsummer Festival is quite independent of the religion which the people publicly profess, and is a relic of a far older paganism. There are, indeed, independent grounds for thinking that the Arabs enjoyed the advantage of a comparatively well-regulated solar year before the Prophet of God saddled them with the absurdity and inconvenience of a purely lunar calendar. Some Mohammedans of North Africa kindle fires and observe water ceremonies at their movable New Year. Be that as it may, it is notable that some Mohammedan peoples of North Africa kindle fires and bathe in water at the movable New Year of their lunar calendar instead of at the fixed midsummer of the solar year, while others again practice these observances at both seasons. New Year's Day, on which the rites are celebrated, is called Ashur. It is the 10th day of Muharram, the first month of the Mohammedan calendar. On that day bonfires are kindled in Tunis and also at Merakak, and among some tribes in the neighbourhood. At Demnat, in the Great Atlas Mountains, people kindle a large bonfire on New Year's Eve and leap to and fro over the flames, uttering words which imply that by these leaps they think to purify themselves from all kinds of evil. At Aglu, in the province of Sus, the fire is lighted at 3 different points by an unmarried girl, and when it has died down the young men leap over the glowing embers, saying, "We shook on you, O Lady Ashur, fleas and lice, and the illness in the hearts, as also those of the bones. We shall pass through you again next year, and the following years with safety and health." Both at Aglu and Glawi, in the Great Atlas, smaller fires are also kindled over which the animals are driven. At Demnat, girls who wish to marry wash themselves in water which has been boiled over the New Year fire, and in Dukala, people use the ashes of that fire to rub sore eyes with. New Year fires appear to be commonly kindled among the Berbers who inhabit the western portion of the Great Atlas, and also among the Arabic-speaking tribes of the plains, but Dr. Westmark found no traces of such fires among the Arabic-speaking mountaineers of northern Morocco and the Berbers of the Rif province. Water ceremonies at New Year in Morocco. Further, it should be observed that water ceremonies like those which are practiced at midsummer are very commonly observed in Morocco at the New Year. That is, on the 10th day of the first month. On the morning of that day, Ashur, all water, or according to some people, only spring water, is endowed with a magical virtue, baraka, especially before sunrise. It's at that time that people bathe and pour water over each other. In some places they also sprinkle their animals' tents or rooms. Into colour, some of the New Year water is preserved at home till New Year's Day, Ashur, of the next year. Some of it is kept to be used as medicine, some of it poured on the places where the corn is threshed, and some is used to water the money which is to be buried in the ground. For the people think that the earth spirits will not be able to steal the buried treasures which have thus been sanctified with the holy water. The rites of fire and water at Midsummer and New Year in Morocco seem to be identical in character. The duplication of the festival is probably due to a conflict between the solar calendar of the Romans and the lunar calendar of the Arabs. Thus, the rites of fire and water which are observed in Morocco at Midsummer and New Year appear to be identical in character and intention, and it seems certain that the duplication of the rites is due to a conflict between two calendars, namely the old Julian calendar of the Romans, which was based on the sun, and the newer Mohammedan calendar of the Arabs, which is based on the moon. For not only was the Julian calendar in use throughout the whole of northern Africa under the Roman Empire, to this day it is everywhere employed among the Mohammedan for the regulation of agriculture and all the affairs of daily life. Its practical convenience has made it indispensable, and the lunar calendar of Orthodox Mohammedanism is scarcely used except for purposes of chronology. Even the old Latin names of the months are known and employed in slightly disguised forms throughout the whole Muslim world, and little calendars of the Julian year circulate in manuscript among the Mohammedans, permitting them to combine the practical advantages of pagan science with a nominal adherence to orthodox absurdity. Thus the heathen origin of the Midsummer Festival is too palpable to escape the attention of good Mohammedans, who accordingly frown upon the midsummer bonfires as pagan superstitions, precisely as similar observances in Europe have often been denounced by Orthodox Christianity. Indeed, many religious people in Morocco entirely disapprove of the whole of the midsummer ceremonies, maintaining that they are all bad, and a conscientious schoolmaster will even refuse his pupils a holiday at midsummer, though the boys sometimes offer him a bribe if he will sacrifice his scruples to his avarice. The Midsummer Festival in Morocco seems to be of Berber origin. As the midsummer customs appear to flourish among all the Berbers of Morocco, but to be unknown among the pure Arabs who have not been affected by Berber influence, it seems reasonable to infer with Dr. Westermarck that the Midsummer Festival has belonged from time immemorial to the Berber race, and so far as it is now observed by the Arabs of Morocco, it has been learned by them from the Berbers, the old indigenous inhabitants of the country. Dr. Westermarck may also be right in holding that, in spite of the close similarity which obtains between the Midsummer Festival of Europe and the Midsummer Festival of North Africa, the latter is not a copy of the former, but that both have been handed down independently from a time beyond the purview of history, when such ceremonies were common to the Mediterranean race. End of section 10.